I mean, at this point, as I literally just said, "Fuck it," and I'm starting up I actually did just hit the button.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hi, two.
You're on record. What do you have to say for yourself?
Facts. I be spitting facts.
uh,
There's like maybe 6 people that watch this show, and that's fine.
So I'm trying to get everything fixed again. So
Right, I'm back.
yeah, and we actually are live because I just started it through regular OBS. Hello, everybody, and now I'm seeing it through YouTube Tisms. Hello. We totally didn't just waste like 15 minutes of
the best
everybody's
conversation
time.
you ever could possibly hear.
Yeah,
Nothing else in the episode will be
you'll
as good as
never
that.
hear
It's
it.
Primo. You'll just have to trust us.
It's like it's like Tenacious D when this is the greatest song in the world.
No, see, it was all Doomcock, you know, the Overlord. He didn't want that other stuff being aired, so he had to
you didn't
make
want
sure
any of
that
that.
went off the air.
I may
you
have
didn't
shat
want
all
any of
over
that shit.
Doomcock as I do per usual as the meme.
So let's try this again. We now have Shiny with us. How are you doing, good sir?
Hello there. Do I really have to fucking? I'm doing fine.
No, we can skip
Doing
that.
this again.
Pick up where we left off. We'll just put it
No,
down
I'm
to
kidding.
Wyatt fucking up and continue the conversation.
trying to
So anyway,
salvage
yes,
this.
consumers versus media critics is kind of where we
we're talking about the Snyder Cut today.
Two different kinds of people talking about, comic books and nerd shit. Either they'll talk about it in terms of, oh, this is great, the Snyder Cut is awesome for the fans, in theory, as a concept. Never really touching on the fact that as a movie, it's absolute dog shit.
Yeah, even as just a movie, like, it doesn't really have that many sort of fan servicey moments.
Yeah, it really doesn't.
Well, I mean,
Black Woman Superman is definitely fan service.
Sure, but I would argue that it doesn't
Naked Superman.
Our Superman, you know what I mean? Like after, especially by the time you factor in Man of Steel and BVS, it's like this character that we're being presented is so far removed from what we know Superman to be that it's like, well, that's cool, but that's not Superman that we're looking at. So
you talk about like fan service is in like what kind of fan, like
kind of what the fans wanted to see on
normal DC or like Snyder fans specifically, or I don't know, Henry Cavill fangirls, because there's different.
Where your metric is, because you could argue that the Snyderverse, the people they love this shit, they eat this shit up, but it's like the actual DC fans, like Superman fans, probably hated this shit.
Oh yeah, as a Superman fan, I fucking hated this thing. Like it was actually like. The worst thing that fucking pissed me off was the idea that if Lois just dies, Superman just turns evil by default. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Well, we already saw that when he got resurrected and his mind was empty. Evil is his default setting.
Which is horrifying.
It's like when you restart your computer, it goes back to factory default.
Yeah.
He's not a hero. He's a nuke that accidentally turned good.
He just happens to be working on our side after all the bullshit with Metropolis.
It just makes me think of that line where Batman's like, if there's even a 1% chance.
With the Trina's absolute certainty that he's gonna murder everyone.
It's like, oh my god, he was right the whole time.
Not only he was super right, that's the problem. Because like I said, the second that Lois dies, he just like, oh, I'm gonna help Darkseid take over the planet, and it's like one of the a detail, like one of those details you didn't notice is that it apparently happens in the Batcave.
What?
Yeah, you can see. I'll pull up a screenshot of it with Superman holding Lois's corpse and Darkseid's in the background. You can see the Robin suit.
This is a generous name for that. It was literally just her bones.
Yeah,
that shit was gruesome.
Yeah, you can see the Robin suit in the background, and somebody's like, "Oh, this happened in the Batcave," and it's just like, okay, what does that mean?
That does kind of come around later because in the epilogue, post-apocalypse, whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
The implication from Joke to Batman is that because Batman didn't sacrifice himself to save her, Superman went rogue, and now it's Batman's fault. Which doesn't make sense, anyways. But yeah, they did kind of loop it back around, so it's more than an Easter egg.
I know people have like incited Injustice to try and defend it, but Injustice isn't fucking good. It's abysmal.
Well,
It's
also,
terribly written story. Like, not even going to the adaptation argument, it just doesn't make any fucking sense.
I was also gonna
No, they
say
just
with
wanted an excuse for Batman and Superman to punch each other.
I was also gonna say Injustice had a lot more going for it because not only was it Lois that he accidentally killed their unborn kid, and then the nuke that went off in Metropolis. There was like there was a lot of things that were tied to Superman turning evil. It was a one bad day
still
kind
then,
of thing.
He shouldn't have just magically turned evil after killing the Joker.
Well, yeah.
Slow burn, and even then, everything he does should have been justified. But he's just evil. He's one-dimensionally evil, and they can't even there is no way you can justify him killing was it a 10? How old is Billy? He kills a child.
Yeah, Billy at most would have been like possibly 18 years old.
He's probably more like younger than that, maybe 14.
Well, if he's 14 by the time he gets the powers, and like 5 years has passed by the time the alternate universe Justice League comes in.
Oh yeah, he's 19, legal age to be lasered in the brain.
Well, no, yeah. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter because he was still fucking lobotomized.
Unironically, Brightburn did it better.
But like all he was doing was like speaking out a little bit. So yeah, you can't just defend this by saying they're doing the Injustice thing. It was okay in Injustice. No, it wasn't. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, it was never.
Well, the other argument I've heard is you just don't like change. You just can't grow up from your kiddie cartoons. Like, oh, piece of shit.
Hold on, where have I heard that before?
That's giving me some serious Star Wars vibes.
I know.
This is a movie about space wizards but intended for children.
You fucked up the line!
God damn it.
This is a movie about super nukes intended for grown-ass men. Not those super kiddie movies where the heroes actually are competent.
And not
it's like I think I mentioned before, when it comes to people's sacred cows, it's always the exact same dismissals and defenses. So, like, if you got someone who was defending, I don't know, Star Wars, no, not Star Wars, I don't know, something terrible.
Star Wars.
Fuck. I was thinking of like Star Wars Rebels, but we've already got the Star Wars example. But anytime anyone comes to save their sacred cow, because they can't ever accept that there is any flaws in what they really enjoy, they'll always lapse onto, oh, you just didn't give it enough chance. Oh, it doesn't appeal to you. You just didn't like it. Oh, all your problems will be solved in later films. You shut the fuck up.
It always comes down to it must be good because I liked it.
Yeah,
they just can't accept. They just can't accept anything wrong with it. It's like when someone's. I'm sorry, I'm meeting at the exact same time. Give me a moment.
You're fine.
It's like if you notice, whenever someone's reality starts to like, they form an idea around them. They believe that idea is reality. This can be social justice warriors. This can be anything. But the moment that reality starts to break, they get angry and they get confused and they start becoming hostile. That is what it's like when you start breaking the illusion to like TLJ defenders, Zack Snyder fans. They'll start getting very defensive, angry, and hostile if you start pointing out all these holes, and they'll just be in complete denial about it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's because they've tied themselves to these ideas or these pieces of media. You know, that it's almost like that is their identity. They are a social justice warrior, or they are a Snyder fan before anything else. And so when you take that away from them, or you start to damage it, it's like they're losing a piece of their identity and they don't know how to respond to it.
And
they
like,
start cracking at the seams and freaking out.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to pull
I'll
up
do the hostile thing of anyone who doesn't like it, I'll put in a little box so that their opinion doesn't count. If you didn't like the new Star Wars, you're just a man baby. If you don't like the Snyderverse, you're a Marvel shill.
Yeah,
I'm just going to put this neat little label on your forehead so that I don't have to listen to the things you're saying about my very obviously shit movie.
well, it's like
I've been called a Disney puppet, unironically,
Oh, nice.
in my video.
I mean, it's like the
You can go to my comment section. It's like, oh, look who's shitting about on Zack Snyder, a Disney puppet.
Who also
Ugh.
hates Star Wars, and I don't know your take on the newer Marvel shit, like
Oh God, what do you think about Falcon and Winter Soldiers? Winter Soldiers.
Falcon and Winter Soldier, I was incredibly bored by. I was so disinterested in it. I don't have any. I have some small problems that I managed to pick out. Like some parts of the world building was like, wait, they became a world government and then they just stopped being a world government and people wanted to go back being the world. Okay.
Have you seen both of the episodes?
I've seen both the episodes, yeah, back to back. Saw them on Friday, and I was just,
oh man,
and I was just completely bored. And with WandaVision,
the only reason I ask is because you mentioned a couple small problems. They were shattering the MCU. Like it's fucked. It's done.
Again, I was just so disinterested in it. I wasn't really noticing much. I was like, oh fuck, just get this over with. I don't really care at this point.
I was,
but with WandaVision,
they got mad. They got mad.
With WandaVision, I picked out like a few problems in the start, but I thought it was very promising at the beginning. Like it was a difficult story to pull off, especially like with all these mysteries, and they started explaining the mysteries well, and I was like, okay, this makes sense, this works, and then all of a sudden it just drives itself off a cliff. And it's completely nonsensical. It's very contrived, and especially like the lady that just gets the powers so that it's a setup for Captain Marvel. She went through a force field, and it gave her.
Do you know her name, by the way? Her superhero name?
No.
Spectrum.
Spectrum.
Yeah.
Well, she's definitely on the spectrum.
Hey, everybody we tell says that exact same joke and exactly on cue. Well done. I even did it.
Like, yeah, as soon as I was like looking at the Wikipedia, it's like, who is this? Oh, her name's Spectrum, and like without like missing a beat, slur just went like, well, she certainly is on the spectrum. Just like, it was one like a
hanging fruit, but God,
there's a reason why low hanging fruit is low hanging.
Yeah. It was just one of those things of just like, oh, it really is just that bad. And not.
But she gets her powers from force field. It's like, okay, well, why do other people get force power? Like get these, powers.
I always thought it was weird that like, that like everybody was gonna get powers at the end of it. I thought that was the whole thing. Like this is how they were gonna introduce mutants into the MCU, and we were gonna have like Kat Dennings running around with like superpowers, and it's just like, oh no, please don't do that.
Yeah, it turns out in the end it wasn't a bunch of people who got superpowers, it was just a bunch of people who wanted to die and who would never know what Wanda sacrificed for them.
They'll never know what you sacrificed for them.
They were being tortured to the point where, no, kill me, please, fucking kill me.
I want to die. Just let it... Yeah, it really did get that bad.
Yeah, we could be here all day talking about that.
So
Falcon and Winter Soldier and WandaVision combined means that Phase 4 of the MCU is basically fucked.
After Endgame, I was already disinterested in everything else. I barely watched Spider-Man. So at the point where you get rid of like your heaviest hitters, I do understand that there's a point where you do have to move on, but you haven't exactly set up anything that great to hold yourselves up. You have Guardians of the Galaxy, which they're on their way out as well after their third film, I've heard. Thor is about to go out. You only really have Spider-Man, and that's really it.
What about Captain Marvel?
You think people are going to be like going into like Marvel films like, oh, I really want to see Captain Marvel? It's like, no, like not in the
I
way
don't
that
know,
people did it
man.
with Iron Man or Captain America.
After Endgame, I'm just happy to watch the trash fire at this point. But I'm someone who just doesn't really get angry or upset when I see the
Oh
hero
yeah,
being
well,
done badly because I've just seen it so many fucking times at this point.
yeah, like Slur was watching Ninja and myself just lose our fucking minds, because that's just how bad that was. Uh, it's like they were like with the whole U.S. agent, because apparently that's what a like his comic name is apparently. Which I was wondering, like, why don't just call him that? Why did you go to the fucking like whole Captain America thing? Because the guy just goes like, I'm not trying to be Steve, and it's just like, well, then why are you fucking Captain America then? Like, it just raises all of these fucking problems. Not to mention, he's not a super soldier, yet he can accurately use the shield, like, and catch it.
Mm. Well, they did set him up as like a Marine, like he is supposed to deserve it. And honestly, I'm more interested in the new Captain America than I am interested in the Winter Soldier and Falcon.
I mean, I if there's one scene that ultimately made me hate Falcon, it's the therapy scene. Like, because Ninja, you and I were like really going off on that scene.
Oh yeah, Falcon's a piece of shit. Like before, he was barely even a character, so he was kind of non-offensive. But now that we actually know what he thinks and feels, fuck Falcon.
Yeah, he's a
Mm.
He's a
piece of
piece of
shit.
shit.
I don't want him in the fucking MCU anymore.
Bucky was the only person on the entire planet that could walk up to him and have some legitimate grievances about him giving up that shield. And he basically was just like, how fucking dare you? My feelings are more important than you.
Yeah, and he's just like, can you just not accept that what I did was the right thing? And it's just like, actually, that's not even the thing that pissed me off the most. It was the, why are you so concerned about something that has nothing to do with you? And I physically, like, I screamed,
Ooh.
I screamed and went like, this has
Yeah.
everything to do with him. This is Steve's best friend, you
Yeah,
piece
it
of
was
shit.
literally a choice between you and him. You were both there at the park, not sure who Steve was going to hand the shield to.
I'm not even sure why Steve gave the shield to
He
Falcon.
shouldn't
Surely
have.
he'd give it to his best friend.
Yeah.
He
Bucky.
Yeah.
really should have.
Well,
Like,
that could have been a big moment for, Bucky to basically rehabilitate and
Yeah,
reform and not be the Winter Soldier anymore.
yeah, he becomes the hero.
Yeah,
And that
there's a
works
lot of
as like a character
significance.
arc.
just
Falcon already
You
has
know,
a bulletproof shield anyway.
Like they shit on Bucky twice in that episode because you've got the therapy scene where Falcon's like, "Oh, it's got nothing to do with you," and then there's also the moment where the new Captain America is on TV. It's like I never met Steve, but I feel like I knew him really well. And then it immediately cuts to Bucky in his sad, empty apartment,
yeah,
who
which is
actually knew Steve watching it on TV.
it felt really bad. And also, like, I don't know about you guys, when, like, after the whole therapy thing, and he's just like, so we'll never see each other again, this was real helpful, that he smacks Bucky on the arm. I was just like, okay, no, that would have been a moment where, just not even in like him throwing like Falcon through the wall, but just holding him up against the wall and just be like, all right, just try to get out. Like, just one of those moments where just like like Falcon really needed to be taken down a peg.
Also, how can like Bucky just go on a military mission with Falcon?
Uh
Like, just a
We
random
think that
hey
it's
civilian who
we
is
saw him
like
in
a
the base.
criminal,
Yeah.
and now he's been rehabilitated. Oh, guess you get to go on this military mission. No,
Even
don't
before
ask
that,
anyone.
just turning up on the airfield next to Falcon is like, "Hey, how the fuck did you get here? Why are you here?"
and then he's like, I'm going with, and we're both just going like, what? Like, all three of us are just going like, what? No, you're not like part of this. Uh them talking to Cap at the end of the episode, they're like, we're free agents, we have a lot more freedom than you. And Ninja and I just went like, no. That's you could be arrested. You could like everything. Like you have no freedoms in this situation.
Yeah.
You're just a
If
normal
you're a
fucking.
contractor for the military, you follow the military's rules. That's how that works.
People are saying like, oh man, like it's so tragic that we had like that black super soldier this whole time, and I'm just going like, no, he was retconned in.
It's like,
He
why
didn't
didn't you tell me
exist.
there was a black superhero? I like the idea he was black was the important thing here.
Even though Falcon actually has a whole other scene where he downplays Black being important.
Mm-hmm.
Because the kid says he's the Black Falcon. And he's like, no, I'm just the Falcon. That's the important part. And then he just immediately 180s it in this other scene. Really
And then
weird.
they used him being black and them having an argument to have the police basically arrest Bucky, but it's like because the police are racist.
Yeah.
Oh
Big
yeah,
if.
yeah. If it hadn't been Falcon, they would have just arrested Sam. Yeah, because they have to do basically the all cops are bastards and they're all racist. And I was trying in my head, I was like, maybe they could make the argument like why Sam would give a shit about this hidden super soldier, and it's the idea that like, okay, he was basically super soldiering around during the civil rights movement, and he was left to kind of rot.
Even then,
like,
I don't
but the
think
problem-
that should be like
Yeah.
narratively relevant. It
Yeah,
was
it
more like
shouldn't. Yeah.
the thing should be, wait, you've been hiding a superhero like off the book, like kind of like, wasn't that part of the Accords or something? Like to identify, you have to have all these superhero people on a list. Like, wait, you kept this secret?
Oh, but the Sokovia Accords after
Ye-
WandaVision, I don't even know if they still exist, honestly.
No, they exist. They're just in name only because Wu says like that's a violation of the Sokovia Accords.
Okay, so they're there. They're just nobody gives a shit
Yeah,
about them.
it's just in
So it's
name
basically like an
only.
EU regulation law. Cool.
Great. What, the moment for also a thing from Civil War. It's like a big part of that. It's like, oh, not even not even relevant anymore. It's like just a back thing.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't care about them. When did this become MCU stream?
I was, you know, because we have just those. God forbid we have a tangent. We have a we just talk about this kind of stuff. We did like an episode recap as WandaVision was happening. I think we didn't talk about Winter Soldier, so it's fair enough that we finally talked about it on this stream. So on terms of Snyder Cut, like I actually have it on screen and I've got like the little filter thing up. What was like the worst thing like that you saw while watching Snyder Cut?
Well, at the beginning, it hurt my eyes. Like the out of focus, like lightning, like with Superman's death.
Oh, you mean...
And then on, and then I unironically, well, I laughed my ass off when Superman screams were like going across the world because it's going just like slowly getting quieter and quiet. I just couldn't withhold my laughter. It was just so hilarious for some reason.
In order to do that, in order to achieve that effect, it means that Superman didn't just have a single scream. He actually went because that's the only way it would travel out in separate ways.
Yeah, because that's not how sound works. Sound doesn't do this like Also, the most cursed image I've ever seen in my life is a Zack Snyder film. It's just like after everything, it's just like, no, this is bad.
It's the film is literally called Zack Snyder's Justice League. You also need to just make sure everyone knows it's your film, Zack. You know, and after this, like Zack went on to like interviews and stuff, and still bitched that he, didn't get his his way fully. It's like, oh, they didn't allow me to have the Green Lantern scene at the credit scene. Like, you already have 5 endings or something in this film. You wanted another one, and you had this fantastic opportunity, which I was completely against. But great, you got it. And you're still going to say, I didn't get more. I wish I got more. It wasn't perfect. I needed to add another 5 hours to this film.
I was talking.
Shit.
I was talking with. I was tweeting at Moriarty when it was just like, so when are we gonna get the even bigger Snyder cut? And I just tweeted at it. I was like, it's just the undoctored footage from each camera. Like every cut, like you just see the scenes over and over again. If the scene had like multiple camera angles, it's just that bad.
Dude, there's a faction of people who legitimately would cream themselves if they got their hands on that.
Oh Jesus! Like even without sound effects and just
Yep.
without the music, it's literally just like Gal Gadot going.
I can't remember where it was. I remember there was like there was some really bad CGI on one of the Dark Side. Like, I mean, the CGI on Dark Side is pretty iffy. It doesn't look very realistic. But specifically on one scene, it is like incredibly PS2. It's like later on in the film.
Oh,
I can't remember when.
Is it the scene right after Steppenwolf dies?
I don't know. I think it's before then. It's like he's in Atlantis, and
Oh, okay.
he's like killing some Atlanteans. It's not
Oh, you mean when Darkseid's doing it, not when
yeah, Darkseid doing it, and he's got the Omega beams.
I do not know how I feel about. Oh, wait, it'd be when they're reviving Superman is when that was happening, because he was seeing Darkseid come in. It's like what he would do to this whole thing. I think I may have
Dude, the
missed
fact
it.
that you can keep any of this straight in any kind of order is beyond me. I cannot even place where any of this happened.
That's how bad it is, though. Oh, also the alien ship just recognizes him. Would you like to assume command? I'm in.
He actually did the hacker man thing of saying that he's in. I love it.
Oh, Lois just being an antidepressant commercial anytime we saw her. It was the most hilarious thing
all
in the
the
world.
color correction, the sad music. It was all so cheesy. It looked like an ad for.
Oh, here we are with
Yeah.
the visions.
Um,
Oh no, we're crying. Wait,
We're
are
all
they enslaved? Or are they like?
oh,
Here we are. This is the CGI I was talking about. It is like it's abysmal. It's like PS2 graphics.
I love how he didn't need to put much force behind that. He's just poke with the fucking trident. Oh. And then we get the display of his Omega beams, which I always thought like neat power in the comics because it's just a static image. I have never enjoyed how they how most films or media have done them. They're either too slow or they're almost too fast. Which I know they're supposed to be insanely fast, which is why Batman gets the compliment of like he's the only human to be able to ever dodge the Omega beams.
Well, not even like human. He was the only person ever to avoid his Omega beams.
Mm-hmm. But
impressive. No one has ever avoided my Omega beam.
Yeah.
I wonder if the other one is as agile.
Yeah, and I enjoyed that one, but that's mainly because Justice League Unlimited had them go at like a pretty decent pace that we can still see them. But not like, because the problem with this one is that they just instantly just went away the second it happened. I just realized that's the fucking Aquaman that he just stabbed with the trident. He just went.
Wait, that's Aquaman?
I think so. I think that's supposed to be Jason. Yeah, I think that's Jason Momoa. Just hanging out there.
That doesn't look good.
Yeah.
Even like the cyborg CGI, it's improved, but it's just a constant distraction. Like the body, I think is a lot better, but the head specifically, there's something about it that just doesn't make it like composite very well together.
So this is what I was talking about, by the way, during the the before times. this how everybody points out like this is an amazing Easter egg. There's Robin's suit in the background. So apparently it happens in the Batcave. The whole
But
like
this is implying that Darkseid killed Lois. So
Yeah.
Darkseid kills Lois, and then the Superman's like, "Sure, I'll work for you."
Yeah, that's the dumb thing. I said that while we were watching. It's like, so Darkseid kills her, puts his hand on Superman, goes, "Join me." He goes, "All right," and it's just like, what? Yeah,
Well, but it was Batman's fault because they're in the Batcave.
yeah, and it's just like, what? That makes no sense. Regardless of whose fault, regardless of what led up to like Lois's death in this alternate universe or just upcoming universe, Darkseid still killed her. That's like regardless of like what happened, Darkseid being the one who kills her, Superman would be insanely furious and kill the ever-loving hell out of Darkseid. Let's see. Something that like made us laugh just so much. I wonder if I'll be able to just drop a random Wonder Woman scene and just come on.
Oh yeah, I forgot they make her like not just have like really good reactions. She's actually moving at insane bullet speeds, which is like, okay, well now you've just made her really overpowered because now she's not only like incredibly strong, she also has these laser AoE gauntlets, and she's also able at going at the speeds of bullets. So it's great.
The most hilarious thing is like so it's the pistol. So he drops the pistol and then he just loads like his assault rifle or just picks it up, and then we just see
Do you
Diana.
notice the After Effects like blood splatter and cracks on the wall?
Oh yeah, it's just like in the R-rated version of Batman versus Superman. Like they just added this thing after the fact. So like we see her do like this like, oh perfect, ancient lamentation. that's what we were talking about, where it's like anytime Wonder Woman does something,
Yeah, if she's on screen for like a second, that fucking song comes on, and it is even worse than.
Yeah. I was doing that, and then my NVIDIA broadcast took it as background sound and just cut it out. Even NVIDIA doesn't want me doing that.
We either made the we just lost Slayer. I'm sure he'll be back at any moment. I'm gonna be doing like a Snyder cut video, and I'm so gonna have to stop myself from asking like everybody I know to just either do an impression of the ancient lamentation or just the just the two like the opening notes of her theme. It's so hard
Her
not
two
to.
fucking themes are the most annoying in the DCEU.
I used to think her theme was pretty like okay.
Cool.
Like
it doesn't mesh with anything else.
Yeah, then when
the thing it's got going for it is it's extremely catchy. That the da 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 da. It's catchy, but like you then compare it to the characters, like does this really fit? I don't think it does.
It doesn't fit in the slightest.
She's the only one with a theme like that. No one else. Same with the Ancient Lamentation meme that they just use the same sound clip for every single fucking time. It doesn't fit anything else, and they do it every single time. Like a sound cue.
And there's like so many like slow motion shots. Noise. Like when they're drawing the bow, they're picking up the arrow, the music keeps playing as it scrolls through the sky. And the one thing I will praise the Justice League for is its editing, because it managed to edit these scenes a lot to have spend a lot less time on them, and they still get the exact same information across. Like, for example, you don't need him to, have the pistol, realize it's like really slowly look at it to realize it's unloaded. In the Justice League, he just goes straight to, well, I'm gonna drop the pistol, and then I'm just gonna go pick the assault rifle. He loads it up.
Or
he doesn't even flick it automatic. He just starts mowing, and that manages to get the exact information. But it plays a lot faster.
Yeah, the
Also,
point
the
I made when we. Sorry.
go ahead.
Okay, the point I made when we were watching is that Snyder does this thing where, okay, I'm going to use slow-mo for all of, like, the important moments, TM. But for Snyder, every moment is an important, iconic moment, so the entire
Mhm.
movie, especially the first hour or so, is a fucking slog. Just because it's all in slow-mo, pretty much.
It takes nearly 2 hours for the plot to start.
Yeah.
I was gonna say the most annoying thing I would have to say, like the biggest example would be when we realized Luthor escaped Arkham. That scene in Justice League, fucking, uh, that scene's like what, a second and a half, but then for Snyder Cut, it's like 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Like with the guard
There are
walking
so
up.
many great examples. Same with the Flash introduction. There are many comparisons, which just like, okay, the scene is 5 minutes in the Snyder cut, it's like 10. It's like, well, no wonder this fucking thing was a slog. And everyone thought it was going to be 4 hours because of all the scenes they were adding. It's like, no, it's 4 hours because they're just stretching these scenes out so long. And it's like people started saying, "Oh, the reason why Batman versus Superman, like it's oh, you just didn't see the cinema, was it the director's cut
His art
of
the ultimate cut or whatever.
yeah, and it's like, oh yeah, the studio kept coming in because they kept fucking with artistic vision because it was too long. It's like no, the studio said, hey Zach, we need you to make a film that's 2.5 hours, and then Zach said okay. He went away. He came back. He came back with a film that's 3 hours. And okay, no, Zach, that's not what we asked of you. Could you maybe cut it down a little bit? It's like okay, well, if you're not going to cut anything down, we'll cut it down. They just cut it down to like 2.5 hours.
Everyone said that the studio interference ruined the movies, but if the studio interference is someone in a suit coming in saying, hey, Zach, not everything is an iconic moment, right? You know what? Maybe the studio should interfere.
It's like when we were talking with Cinematic Venom, we were talking about the idea of like this, I think it was you, Ninja, who brought it up, the whole like maybe there is good merit for why the studio interfered with Ayer's vision with Suicide Squad.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like it's like, oh, the studio interfered. It's like maybe you just didn't have a good movie to begin with.
Like for example, I think EA and Anthem, people blamed EA for like the failure of Anthem, but if you start going into the behind the scenes stuff, this is one of the only times I'll ever defend EA. It's like, yes, they were completely right. They kicked them off their ass, said, make something, you fuckers. You've wasted 7 years.
Yeah, they were wasting their time for 7 fucking years, and then like 2 years before the release date, EA just went, make a fucking game. And then not only that, after like a year and a half later, they were just like, well, we still don't have a game, but hopefully the BioWare magic will kick in, also known as making their employees fucking wage slaves for a bit. It's like, oh, well, BioWare, you used to be one of my favorite companies. Now I practically hate you. That actually just made me remember how, did you guys hear that Anthem is actually now, like, completely dead? Like,
Was it not already?
I didn't
Uh,
care enough to follow it.
Well, my friend Eli was keeping track of all this stuff, and yeah, like a month ago, he like sent me a message like, "Oh yeah, EA is finally pulling the plug. They're not doing the FF14 thing where they're like rebooting it." And it's just like I kind of expected that. I was like, yeah, as much as it kind of makes me a little sad because it had kind of an interesting concept, I knew it wasn't gonna live. The
I
only
assumed it was just dead on arrival because Destiny did its own thing much better
right.
in a way that actually hooked people in. Even though that game was never my thing, I kind of got why people were into it.
Right. Though when it comes to those live service games, it's like, man, Destiny really is kind of the only one that's doing a decent job at it. Because other than of course like MMOs and that kind of stuff. Well, Destiny is trying to be an MMO by this point. But then you got like, I almost wanted to say like Avengers, which is like trying its damnedest to pull itself out of the mud, albeit unsuccessfully. Like, even though, regardless of the success of the of like their DLCs, they are like releasing them. Unlike Anthem, which never even released their big raid event, or like I think they did actually, but it was a complete piece of shit. So, back to Snyderverse. I just realized how much of a tangent that was. With the whole like Wonder Woman blocking the automatic fire, it's the most hilarious thing in the world because he's just like, okay, all the bullets, also, and then we see like we see the normal speed of like Wonder Woman reacting to the bullet. She's like,
Yeah, so that's implying that she can see in fast speed as well, which is what they were also doing with Superman, saying that he could go
yeah.
at the same speed as
Oh,
Flash. Yeah, the best they've done is make it look a bit less stupid, but it's still like narratively it's stupid, and like it's still stupid as a scene.
part of me thinks they should have just done the dumb thing from the cartoon. Remember how in Justice League, the cartoon, Diana would just kind of just hold up her wrists and all the bullets would just magically just hit those instead.
Well, they are like magically imbued by gods, so at least like there's some suspension of disbelief of what they can do.
Yeah.
And also the animation as well.
Yeah. They weren't gonna have, yeah, of course, with their animation, they only had the two bodies. They had to keep them stiff for the most part. Actually, during our Shazam coverage, like Slayer and I were breaking it down. It's like, why does everybody in this animation style look the fucking same? Like
Yeah, it is a little odd.
all the
I think it's
guys
more
have like
just
the
the
super square
limitations of the
jaws.
time.
Yeah, it's definitely a product of its early animation days. So I never understood this. This is just a thing from the Snyder movies. The whole smacking the bracers together. As far as I know, that wasn't a thing in that's not even a thing in the comics, is it? Like, she'll use them offensively, like when she hit Superman in the ears when he was under mind control. But in terms of as a
normally,
weapon,
if she needs some kind of ranged attack, she'll either use the lasso or her tiara.
yeah.
So yeah, super speed is not something that's part of her abilities usually, and same with like the lightning AOE attack with the gauntlets where she smashes them together. I am very dumbstruck by this
because the thing of her gauntlets was always that they deflected bullets. So
Right.
the implication is that, as we actually see in the Snyder Cut in real-time speed, which is hilarious, her actually moving her arms fast enough to do that. But then, is she able to run that fast? If she's able to move her arms that fast, it would stand to reason, right?
I always thought.
Yeah, I'm fine with her hands moving that fast. I'm not fine with her running that speed. That's when it starts to break.
Remember that scene in '84 when after she renounced her wish and she's just running and it just shows like, oh, that outfit was not made to be running because it just made Gal Gadot look really awkward.
I mean, the whole scene is awkward.
That after the swinging from lightning on a rope.
I think that Star Wars girl put it best when it looks like throughout the entire scene, she's having a man go down on her throughout the entire thing, and it looks really stupid.
Oh no.
Anna does have a very dirty mind, though, so...
In turn, well, yeah, have you seen all her tweets about Henry Cavill? She's losing her fucking mind right now.
All I need to do is mention Henry Cavill in my video, and all of a sudden she's like quote tweets the clip of my video saying, "Oh, I see Henry Cavill! Oh my god!" It's like, oh my Anna, please, for the love of God, you need to go to horny jail.
Yeah, no, you don't just use the bat. You use like Mjolnir for the bonk. Like, go to horny jail.
The thirst is real. That's like an entire section of the fandom around this movie as well. Is just the Cavill fans.
I mean, I'll admit I'm one. So here's the thing.
Cavill is like a really great guy. Like I've seen him in interviews. I've seen him on fuck. I've already forgotten what it is now. The morning show.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, he's incredibly nice, and like I was very surprised when I heard like the story about how he almost didn't get Superman
Because he was
because he
playing
was too busy
WoW.
playing World of Warcraft. Yes, and
Yeah.
I had to include that in my video because it just shows how much of a geek he is, and he's built his own computer. He's British. I didn't know he was British from watching Man
I
of Steel.
I loved the fact that he's like he read all the books, like all the Witcher
Hmm.
books, and it's just like he's the only reason I
He
watched The
schools
Witcher.
the writers of The Witcher, and like they have to go to him and say, "Hey, does this work with the law we know?" And then he goes, "No, okay. So the way it works is that this is that, and that is this, and these are like born of magic, and the way that works is this." Shame they couldn't tell him how to, write a story more in a way that
Coherently.
makes sense better. But he helped them with the law stuff at least.
Yeah. Like, yeah, Henry Cavill was the only reason I watched The Witcher, because I was like, oh man, because all the stuff I had seen where it's like it showed the Nilfgaardian armor behind the scenes was just like, it looks like a bunch of trash bags, and then we find out it's
Yeah,
like,
Nilfgaardian armor looking like ball sack skin. It doesn't sit right.
yeah, and you're
Especially because
playing,
I'm now
yeah,
playing through The Witcher 3. I'm finally jumping in, and the Nilfgaard I'm seeing, it doesn't match up with that show in the
yeah,
slightest. I
in
can
the
actually see why
show,
people are mad.
yeah, in the show, they
They made
make no.
Triss black.
Yeah.
Okay, I was gonna say how they made him
As a
like
redhead, I'm
savages.
very offended by
Yeah.
that.
It's always the redheads.
It's yeah, oh yeah, and it's like they say like, oh, there's no evidence in the books that Triss had red hair, and it's like bullshit. Her fucking, or like that she was white or something, and it's like her pasty. I'm trying to remember. It was like not in Sword of Destiny. It was the one after that. It was like talking about like how Triss was like really fucking sick, and it was just like her pasty white skin was even paler or something. Which made me laugh because I just thought like, Safkowski, how can you get even paler than that? You're saying that she's already pale.
What see the sickness was turning her white. That's the thing.
Yeah.
It's turning
Uh,
translucent.
uh, no, the funniest thing of that scene actually is the fact that she's dying. Like she's so sick that she thinks she's dying, and she's just like, Geralt, just fuck me one last time. And I was just like, anytime I was reading that, I was like, that's just weird. Just wants one more Geralt lay before she died.
Especially since anyone who is extremely sick is usually not looking their most fuckable.
Yeah. Have you have you seen that meme slur where it's like that scene from Spider-Man 1 with MJ with the waitress outfit, and over Toby it's like Geralt, and over MJ it's like any sorceress, and it looks like she's taking her clothes off.
I mean, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, no sorceress can resist Geralt of Rivia. Uh Trying to think of something that can bring us back on track.
We
Oh
do
yeah,
have a
we're talking
videos
about
to
Snyder.
watch today.
what were you saying, Ninja?
We do have a couple of videos to watch. We can cover those instead of just flicking through the 4-hour long movie.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, I was thinking like we could do a little bit of a breakdown, then watch the videos. But I think just
No.
going straight into
It
the
would
videos
take
would be
so
yeah.
much fucking time, dude. We'll get to all the important points on the way.
Let's see what points they bring up and refute those.
Yeah, fair enough. Let me throw the cover back up and then switch windows, because oddly enough, when I screen share through Discord, Chrome doesn't work anymore. Like showing off things like HBO or Netflix or that kind of stuff. So I need to quickly switch everything back over. Oh, in terms of like the thing that bothered me the most, I thought the nightmare thing, I thought that was going to be most of the movie. Like I thought that was going to be like the
I
half the
still
movie was
don't know how you got to that conclusion
Yeah,
exactly.
I'm still not sure where
So-
that came from.
This is probably just headcanonism, really, because I thought with the whole Joker reveal that my interpretation was that we were going to be spending a lot of time there, and then we end up spending like 10 minutes there, like as the epilogue, and I was like, oh come on.
I mean, I
Like-
didn't know it was going to be the epilogue, but I did kind of know it was going to be irrelevant because it's a nightmare. It's a dream sequence or a
Well,
prediction or whatever the fuck.
I don't know, maybe it's the end game comparison got made too many times, so I was just like, oh yeah, then they're just gonna time travel Tisms and fix the whole thing. And that was
No,
gonna
please no more time travel.
or oh wait, it was also the setup from BVS. Remember, Flash time traveled and it was like, you were right about him. Like I thought we were finally gonna get that stuff like
Lois is
closed
the
off.
key.
Yeah, I thought
She was the key to all of this. It's
My
like
bro-
poetry.
my brain did that thing where I'm like, all right, I will speculate a little bit based off the evidence that we're given, and from the trailers, like, all right, Apocalypse Tisms. There's Ezra Miller in the fucking future suit going like, you were right about him, and it was just like, oh, so it's gonna be like an endgame situation where Flash is gonna have to go back in time, and then we get proper Justice League.
Yeah, my big thing about the nightmare sequence is that at the end of it, I still didn't know whether or not we lived in a society.
You know, the whole nightmare sequence, it like they set up as like, okay, the patrol's gone. It's really not safe for us to be out in the
Then they have
open
like a
in the
whole
middle of the day.
conversation.
And then after setting that up, they just have a whole argument and a conversation, and it's like they haven't been like they've only just seen each other. It's like after he killed Arthur, it's like, okay, wouldn't they everyone already know this? After blah 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 blah, I bet you never loved anyone. It's like, have you never had this conversation before at all? Like you're only just having this conversation now in like the least appropriate time, and then you get the Joker talking about giving Batman a reach around. What is this?
So,
oh yeah,
as
the
I'm
way
gonna
Joker appeared, Shiny. Did you think he was a hallucination at first as well, just because he kind of apparates out of thin air, or did you always just kind of peg him as actually being physically there? Because I was confused for a second.
I thought it was an illusion at first.
Yeah.
so
I, honestly,
just appears.
you could have done the whole like Dark Knight thing. Well, not Dark Knight, sorry, the Arkham Knight, where it's like the Joker was in Batman's head, and that played for some of the best moments in Arkham, and so he's just talking to an illusion this whole time.
really,
That would have been better.
you liked Joker showing up in Arkham Knight? Because in all honesty,
He made for some of the best. It didn't work narratively, and why I say that is because okay, the Arkham series has almost entirely been about the Joker, and for the Joker to be reduced to such a trivial role would be pretty stupid. But in the same time, in Arkham Knight, it was for here. The story is not about Joker, so you can have him in this side role included. This idea in Batman's head that he's talking to, and it's an illusion.
Maybe-
Especially since the Joker is a very good representation of the opposite of Batman. Like anyway, but in Arkham Knight specifically, it made for some of the best comedic moments, and at least some of the good character moments as well.
fair enough. I guess when I first saw that, I was filled with dread because I read all like the prequel comics, so I was just like, yes, let Joker just be dead. Do a Batman story, no Joker whatsoever. It's just like, please. And then no. We got him just hanging around and him constantly just talking. I wanted him to shut up every time. I don't know if like everybody's saying Arkham Knight's such a great game. Maybe I need to replay it because I just wasn't in the fucking mood for it.
Arkham Knight is not a good game. I think I already forgotten the guy's name now. There's a very good video about it by what's his name?
Because like SK and like Thumpcast, they were doing like
Off
the
Snake.
whole they were doing like a whole breakdown on it, and they're like saying how it's really good. And I just like, and like got like Evan who says like it's a pretty good game, and I'm like, man, I don't know. I feel like the Batmobile got overused. I feel like
People have defended the Batmobile, and I don't get it because it's like, oh, it's only used when it's like contextually relevant. Have you fucking played the game? It is used at almost every excuse, and it is infuriatingly annoying.
Yeah, like you're constantly in the damn thing fighting Cobra tanks. You're fucking.
It's the biggest grind. Okay, defend Poison Ivy from waves and waves of the exact same tank. Defend these plants from the exact same waves of tanks and tanks and tanks. Dude, this tanks,
No, no,
drones,
fight the
and it's really
gigantic tank.
slow, and you have to like get out of the way, and it's like it's not hard, but it's tedious at the exact same time. And then just to make it hard, they just throw 30 fucking tanks at you that fire 3 shots. 2 of them aren't even directly towards you, and they still give you enough time to like get out of the way. And the only way you can't get out of the way is if there's 50 fucking of the fuckers who just corner you, and there's no way you could ever avoid any of these shots because of all the crisscross pattern.
Yeah, Shiny, you've kind of actually just pointed out like exactly why I hate the fucking Batmobile. I really fucking hate that thing.
Yeah, Fourth Snake had a good video about the wasted potential of that Dark Knight.
Oh yeah, I think like Thumbcast, I think they're eventually gonna cover that, or like one of them's gonna do like a response video. So to bring it once again back on track before we start the video, I love how Meme Repository like found and like a few other people found out this part in the epilogue. It's like reused footage from Batman versus Superman.
Oh, that's why it looks so weird.
Yeah, it's the scene like so in Batman
It's
versus
like really
Superman.
badly recolored. I was thinking, it's like, what the hell's the lighting? Especially since it's like in the middle of the day. It's like
Yes.
the shadow wouldn't be that strong in the middle of the day.
Yeah, so that's
And
the
I was
scene
also
where...
curious, like, why it was in his colored suit when he was in the new black suit.
Yeah, so that's supposed to be the scene in Batman vs Superman where Lois is being held by the general guy and like Superman drops in. Yeah, that's they reused the footage. They pulled a Rise of Skywalker.
Oh no, he got laid.
Yeah. So in terms of the video, gentlemen, I almost said ladies and gentlemen when River's not joining us. So would we rather watch, as I throw the cover back up, would we rather cover Brown Table first or Film Speak?
I feel like
Shit
Brown Table's
table.
going to be more exhausting, so we should probably do him when we're the highest energy.
You said so 2 for Brown Table? What about you, Ninja? You agreeing with Brown Table? Or that we should cover Brown Table? Great talk.
Yeah, he says yes.
You're just puppeting him. All right.
Well, it's already 2, so unless the 2 of you are going to vote for the other one.
Oh no, Wyatt doesn't get a vote. He's the one who
Oh.
called the question.
I'm already mad. I'm like not even like this video is sponsored by Skillshare or something, or like NordVPN, whatever the fuck that was, NordVPN, and it's just like
There
no,
will be
fucking music and just like
I remember watching
Oh,
Watchmen.
the
Meaning for
parts,
piano and
the
part
parts
one.
of that. How the Snyder Cut was so incredibly pretentious with the parts, with the music, with the like. He originally wanted it to be black and white, and was it 4:3 or something?
yeah, 4:3
Like the
aspect ratio and black and white, and I am. It just makes you want to just go like, you shouldn't be allowed near film anymore.
It's like he added it purely because he thought that alone would like make it. Okay, what purpose does it serve? Why is
look
it
more
there?
like Seven Samurai. That's
It's
it.
just there so you can make it seem more artsy. Oh well, it's not. It's called
Shiny,
being pretentious.
Shiny, don't you know it serves 2 purposes: Jack and shit.
When I was really little, and I remember imprinting it into my mind, no matter how much my parents didn't really want me to see it, as it was rated R. The violence, the stylization, the darkness of it all, it was completely different from what I was used to, but I fell in love with it. I loved the filmmaking, I loved how cool all the characters.
That means that word is important. Also, I am already uncomfortable at how he's bringing in Watchmen, which is, I'd say, Snyder's best movie. I can't think of one he's done that I like more.
Hot take. I don't think he's made a. No, this might actually just be more my mood right now. I was gonna say he's never made a decent film in his life, but
You don't like Watchmen?
Watchmen's okay.
I've heard 300 is good.
Yeah, you know, I like I said, I was like, this might just be my mood right now, because with the Snyder Cut, it's definitely made me very angry at Zack Snyder, so it's almost made me lashed out at his previous work. No, I'm sure Watchmen is fine. Ninja likes to.
I've heard it's
He
just
praises
an
it a lot.
incredibly terrible adaptation.
Bad adaptation, maybe. It leaves a lot of things out of the comic. It does some things differently. But
only
as a
thing
movie on its own, I think it's perfectly fine. I like it.
certain things couldn't have been adapted, or at the very least adapted properly. I don't want to see the giant octopus.
Or
like
the
that's-
raining squids or whatever. Yeah, some things just get left out, but on its own, without an adaptation argument, I think it's fine. It works.
Yeah. And also the problem is like most people don't know that there is an extended cut, which actually does it keeps a lot of the context that the comic
Oh yeah,
had.
do watch the extended one. The character interactions, the emotional motivations, they are quite important.
Yeah, it also ties into like the curse of the why can I never remember the comic within the comic that is very crucial to the themes of the story. Yeah, look, just watch the extended cut.
Were and could tell even at a young age that they were all flawed and some terrible people. Yeah, I fell in love with Watchmen. At the time, I didn't really know who Zack Snyder was. I only began to learn about him once I realized he was directing Man of Steel. And I made the connection in my mind,
Oh my god, he's fucking like forcing Man of Steel to be in like 4x3. He's like pulling a Snyder-tism.
Yeah, didn't you know that the superior superhero movies are squares
No.
and maybe black and white?
No.
Also, I now just realized why he put different on the screen. It's because one of his points is going to be that people hate it because it's different. It's coming.
right, he's the guy that directed this one movie I really enjoy. But also at the time, the Marvel Universe was in full effect. Man of Steel came out in 2013, the year after the Avengers. And we all thought this was DC's attempt to start their own cinematic universe. And it was wildly exciting for me. Because again,
yeah, how could it
Why
not?
did he phrase it like that? Unless he's going to go into some wild takes where no, they were never trying to do that, you guys. They were totally just doing their own thing.
I mean, Snyder.
I've heard people even trying to say that Batman versus Superman was like them doing their own thing. Like, no, they were desperately trying to catch up with Marvel at this point.
Yeah, to the point that Batman vs. Superman was their version of Civil War. It's like, you haven't even started. You haven't even begun to walk, and now you're already trying
Batman,
to run.
At least with, like, Captain America has 2 films, and, like, he's in Avengers, and his Age of Ultron's before then, yeah.
Yeah.
So you've got two Avengers films, 3 Captain America films, and with Iron Man, you have he already has 3 films being in the Avengers films. Like, and the rest of the characters have all been introduced in previous films, so that also allows so much more with them. But none of these characters are established. Batman in Batman vs Superman, there is not enough time to properly establish him.
Yeah.
Same
really
with
not.
all the characters in Zack
why-
Snyder's Justice League. They don't establish Cyborg well. It's really rushed, even with the fucking 4 hours they have.
It's why with Batman vs. Superman, I absolutely hated the whole Batman killing thing. Not just because like I'm not even pulling the whole like Batman shouldn't kill thing. I'm more just saying like, man, it's not properly explained at all. The whole like showing the Robin in the Batcave, the Robin suit, that's not enough. Like, we need like
Oh no, but
proper
this means it's an
context.
old Batman who sits. Okay, so you have your argument is Superman is really young and he's not Superman yet, and your argument is Batman is really old and he's no longer Batman. Like, make up your fucking mind. Okay, you can't have both.
Yeah, that's the problem. Snyder
Is
suddenly
this late MCU? Oh no, not late MCU. Is this a late DC continuity or is it an early DC continuity? Could you maybe make up your mind there?
Yeah, the whole thing with like say like the Ultimate Universe. The Ultimate Universe was the interpretation of Marvel where like what if all the heroes actually were just now popping up at once instead of dealing with the 30 plus years of history. Like, so it's like modern day, now Iron Man, now Captain America, now Spider-Man. They're all popping up. And this is like everybody's reaction to it. Meanwhile, Snyder is just like, oh, so Superman's just starting, but Batman's been doing this for like 30 plus years. And it's like, what? like then this is why he's like he's been fighting the Joker, he's been fighting Two-Face, he's like everything Batman related has ever happened. It's like that's quite the implication on the universe.
And I loved Watchmen, but it kept pushing my expectations on Man of Steel. It's gonna be like Marvel, right? This is like their first movie, they're Iron Man, and then they're gonna build into the Avengers, the Justice League. They're
this is supposed to be their Iron Man, the thing that starts off the DC like cinematic universe.
Even
It
called
really
it Man of Steel. Gee, I wonder why people were drawing comparisons.
Also, I love the idea.
Well, it's more just it's their first film, similar to how Iron Man is like the film that they were starting with. So that's more the comparisons. But just to have so much like stakes and destruction in the equivalent of the first Iron Man film, how the hell are you supposed to have higher stakes after this? It doesn't make any sense. It's like in the big starting off your story with like several nukes going off across the world, and it's like, well, how the hell do you top that?
Also, I love
Doomsday. It was several nukes at once at the same time in space.
I love how they're like, this is gonna be the start of the universe. Shows that clip from Man of Steel where he goes Krypton had its chance. Like, come on, Brown Table, context for your fucking editing, man.
There's one correct way to do this one thing, and watching the movie when it came out, I didn't get Marvel. I got this epic with a stoic
because they're supposed to be Marvel, but at the same time, if he's trying to say that people don't like it because it's not Marvel, he can go fuck himself.
Yeah,
that does seem to be where he's going with this.
Oh,
people didn't like it because it wasn't Marvel. Instead, we got this epic.
It's going to be the same TLJ defenses. You just didn't understand it. Like you were just had different expectations.
I wonder if he's gonna call like continuity and stuff like that fan shit.
Oh god.
Scraps of comedy and an all-around dark mood. It wasn't necessarily not what I wanted, but it wasn't what I expected.
Oh, his expectations were subverted!
Well, yeah, that too, but also, what the fuck was that sentence?
Let's try this again, yeah.
One thing, and watching the movie when it came out, I didn't get Marvel. I got this epic with a stoic character, scraps of comedy, and an all-around dark mood. It wasn't necessarily not what I wanted, but it wasn't what I expected.
It wasn't necessarily not what I wanted.
What the fuck was the... What?
Wait, so it was maybe what I wanted?
Okay, so Man of Steel is a fucking shit film. It makes no sense. It is all over the fucking place.
No,
set up... It's like they were making it off, as they went along.
It just wasn't not necessarily not what you wanted.
Also, it just kind of...
It's not what you didn't want, it's what you didn't expect. It's what you secretly wanted, but because you didn't expect it, you said, fuck you.
I'm just listening to these words. I'm just like, what the fuck are you saying?
I fucking knew this was going to be exhausting, man. I called it.
Oh, man. Yeah, with when Zack Snyder was making Man of Steel, I just kept thinking he was going in the background, rubbing his hands together, like, yeah, I get to finally fuck with Superman, because fuck Superman, he's boring, he's overpowered. Like, and then he
we need to add some flaws to him. We need to make him an edgy teenager. We need him to destroy this guy's truck, even though it's his livelihood, and Superman's now incredibly petty and childish. We need him to say, "You're not my dad," and it's oh my fucking god.
You're not my real dad. I read Plato and crucify trucks. Maybe I am not exactly what you maybe did not expect and not want.
What?
It's not really how I saw the Superman character as well, and ultimately I ended up disappointed. As of right now in the present, I think the film's fine, but one of the reasons...
No, it's not. It's shit. It's shit. Not even...
What? This is more telling about fucking Brown Table than it is about the movie.
Can we stop calling him Brown Table and just keep calling him Shit Table?
Hold on. Can we just talk about, like, with the whole Twin Perfect and, like, like with Shit Table, just all of these fucking people that when they see these like superhero movies with like the shittiest morality possible, it suddenly shows how much of a psychopath they are in all reality. Like the Twin Perfect going, Krypton indeed had its chance. Or with Shit Table going like with the Dawn situation. If I had laser
hold-
beams, that guy would be
that
dead in an
happened?
instant.
Somebody
What?
saw the Krypton had its chance meme and said, "Hell yeah, Superman! Fuck them kids."
Yeah, Twin Perfect went like Twin Perfect did go like Krypton indeed had its chance. And it's just like, what the fuck? What is that? What is this shit?
Whoa. I mean, it did.
I mean, Twin Perfect is also one of those people who's like, "Well, of course it makes sense. It literally happened."
Yeah. You saw it on screen.
It just makes
I did this in my video just because what we're seeing on screen right now. The oh my god, he saved us, and then it's like we did it, Patrick. We saved the city, and
yeah,
it's all on
that's
fire.
literally what it is. It's literally SpongeBob Patrick. We did it, Patrick. We saved the city. As like all of Metropolis is burning to the fucking ground.
That one
Okay,
guy in the
Superman.
background,
Let's
my
see what
leg!
you did here. Okay, so you have the world engine, destroyed this entire place, and then you turned it into a black hole, and then you crashed a ship in the middle of the city, and then you leveled what was left with Zod. So, great saving there,
saved the
mate.
day. He saved that one family from getting lasered by Zod.
The funniest thing is, like, as I was watching EFAP's, like, Man of Steel coverage, he twists his neck to the right, so that family is dead, because his laser vision would have gone to the right and decapitated all of them.
I didn't catch that. I should have tried to catch that and put that in my video.
He snaps
No,
it
see,
to the right.
Saving the world Thanos style by getting rid of half of them. See? Saving the day.
I love that
how
it
you
became a
Google
complete
for a
meme
bit.
that even how it should have ended has referred to it like several billion times in videos. Like if you watch the Doctor Who episode they did it's like the Doctor comes along, it says, I'm a superhero for the universe, and Superman says, oh yeah, I'll if you ever need help with a Dalek or something, just call us. And he says, I don't think you'd be able to help, because Daleks don't have necks. And then Batman goes, oh, snap. They mean no, snap.
Call that the Zod snapped neck.
And they even did that in that's how he kills the villain Martha that they made up.
Oh, yeah.
He snaps the neck.
Because I genuinely
Oh, we
didn't like.
never even mentioned the Marthan Manhunter.
No.
Oh, the Manhunter.
No.
Yeah, the way we get
no.
introduced to this character who's kind of been teasing the sidelines for years is in drag as
Since
Superman's
Man of
mom.
Steel.
Yeah.
Since Man of Steel, it's been like originally he was supposed to be in the film, but they cut him. Which just fucks of this so much more since he is that general guy.
Yeah.
The general guy is giving like Superman a hard time. It's like, wait, you're Martian Manhunter. Why are you doing this?
I was
Makes Man
explaining.
of Steel even weirder.
I was explaining to my girlfriend how like this makes it even worse because of the whole like, yeah, you're a fucking Martian, and yet you're going up to Superman, going like, how do we know you have America's best interest in mind? It's like, you're not even from here.
He can
Also-
read minds.
Look at that thing from Lois's perspective. She thinks she had this serious heart-to-heart moment with the mother of her dead ex. This woman who she
Mhm.
has this shared trauma with, and it encourages her to pick up her career and get back out there. And the next time she sees Martha,
They're like putting
Martha
the house
won't
bed
remember
together.
a single thing about it.
So, thank you. It's like what you said to me really hit home. I finally got my life together, and then Martha's just gonna wait.
Lois, what are you talking
What?
about? What are you talking about, Lois? What? I didn't go to your apartment.
Who you? Oh yeah, we met like once.
Jesus Christ.
This like look from like Henry Cavill's face. This is just like the look we give Man of Steel whenever he just passes us in the hallway. We're just like, ugh.
Like the movie at the time was that so many people around me were telling me this movie is mediocre, this movie is bad. 2016.
Shit.
No,
bad.
it's not mediocre.
It's shit.
It's so Less than
It's so
mediocre.
fucking bad. Like I genuinely feel anger when I hear somebody say Man of Steel is good, because it's not. Man of Steel is like the worst interpretation of Superman you could ever fucking do.
But it's okay, guys, because he's
Angry Joe
about
give
to
it like an 8
explain
or a
why they're
9.
wrong.
He gave it a
Do we
9.
want to start going into Zod's nonsensical motive? Well, his motivations make sense. His actions don't.
Oh yeah, I want
And
to
then
restart
he wants to
Krypton.
transform Earth into a less hospitable planet. He says, "Oh well, you know, we don't want to go through years of pain." It's like you didn't go through years of you literally just got your powers, and after you took off your suit, how is that years of pain? You
Yeah, it's like if
seem
you
to
go
be
outside
coping
into the
fine.
sun without your sunglasses, you're like, ah, fuck, my eyes, and then you're fine. It's like that's all he
Years
went
of
through, and then
pain.
he was a super person afterwards.
And
Yeah.
he gets his powers instantly, and then they. So obviously, you know, when he starts breathing the atmosphere and he starts having tisms, that's not him adapting to the atmosphere. That's all the senses are being hyped up to 1 billion.
Yeah, and he
Mhm.
doesn't know how to handle it.
And then even Superman says, "My parents taught me how to hone my senses." It's like, wait, what, Zod never honed his. Okay,
Where did
I
you
don't. What the fuck?
where did you train? On a
On
farm?
a farm?
And also, how are you gonna convince Kal-El to help your cause? We'll bury him in skulls.
Yeah, it was very unnecessary. It's like, hey,
Maybe
Cal,
that's,
you know, if you want to give us this codex thing, we can just go. We can terraform literally any other planet. We have these, and then people have pulled up the whole thing of like, oh, well, the terraform planets failed. It's like maybe they shouldn't have turned them into a less hospitable planet. And then why does Zod think it'll be different this time? At all?
Because he's
maybe
he's a
being drowned in
soldier.
skulls is a really convincing argument on Krypton.
No, what if it's just a
Krypton?
what-
It's just it's like giving a girl chocolates. That's what it's like on. Well, you know, Krypton does have like the really horrible HR Geiger style technology. So maybe who knows? Maybe that is like giving a girl chocolates.
That's literally just
No.
Kryptonese culture right there.
No, what? God damn it! What if burying somebody in skulls is just how you win a debate? Like you're just like, you're like, or like you're trying
You
to settle,
literally bury them.
like you're trying to settle an argument. Like Ninja and I are, we're trying to like, oh man, do we need to? We're gonna get pizza or burgers? We both pull out our buckets of skulls and we just start pouring. It's like, no, pizza's better. Ah! So like constantly, like it's you just gotta bury somebody in skulls in order to win your argument. Duh.
Maybe that's why their population died. They
They
kept
had
running
to-
out of skulls.
Hey Jeff, are you okay down there? Oh, I think we killed him with skulls. Oh, oops.
Well,
Cool,
add his
previous
skull to the
thought.
pile.
But how is that how you convince Cal to give you like the codex? Hey,
Maybe
hey,
it was
hey,
just like a
Cal. You know
threat,
we're all
give it to
right.
me or I'll kill everyone. So give it to me so that I can kill everyone. It still doesn't work, so I don't know what we're gonna
Oh
do.
damn it! I was gonna say like this whole face is basically our reaction to the idea of trying to persuade somebody by burying them in skulls. Like what? What are you trying to do?
I think
Steamrolls a lot.
at the end of the day, I'm really not convinced by Ben Affleck's performance as Bruce Wayne / Batman. It really doesn't help that he's been given like a really thick bat suit that makes him look fat, and then it doesn't help that.
I mean,
I don't know,
that was kind of the joke. Was in the Dark Knight Returns, one of the nicknames for that Batman was literally Fat Man.
Along, Batman v Superman is here, Batman kills, Superman is still dark, Lex Luthor is not faithful to the comics, everything's so weird.
It's not that he's not faithful to the comics, he's shit.
Okay, even without going to the adaptation argument, what is his motivation? I'd say he's a less shit villain than Zod because the end conflict is more revolving around Doomsday than it is Lex Luthor. But still, like, why is he doing all this? I think in the most time in the comics, he's like just extremely jealous of Superman.
So So without pointing to the comics, in this movie, he hates Superman because for the same reason he hates God, because God didn't help him when his dad beat him. And
Yeah, so I think
Is
it's
that
the
what we
sort of
get?
power with supreme powers in general that he hates. So it
yeah,
doesn't
Mm.
matter that Superman is Superman. It's just the fact that there's this godlike being that exists just personally offends him.
It's so stupid, and it just doesn't. It does. His whole character doesn't make any sense. His motivation doesn't make any sense. His plan, fuck me, his plan makes no sense either.
see, would you have preferred Doomsday or if Jesse Eisenberg just hopped in a mech suit? Because
I think if he hopped in a mech suit, it would probably make not that the idea of introducing the mech suit would be bad, but I think it would make the film worse because then it relies a lot more on Lex Luthor for the stakes of the film, and the fact that he's a shit villain in this film means
yeah,
that it would make the stakes a lot worse. Like kind of like
Yeah,
how I talked about Zod. So Zod, the reason why Zod is even worse than Lex Luthor is because in this, the Lex Luthor is not revolved. Well, the conflict is not revolving around Lex Luthor. In Man of Steel, the final conflict is revolving around Zod, and the fact that Zod is such a terrible villain just makes it even worse.
I've
also,
always hated the mech suit for Lex just because it takes this really intelligent villain who uses his, his power and his
Mm-hmm.
intelligence to get things done. He's a titan of industry and all that, and it just makes him another
Punch
really
things.
strong dude.
yeah,
But it would ruin this Lex less. I guess there's that, which isn't much.
Mark Strong would have been a really good Lex Luthor.
I could not understand. Why can't you be like Marvel?
That's not the
Stop this!
problem. That's not
Who
the.
was making that argument though?
No one's saying. Okay, so the only best comparisons people are making of how DC should have copied Marvel in how they structured, their movies in stages. So first, you have the origin films. You introduce Batman in his own film. You introduce Superman in his own film. You introduce Wonder Woman in her film, and then you start having the Avengers. This would be the Justice League, and so you get Wonder Woman, Batman, and Superman together in their own film, and they're brought together by Jean, the Martian Manhunter. He forms them. There's some kind of alien invasion, like they do in I think in the Batman animated series, they literally just do War of the Worlds. But there are other things they could do, like how they did it in the what even were those weird aliens in Justice League animated
Oh,
series?
I know what you're talking about where we kind of think Batman died at one point.
Yeah, they make them think Batman died so he can come back and save the day later.
I don't remember what they were called, but I definitely remember. That's the weirdest thing is like I remember that it happened, yet for some reason I have like zero memory of the actual episode.
It's been far too long since I actually watched it.
Mm-hmm. I honestly think if you just made like a live action version of Justice League War, like the very first one, not Apocalypse War, just the first War movie, and where it's just like they all form mainly out of necessity, than them being brought together, because that was the whole point. Is that like it was actually kind of like what the Snyder cut. Darkseid was coming to Earth, so the world's greatest heroes had to unite to
I
fight
don't
him.
think it's a smart idea though to start
start
off
with
with
Darkseid.
Darkseid almost immediately.
I know,
It
but it's kind of like who do you do then? Because then like I would because
well, I just gave an example of either
oh
the War
yeah,
of the World
the
aliens, but
random
either
alien.
way, it's usually like the people which destroyed Mars is usually what brings them together. That's
That's
why
true.
you get the Martian Manhunter as Slash on Jean the
I mean that's fair because the problem being is if you did like say Brainiac, that's too involved with Superman.
mm-hmm.
If you did if you do a Cersei, then that's too involved with Wonder Woman. Of course, you can't do Joker because then Superman could just hold him.
Well, it depends on the Joker's plans. Like, it
Right.
can't just be straight up fighting Joker. But yeah, I just mean if you have just one villain, it becomes more of a Superman film or a Batman film or a Wonder Woman film than an actual Justice League film. You need a Justice League villain.
Yeah. It's this whole like, but again, on this whole like, it's not Marvel. It's like that's not the point. It's not the point.
It's not the
At
problem.
Brown Table.
This
That's
literally
the
is
point.
what I
It's
called
not
at the
that
beginning.
it's,
You hate
you know,
it 'cause it's different.
It's terrible. It's a bad adaptation, and it's a horribly written mess. It's all over the place. Like, why does Kryptonian atmosphere disable like Kryptonian powers? Why does it make them as weak as a human? You can
Red
still
Sun.
well, okay, they're in the sun. So yeah, obviously, originally in the continuity, it's the red sun which removes the powers, and
Yeah.
the yellow sun gives them the powers. But there's no red sun radiation on the entire ship on the Kryptonian atmosphere. It's just the air. Breathing the air while still being under the influence of the red sun, not the red sun, the yellow sun, is somehow able to remove his powers. Why? How?
Which is
And
really
then they mention gravity, they mention the Earth's air, but he can survive in space, and he's perfectly fine in Kryptonian's gravity, and so is Lois. So the gravity and Earth's air have nothing to do with it then.
I love
What
how
is it?
they say that with like Krypton's atmosphere. Yeah, it's like if that truly was the case, Clark would have died on Earth because you're basically saying that Krypton's atmosphere is mainly not a nitrogen and oxygen based atmosphere, and like that's which is like, oh, then that means that Earth should have killed him, or which is why
Earth should have
Lois.
killed him, and also Kryptons should not look like humans.
Yeah, because the only reason we look the way we do is because of our gravity and because of like our distinct atmosphere. Like,
And they are trying to go for like the super uber. Well, the defense of the film is always that Zack Snyder's going realistic, but in actuality, it's not fucking realistic at all.
also, hold on.
At this time, knew about the Snyder fandom and the certain toxic people who inhabited it. I made fun of how
Okay, hold on. They say
Oh, I see what this is. He's trying to appeal to the Snyder fans because he sees where the wind is blowing, and he's trying to appeal to the. Oh, you piece of shit! But
What
yeah,
toxic people is he talking about? I don't get that.
he's probably talking about like fandom menace creators, and like,
Oh.
and I'll be totally honest, there are a hell of a lot of toxic Snyder fans. Unfortunately, I've had some very unfortunate passings with them. You do so much as say the music was pretty bland in the Snyder cut, and so same with Justice League. They ban you, not ban you. They just block you out of nowhere, or they'll take something you say out of context and like quote tweet you. And then they say, "Hey, could you explain what you mean? I want to see if you can back up what you say with a coherent argument." And then I was just about to go and like back up what I was saying. I think I was talking about editing specifically, where it really drags out all the scenes. I was just about to reply, and I'm blocked, so I couldn't reply. So he asked me
hate
to
it
make
so
an argument,
much.
and then he blocked me to make himself look better. And then he kept calling me a coward because I wouldn't reply. It's like, dude, you fucking blocked me, and you're calling me a coward.
No, the best way to win an argument is to make sure your opponent can't actually say anything.
Yeah, don't you know?
Apparently.
They might just
Got
make
'em.
your fucking shit
Don't-
point.
Don't you know? It's not about fighting what we hate, but making sure they can't talk.
But yeah, this video is definitely trying to basically just worm his way into all of this.
some of them praise Zack Snyder as a god. Well, of course it's just for fun, and yes, Snyder cultists, as they're called, should most definitely be clowned on a bit to humble them. There was something underneath. I was in a one-sided battle with Zack Snyder.
Okay,
I was
so
in a
basically, yes, these people who built a cult following around just this dude who makes movies, yeah, they're awful, they should be clowned on. But...
I'm gonna do the exact same thing!
Yeah. It's like,
Does that mean he's given us permission to clown on him?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Perfect.
He consented. It's fair game.
in a fight that he did not know he was fighting. I was thinking, how does this guy not get it? Why does this man not do what's literally been outlined for him by Marvel?
Okay, no. That's not the problem. Why doesn't he just do Marvel tisms? Like, no, why doesn't he just make a good film? Like, you don't have to copy Marvel, you just have to make a good film.
I was parroting what I heard everyone else say. This is bad because of all these reasons, and it should be like
Oh
this.
no!
There is-
Are you trying to say that we parrot every fuck's? I have never parroted anything. Anything I've had with Man of Steel, I've been talking about since day fucking one, before it was popular to shit on Zack Snyder. Because that was more around the time of Batman vs Superman. Because originally everyone was saying, "Oh, Man of Steel, it was great." No, it wasn't.
It's
So,
so
oh,
weird.
you're just parroting other people. And hell, even if it is parroting other people, well, does that change if the argument is wrong? Like, no, it doesn't. So, what's your point?
is a correct way to make art, and it's this way.
Why
I mean,
did
when
he
other
put
companies...
that word on
What
there?
the fuck does that mean? Hold
Is it,
on.
he does the video essay thing of putting like the important words of his sentence on screen, but like he's doing it to the point of parody. He put the word "is" on screen to make sure we wouldn't miss it.
Companies want to make universes and fail, that's because they don't follow the Marvel formula, right? Hell,
No, it's because they're poorly written pieces of shit.
Did he just use the Tom Cruise mummy as an example of that?
Yes.
Oh no.
You're in the weeds, Brown Table.
Yeah, that one
Again,
failed.
the
'cause it
only
didn't follow
thing
the
that they should
Marvel
have taken
formula.
from Marvel is the structure of how they've structured their big films. Because rushing to Justice League and a versus movie is not what that shouldn't be your second film. It doesn't make in what world does it make sense to have Batman versus Superman before you've even done a Batman film?
And the whole
No.
Marvel formula he's saying that people are mad they're not following, their whole thing, their big brain idea, was literally just introducing characters before you use them. That's it.
Yeah. Which is just storytelling 101. Have your characters introduced before you immediately have them team up. That's why, like, if you want to make like the big jumping off point, which is like was Justice League War, it had these like moments where it was just like, all right, Green Lantern's investigating like what is essentially the parademons. He then runs into Batman. Batman talks to him for a little bit. Then we get introduced to Flash. It's like we kind of it goes at enough of a pace that you can actually kind of you can understand like the character before they then become part of the team.
It's also heavily. I will say it's heavily relying on. Actually, is there any films that go onto the continuity of Justice League War? I'm not entirely in the know of all the animated films.
So Justice League War is kind of the whole. If I quickly pull up HBO Max, it's kind of the beginning of this whole like DCAU because
the DCAU is the animated series.
Yeah,
continuity.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Sorry, I think I lost the conversation for a split second.
Because there are lots of different continuities for the animated stuff that just I get very confused by it all. So I didn't know if like one of those animated films go into it. But if none of the animated films go into it, it's heavily relying on other iterations of Batman to say, okay, well, obviously you know who Batman is already. But then when you go into Batman vs Superman, not only is other people not going to have this knowledge of who Batman and Superman are, these adaptations of the continuity are so far out of any other adaptation that you can't just put I don't know, the Dark Knight Batman in the shoes of Ben Affleck, of where it's jumping off from. You can't put Superman from the Superman animated series into this Superman because the characters are just so different.
Right. It's why, like, with Justice League War, they just gave him the stereotypical backgrounds. That's Bruce Wayne. He fights crime in Gotham. That's Clark Kent. He's Superman. Like, you know all these people. let's team them up. And it's like, all right, makes sense. We don't need to really do any of the guesswork. Meanwhile, Zack Snyder's like, you know who Batman is. He kills people. And it's just like, what? Come again?
I just want Zack Snyder, the guy that inspired me in 2009, to be loved, to be in a spot where people can
Inspired.
What is
Well, then
He
maybe you should make good
inspired me in
movies.
2009.
I'm so confused by that. Maybe it's because I lost track, but the idea of like, I just want Zack Snyder to be loved. And it's just like, where did this come from?
Tell him to stop making shit films. I don't know what
Yeah,
to tell you, man.
yeah, it's like tell him to stop making shit. Then I don't.
It's like he's trying to be appealing to on a very subjective level. It's like, don't hate him. I just really wish the guy that inspired me could be loved by everyone. Like when you say something like I really wish this character which inspired me could do this, that, and the other, but it feels really forced. Like I don't believe him at all when he says he inspired me. I think he's either over exaggerating, or again he's just trying to appeal to the Snyder fans to try and get them to hop on his channel because he sees it's popular.
I'm terrified of the idea of like future generations of filmmakers that were inspired by Zack Snyder. Not like people like our generation that are like inspired by like the Joss Whedons, the George Lucases. Like, it's like, no, my heavy inspiration is Zack Snyder. Well, okay, you're probably a psychopath.
By our
then.
generation, what age range are you talking about exactly?
I have no idea, to be honest. Like, I was more that was
because George Lucas isn't exactly in my not in my age range of heroes, I guess, since the original trilogy is like
generations ahead of us.
Was it 20 years before I was born?
Okay, yeah, that's true. It depends on the kind of films you did watch. Like when I watched a lot of the films that were from like the 70s and 80s, like before I was even like able to understand what was even going on. So it's like, oh yeah, there's a huge like George Lucas inspiration on like my part, whereas like with Joss Whedon with Ninja, but it's like I would be terrified of like the next generation of filmmakers that would be inspired by Zack Snyder. Because what would that
I'm more
translate
terrified
to?
of the filmmakers that would be inspired by J.J. Abrams and Rian Johnson.
Okay. I hope no one gets inspiration from them because then that's just distilled. Because as we all know, JJ was heavily inspired by Spielberg, so it's like, oh no. So now you're just
No,
getting
but he's not like
diluted.
people call him next Spielberg. Show me any comparisons between the two. I'll wait.
I don't know, because like the last so I saw Cloverfield once. I've seen all the Star Trek movies that he made.
They're
I
all
think the
shit.
comparison is literally just good visuals plus abusing the soundtrack to carry all of your emotional moments. And people are like, "Oh, Spielberg used soundtrack for important moments."
But that's
and
not
had
even
good
true.
Visuals. That's a comparison, right, guys? Right? It's like,
But that's not true in the slightest, because like Spielberg, he used Indiana Jones music when Indy was actually like doing something good. The characters and the writing made sense. Like the tank scene.
So
in
like
Last
he's
Crusade.
running from the boulder and it's like da 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 da, like a good moment. Whereas this is real. Trying to think of like J.J. Abrams now. Fuck, I've already forgotten most of the 2009's music.
Well, I was gonna say like with Force Awakens, you do get excited when like the Finn and Poe music plays, but that's only because that's kind of a good scene.
What's the Finn and Poe music?
The dun 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 dun. Like the problem is like it relies on Star Wars.
Dun 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 dun. Yeah, the most iconic Star Wars soundtrack. The
music I've ever heard.
Well,
you know,
yeah,
the song
like,
goes.
I chose more than 5 notes.
Well, no,
when I did my example.
Well, it's with me. Like I was trying not to lean on the strings, because the strings or.
It's fine. Just keep going with your argument.
Fair enough.
Enjoy his work, so why does he just not make a Marvel movie? In 20...
The fuck does that
it's
mean?
not the problem. Shut the fuck up.
Is this what he's asking? Is he asking why he doesn't make a Marvel movie, or is he like
He's
So, yeah.
answering why he doesn't just not make a Marvel movie.
But that's not a thing people were asking.
I don't
Mhm.
know. He's trying to strawman it to say that this is what people were asking for.
2017, I got what I asked for.
Wait. Okay, so hold on. Now I'm really confused.
Wait, so
Since when
the
is it
Snyder
mad
Cut
that-
was a Marvel movie?
Yeah, is that where he's going with this? Like, everyone was mad that Snyder didn't make a Marvel movie. First of all,
Also-
it's wrong, but okay, that's his thesis. And then he goes, but then he did. And we're like, okay, now you're wrong twice. What the fuck?
I don't understand how the Snyder Cut changed his life. Okay,
I
so
don't get it either.
how long after the film? This couldn't have been like more than a week. If I go back to say that a Star Wars: The Clone Wars changed my life, I would say, yes, because there were lots. Because of that show, I got introduced to the larger world of Star Wars. Through the Clone Wars, I found a girl who I was with 2 years who fundamentally changed my life. I found an interest in 3D modeling,
I was gonna,
which I now went into visual effects. So yeah, there are plenty of ways which Star Wars: The Clone Wars has, I would say, changed my life. But this is being entirely overdramatic. Like in a week, how has your life changed in a week?
Maybe all
because
those
of this
things
film.
happened for him in the last week.
I was
Because of the Snyder Cut, he found a girl, he got into 3D modeling and visual effects for 5 days.
I was about to joke you wouldn't exist without the Clone Wars because you like the whole clone thing.
I just vanish out of.
Yeah.
It'll be gone.
Yeah.
Before we get to part 2, let's talk about today's sponsor that made this video possible. Okay, so what happens if you want to watch a movie, say the Snyder Cut, when you're traveling, and the country you're traveling to doesn't have HBO?
Very simple answer here. You pirate it. You go to Pirate Bay, you download the fucker, you put it on a laptop, and you just watch it on a plane.
Hold on, Shiny. You wouldn't download a car, would you?
You wouldn't.
I would download a car if I could. Though I unironically did actually pirate this film because fuck giving Zack Snyder any money.
I signed up for like 6 months of HBO Max, so it's just like, I'm already paying for. I'd rather give my money to Close Enough rather than to Zack Snyder.
HBO Max. Well, all you have to do is use NordVPN, change your IP address to the United States, and freely access HBO Max like you normally would. But that's
even the ad is in 4:3. I just realized that.
The entire video is in 4:3.
Yeah, like I know not only is the entire thing, but like even his ad. Like what the hell?
And it's like really poorly cropped.
Yeah, it's all like cropped from the right.
And it's even more hilarious that it's not like he's done the really stupid thing of so obviously I used to do it where instead of cropping the video itself and changing the resolution, it is just putting black bars on it because you can see because it's stretching the black sides. Unless you just full screened it, I don't know. Is this probably is full screened? I don't know. It wouldn't put me past him to say, "Oh well, I got the aspect ratio wrong, and I've just put black bars on it."
No, yeah, on the full screen it is. It's got black bars too.
Yeah.
That's just scratching the surface of what NordVPN can do. NordVPN isn't just for getting access to content only available in other countries. NordVPN is a service that can help you with online privacy, website access.
So he's not doing anything interesting with this ad. Is it safe to say we could just skip? Because I think he literally spends the rest of this with a. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a nice bookmark there. You can skip.
Yeah, because
it's actually incredibly helpful.
Yeah. So
hey, do you want to skip my ad? We can literally do it.
Yeah, because I think the only ad that we didn't skip fully was was when High Top was doing Manscaped. That's only because he did like a whole
it was
skit.
just so fucking horrific and bizarre. We were entranced.
Yeah, because he like cut his balls open or something. It was like really fucking weird.
Yeah, there was blood and gore in that ad about shaving his balls. It was very strange.
Which he named, by the way.
Oh yeah, he named his balls in the ad.
Richard. He called them Richard.
It seems like the Justice League is here, and it was not what I expected. It has more attempts at comedy, it was a lot brighter than Zack's usual work, it was definitely unexpected, but of course that was because Joss Whedon finished Snyder's film. At the time, Snyder left the project because of a personal tragedy, and what was the result of the film that was finished is what I
Hold on. So don't just say a personal tragedy. I feel like the suicide of his daughter actually should be kind of elaborated on.
Yeah,
I don't think
kinda
it's
drives
entirely.
home
It's
just how tragic the personal tragedy was
Mhm.
and why he actually left
Though
the movie
I
without a
wouldn't say it was
dialogue.
that important because we're talking about meta context here.
Well,
It's
yeah,
just I think it's important to say that his work was finished by Joss,
right, of
even though
course.
the only thing Joss really did was I don't even know if he changed the character design of Thingy because uh,
So here's what Joss
I don't
did.
know.
They did the Pet Cemetery joke. They had they put
He
Superman
he
in
added
proper
humor.
suit.
He changed the aspect ratio. He re-added color and he added really shit jokes in there.
Yeah, and also why? Because of your guilt. Like, and then they had the whole argument over like why Diana was even being a superhero, which was really tismy.
Mm. Though he did add a one scene with like they Batman like was he said he was willing to die to get Superman back. And it's
Oh
like okay,
yeah.
that's part of his arc, sure.
Hmm.
And but now that's completely removed from the Snyder cut.
Which means that Bruce isn't willing to die for Clark.
He's just standing around.
now call the Justice League. I honestly thought the movie was gonna be good. Like, holy shit, the director of the 2 Avengers movies was finishing Justice League. Hooray, right? But sadly, that was not
Yeah,
the
but it's not
case.
his
For
vision
about
though. He's just been had a pile of shit dropped on his lap, and he's done the best he could with it. I think if he
Yeah.
was given like an entirely brand new vision with more hopeful and accurate depictions of these characters, he'd be doing a much better job than what he actually ended up doing.
Yeah, I feel like if he was allowed to, if he basically took that entire movie and said like, "Scrap this, I'm making my own film. If you don't like it, I'll walk out." And if they had complied with that, and like we got a completely original Joss Whedon Justice League, like I could have like imagine how possibly great that would have been. But then that
We
creates
can
what about
see how
DC?
much like influence he has on his own cut because um we now have the Snyder cut. There's easy comparisons you can make. And
Right.
considering that it's almost the exact same fucking film, he didn't do much.
Yeah. I I honestly do like the fact that Joss added a lot more of the color back. because
Hmm.
because personally I really do like the colors from DC movies. DC embraces their color a lot better than like what Marvel was doing at the time. Because at this point we only had Avengers and like the Phase 2 stuff. I'm trying to remember. No, wait, no, we were damn near getting close to Infinity War with when Justice League had come out, right? When did Justice League come out?
I don't remember. It was
Uh
definitely after Civil War, so it probably could have been.
Oh, then never mind. My entire argument falls apart because I was gonna make the comparison on like how Marvel didn't have many colors, and then it was before Guardians, but it's like, oh no, that is completely inaccurate.
a day after watching the movie, I thought maybe this movie was better than Man of Steel or Batman v Superman. But eventually I realized
Uh, uh, was the Joss Whedon Justice League better than Man of Steel or BVS? I will almost want to say no. Justice League is
It was
such an
better than
inco.
Snyder cut, I would say. I would say it's better than Man of Steel, not because it's good, but because Man of Steel is just that much of a fucking shit show. But I don't know. I don't know where I put I don't know where I put Batman versus Superman with Justice League.
Oh, this is I just realized. Slur Ninja, where would we in because we say Shazam was the greatest of the DCEU. Where would we put the Snyder cut? Would we put it above or below Shazam?
It's below. It's not as good as Justice League, and Justice League is what did we say, like a 2 or a 3? I mean, it's bad.
Yeah,
it's a
really
so-
bad.
low too. It's non-functional basically, and this
Yeah.
is even worse. So this is 1.
Fantastic. Shazam still sits at its status of a 5.
Yeah, it's the
Realize-
only one that scrapes by it being more or less coherent and having characters that have at least some redeeming qualities and an arc and things we can.
At least he's
actually
not a
latch
mass
onto.
murderer.
Yeah.
He's got that going for him.
Yeah, we were watching the fight and we're just like, man, look at the fact that he's avoiding the buildings and he's actually like trying to not cause like an entire city to fall apart.
Or even when he does go through a building, he just smashes the window, and then he comes back out again. The entire building doesn't blow up.
Yeah, the moment like Superman touches a building, it just collapses.
Oh, that scene. With
And
the
I've
fucking
had someone
truck is
say he
hilarious.
just broke the windows, and it's like, no, I can show you several scenes where the buildings are collapsing. That's not just breaking the windows.
Also,
Like he has a clash. He has a clash with Zod. They both run at each other, and the shockwave is so powerful it collapses a building. You can't tell me that Superman is not responsible for those deaths.
let's not forget that truck that Superman just glided his way out of, and then it just destroyed that entire parking garage. Oh my god.
No, I'm insane. Justice League was a mess. It was muddled, confusing, the tone was everywhere, and ultimately I thought it was the worst DCEU film other than Suicide Squad. That is, yeah, wow. And I thought, oh man, this
forgetting
is
that
totally Warner
exists.
Brothers' fault. They
Yeah, I keep forgetting it exists too. Oh, he paused at the perfect. Just Henry Cavill touching his chest, just while he looks.
Quick, Zatanna!
That Star Wars girl just comes into the chat and just coom sounds. It's like, ugh.
I'm, you know how much I forgot about Suicide Squad. I think I forgot to put it onto my ranking.
We forgot about Suicide Squad to the point that even though Ninja and I had recently watched it, I had to be reminded that it even exists by Cinematic Venom. I was like, oh right. It's like, right, Suicide Squad exists.
And the trailer's out for the new one, and it's official. It's picking up where the first one left off. It's a sequel.
Isn't it more like a soft reboot, the next one?
No. It even said Suicide Squad 2.
Really? I've just heard it's called Suicide Squad.
But
Yeah,
the trailer, like on the release marketing, it said Suicide Squad 2.
Well, that was just hold on. That was just a YouTube channel thing that was
Quit
like
trying to dismiss it. If
I'm not trying
they put it on there, they put it on there.
But that wasn't like Warner Brothers official thing. Like that was like some random YouTube channel that had the trailer.
It's got Rick Flag.
Yeah, so
it's got
it's-
Harley Quinn.
The
the
Suicide
same.
Squad trailer 2021, the Suicide Squad trailer 2021.
They kept
Suicide
the same
Squad-
actor for Rick
it's-
Flag, and they kept the same actors for Harley Quinn and Amanda Waller. It's the same.
It's more like a soft reboot. And that's what I've heard, and that's what I'm going with until I find something contradictory to that information.
Yeah.
Well, the trailer paints Harley Quinn out as a Suicide Squad veteran.
And
She
it's-
already knows the drill.
It's called the Suicide Squad, which is obviously,
Yeah,
and the other one is called Suicide Squad. That's the difference. It's like the Predator and the
yeah,
Predator. Tor.
So what he's pointing at was this trailer where it says the Suicide Squad 2 movie. When it's like that's clearly
Oh,
just
look, it's Captain Boomerang again. That's right, they brought him back too.
Oh no, because he's dead. It's a different Captain Boomerang and a different actor.
what? That's still
No.
Jai Courtney.
Is it? I
That's
thought he
Jai Courtney.
died.
No.
Nope.
Let me go
Oh
back
god, it's
to.
been that long. I guess I swear he died.
Nope.
feared, and it was not Joss Whedon's fault at all. Now we know Whedon played a role, but at the time, I didn't know. And once Snyder fans understood that Whedon had scrapped a lot of scenes from Snyder's original vision of the film and had replaced them with new ones, things got heated. They started demanding a Snyder cut of the film, some harassed and bullied, while others just passionately
See, I kind of liked it when Warner Brothers was like, it doesn't exist. Because now we've seen the finished product. And I'm like,
Well,
can you go back to
we
non-existing?
know it didn't exist because they had to pay money for reshoots. So there was nothing ever complete. They've had to redo a ton of stuff.
Yeah. And I hate how it became such a meme to the point, if I remember correctly, even shows up in the Harley Quinn TV show. Like, she wears a release the Snyder
Yeah,
Cut
they shit
shirt.
on the people. Like, there's a guy wearing this shirt.
Uh,
I will not defend that scene though, and I don't defend the Harley Quinn animated series in general because it is just it has some redeeming qualities, but funnily enough, it's everything else other than Harley Quinn herself.
I heard they do the romance between her and Ivy pretty decently.
No, they don't at all. It's just they kiss and then they have sex a few times while Ivy's cheating on Kite Man. But then they set up that Ivy knows that she doesn't want to get into a relationship with Harley because Harley's not like reliable, and she knows that she'll just not end up being unreliable in the end. So she goes with Kite Man, and then she just goes with the Harley at the end. It's like, wait, no, what the? Where is this coming from? There are so many scenes which establish their relationship with Kite Man. It's like, okay, well, if you wanted to do Ivy and Harley, you should have done Ivy and Harley. You set up that they were a perfect relationship, that she was truly happy, that Ivy was now better in a better place because of Kite Man.
Definitely supported Snyder's work, and the pleas for a Snyder cut kept going for I think about 3 years. Zack eventually confirmed there was a nearly 5-hour-long version of the Justice League film, and a Snyder cut did indeed exist, but at that point, I feel like a lot of people, including myself, wrongfully so, thought, you're lying, it doesn't exist.
Because it didn't. It fucking didn't.
They need to do reshoots.
They need to do reshoots, and Warner Brothers said even if it did exist, like, there's no interest in fucking doing it, or we don't have the money for it. Like,
So they spent what, like $80 million to finish it?
Yeah, and it doesn't fucking show.
Which is more than the budget of a lot of movies.
Yeah, it was more than Joker's entire budget, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
At the time, the DC Extended Universe was in shambles. Wonder Woman at the time was the best DC film.
It still is. Yeah, it still is.
It's still very much in shambles. Oh, I forgot something that happened in Snyder Cut when the three of us were watching it. You remember the big battle between all the Darkseid's forces and all the gods, the lanterns, and the Amazons and the Atlanteans? The funniest thing was the fact that Green Lantern, despite the fact he'd probably be one of the most powerful beings in that fight, was just shooting lasers out of his array. And when we were watching it, I was just like,
How dare you? How dare you make fun of Zack Snyder's vision for the retarded Green Lantern with the laser beams?
He worked really hard. He thought really hard to make those lasers and those beams.
He obviously didn't have a very big imagination.
Yeah, because I was breaking it down. I was like, yeah, the only thing a lantern is ever fucking limited by is their own imagination. And yet this lantern that's supposedly gonna help defend Earth.
Well, imagination and willpower.
Exactly. Yeah, the willpower.
This one clearly had neither. He just had lasers and beams.
Yeah, it's why I immediately went, as soon as he was about to be killed, I immediately just went dome. Just form a dome around yourself. And then he died. It's just you're really bad at this.
So
hey, it was his first day.
Difficult to do the Green Lantern right, because obviously, okay, so you've got the basic stuff like Bubble to defend himself or Bubble to carry people, but then you've got crazy things like trains or cars or miniguns, when he's doing all the crazy stuff, and that'll only usually come up once, which it means it's a lot harder to do the special effects for. So
right,
I'll give him a little bit of room. It's it is difficult. I'll give him that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fair enough. And I get it. Even like we all make fun of Green Lantern, but it's mainly because of like the Tismy shit of like the CGI even being the costume, and it's like but it's like it's not too bad when it comes to the idea of showing off his powers, because even like with Hal Jordan, he has, like, it's even been admitted, he has a very limited imagination, hence why he just does like swords or guns. Why isn't my play button working? There we go.
They were going in a new direction past Snyder, with Aquaman being a lot more fun, as well as Shazam. Shazam ended up being one of my favorite DCEU films. Still director-focused, but not as dark as before. So why would we retrace our steps and release an old movie, which we wouldn't be able to consider canon? And as 3 years passed and Snyder fans got louder, my pessimism grew. I was tired of Zack Snyder. Finally, the Snyder Cut got it.
I actually like that idea, the where they just go, even I was getting sick of it. It's like, yeah, you should have. Because in all honesty, like, so the hype before it, how much of you guys did you guys actually ever believe in the hype of the Snyder Cut before it was truly
thought
being
that
made?
Snyder fans were a joke. Like, I didn't think anyone took them seriously at all. Like, I've only heard of Snyder Cut in memes before all of a sudden.
Same.
Again, I follow a lot of Fandom Menace creators on Twitter. They follow me in turn. So, you know, I'm just like Ryan Kinnell, for example. I was never expecting Ryan Kinnell to like all of a sudden just start exploding with supporting the Snyder Cut. And same with like lots of other lower level Fandom Menace creators. It's like, what the fuck where the hell did this come from? I haven't heard of this from you in like forever, and all of a sudden you're just spamming out all this Snyder Cut shit. I never knew anyone was into this. It's like it was I don't know, some kind of,
It was a meme that took on life of its own.
Yeah, it really did.
It's like all the Snyder fans were hiding, and then all of a sudden they just pop out of the ground.
Ninja Slayer, what was your perception around the whole release of the Snyder Cut before it was actually announced to be made?
I always knew it was, at least a part of it was serious. There were always people who genuinely thought that Joss Whedon ruined his vision. And those people were always going to be disappointed, so it just kind of happened the way I assumed it would.
I was originally, like, my whole defense, this wasn't even a really defense of the movie. This was more just a whole thought process. I was like, okay, it's probably going to be bad, but at least we will then see Zack's, like, vision for the film. And now that we've seen it, I'm just like, put it back in the box. put it back. I don't want to see you make a film ever again. I'm normally against that, the whole, like, never work in Hollywood again. But it's like, with this, I'm like, Zack, you're done. Get out.
The only times I'll ever say, like, okay, I want someone to stop having X job is usually when they're terrible at their job. Like, I know some people say, oh, I don't want James Gunn to be creating because he made some really creepy tweets. So as long as they're doing their job, I don't see a problem in their position. But people like Ryan Johnson, J.J. Abrams, Zack Snyder, I'm trying to think, I'm trying to think who did Star Trek Discovery now.
Alex Kurtzman. He was the main
Alex
writer.
Kurtzman, yes. Those people need to be as far as away from anything as possible because they're not good at their jobs. And if you're not good at your job, you shouldn't be in that fucking position.
Yeah, because that's kind of how just any job works. If you're not good at your job, you normally get fired.
Except here's the problem. People love the Snyder Cut. As far as Warner Brothers is concerned, Snyder's great at his job.
That's kind of
well, obviously they wouldn't have tried to get rid of him if they thought he was doing great. It's only now that I suppose it could be that they're considering to keep going with the Snyderverse.
A lot of people say it was when HBO, like AT&T, stepped in and bought Warner Brothers. That was the step. That was the point where they're just like, all right, now we're gonna do what we want to do, and we want to see the Snyder Cut. And it's just like, why? why?
Well, because they needed something for their streaming service.
That's true.
Yeah. They saw a loud vocal demand for this thing. And as far as films go, I mean, 80 million is a lot of money, but for this type of movie, that's a fairly cheap investment from the studio compared to having to spend like 200 or 300 million on some brand new thing. So they saw it as a good way to make a quick buck.
And all this from when Henry Cavill and Zack Snyder did a watch together of like Man of Steel. And they were just like, so what about the Snyder cut? And he just went, fuck it, it's happening. I would love to think like no paperwork had been signed yet. Zack Snyder just said it, and then the fans were just like, it's happening. Like almost like
I wouldn't be surprised. He has kind of a weird mannerism if you've ever listened to him like in an interview, or he doesn't have a lot of sort of social awareness.
He's very awkward and not very well articulated.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So you're saying he
And
talks
I think
like
that's
me.
the whole behind the whole geeks and gamers, geeks and gamers, geeks and gamers drama.
Yes, famous YouTube channel, Geeks and Garnets. Geeks and Garnets.
I occasionally do tisms with my saying things. Shut up. So I don't think he meant to say that they were a hate group or anything. It just came out very poorly. But that doesn't.
I think
even if I accidentally insult someone, you've still insulted someone and should maybe say sorry.
Absolutely.
Like if I accidentally tell someone to go fuck themselves, but that's not what I meant it. That's not my intention. I still need to say, "Oh, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to, tell you to go fuck yourself."
Well, the fact that you didn't mean to do it means you're all the more likely to own up and say, "It's like, oh shit, my bad." If you don't apologize, it's almost like you're standing by it.
It's why I was about to make the joke of like, so you're saying he talks like me, because I have such a hard time just talking to people.
He does. It's almost like he might be autistic.
Oh no!
Oh no! See, I get a little weird about it because I guess when people start talking about like Snyder fans and how they are and how they act, it's like, well, I used to be one of those, but I was one of those before that was really a thing. Like I like old Snyder, like his take on Dawn of the Dead.
When people say Snyder fans, they're usually talking about the ones defending Zack Snyder's DC stuff. It's just shorthand.
Yeah, the newer stuff. Yeah, and that's where I'm like, I feel disconnected because I don't like any of that shit. But it's like, I like some of his earlier stuff. I thought he was competent. He had some talent, but he was always very visual. Like, don't let him write. Don't let him anywhere near the fucking script.
Because Sucker Punch.
Even then, I don't want his desaturated visuals.
Well, but Sucker Punch was a good example of a movie that looked really impressive, but the story was tismy as fuck.
Yeah, that's why I was saying, like, if you let him near the script, that's how you get Sucker Punch.
Yeah. Like, the movie looked great. Can I tell you what it was about? Nope.
I can't.
No one else can either.
I can, but that's only because of fucking YMS, like, broke it down, and it's just like, this is so fucking stupid.
It's really stupid. But I don't know, I never saw him, like, he did some cool shit, but I never saw him as just, like, some kind of, he was never on the same scope as, like, Spielberg or Tarantino or Scorsese or anything like that, To me, I kind of lumped him into the same category as J.J. Abrams. He's like a flashy visual guy. That's it. J.J. was on the lens flares was his thing. You had Snyder with slow-mo. You had Michael Bay with explosions. Everybody just kind of had their one thing that they did.
I remember when I used to think like Tarantino was one note and think it was just hyper violence, and then these two were just like, no, actually listen to his dialogue, because the only films
his dialogue is top fucking tier.
Yeah, but that's only because
dialogue, his humor, the way he does things, and the way he ties that back into the visuals of ultraviolence.
Right.
It's like, yeah,
and the reason
he doesn't have the widest range, maybe, but he's good at it.
Yeah, and the reason I had always thought that was because I had only seen movies like Inglourious Bastards or like Django Unchained, where like he's got some good dialogue in like Inglourious Bastards, but what's the scene we all remember the most? The Jew Bear scene where he caves a guy's skull in with the bat, or when they shoot Hitler like 7 million times.
You have this thing that you do where like we all remember this one scene, and it's like if you ask most people, the scene that they remember from that movie is either the one where you first meet the bastards, or it's the farmhouse scene with Christoph Waltz.
I was also going to
That's what I
say
was
Those are the
about to
ones
say.
most
Yeah,
people
that
point to.
intro scene is so fucking good.
I was also going to say the Jew
Yeah.
Hunter scene as well. Like if you like, that's where I was saying he does have moments of good dialogue. I was about to say like, oh yeah, the Jew Hunter scene is a very memorable scene. And maybe it's just the crowd I hung out with where I was just like, what do you remember the most about Inglourious Bastards? And they say the Jew bear, or when they finally blow up the theater. And I would ask them,
That's like the most surface level shit.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, yeah, those don't. That's not what most people would probably point to. Like a few people, sure, would say that, but I don't know. When you say like most people, it's like, wait a minute.
Yeah, cause then when you want to talk about like the awesomeness that's like Pulp Fiction, yeah, you remember a lot of the dialogue, which is where they're talking about just the what a quarter pounder with cheese sounds like in like France. It's the conversation in the car and how they should have gotten the shotguns, or they discuss what a TV pilot is. And then I finally watched I'm slowly but surely watching Reservoir Dogs, and I watched the conversation about tipping, and that's such a good conversation. Like
Oh yeah, it's one of the best scenes in the film, and it
uh,
tells you a lot about the characters at the table. Like
mhm.
there's so many things happening in that one scene that are establishing everything you need to know about the people that are involved in this without just dumping exposition in your lap, which is what most modern movies do. It's like, let's have a 10, 15 minute, especially the Snyder Cut, Jesus fucking Christ, with all their just scenes of nothing but exposition dumps.
or just
instead
like
of telling you trivia about their background, it's actually giving you an insight as to how they think, what they might feel about certain things, and then it presents them with circumstances like, okay, now that I have a basic grasp of these guys' personalities, I have a much better hook into how they're reacting to the situation.
Mm-hmm.
We seem to have gone on a tangent.
God
Yay!
forbid. Well, it's almost as if we don't want Brown Table to talk because he's kind of just not saying anything. He's so far.
He's saying some stuff.
Well, he's saying his absolute shit, where he's like, "Oh yeah, Zack Snyder should have just made a Marvel movie," and then that's what we got, and it's like, what?
Well, no, he's yeah, he's saying that that's what we're saying, and that we were wrong because that's what we got with this film.
Or what we got with the Justice League. He's saying the Justice League was basically Snyder's Marvel movie, and it was wrong, it was shit, everybody hated it, and that's what you get for wanting that. And now, Zack Snyder's back to give us the proper version, and it's really good. And
Yeah,
this is what we could have
I've
gotten
heard
all
a similar
along.
argument of when I've tried to say like these films are like way unnecessarily dark. There's like there's far too much violence. It really doesn't fit these hopeful, optimistic characters. And it's like, well, that's what you got with this Justice League, and that's what you get. It's like, no, just because you want something a different way doesn't mean it has to be this poorly written piece of shit. And then
Yeah.
what you want is also a poorly written piece of shit. So what the fuck do you want here?
Yeah, like Aquaman's a perfect example of this. Aquaman is lighthearted as all hell, but it's shit because it's horribly fucking written.
Announced.
Yeah, but there are still Snyder fans which defend what's Aquaman though.
Oh no.
I think it's the best thing ever.
Who would defend Aquaman? I only defend it from a meme angle. I'm like, it's just so fun to point and laugh at. It's not like
I mean,
Shazam.
it's certainly one of the better DCEU films, but it's again, that's not saying much. It's not as good as Shazam, but yeah, as we said before, Shazam is not that great.
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah, it's a 5 at best.
Yeah,
it's
that's
like
why...
somewhere like between a 4.5 and a 5. That's the bar the DCEU has set.
Average.
It's reaching average at a stretch.
As more information on what happened to Zack Snyder came to light, how Warner Brothers didn't trust him anymore, how Joss Whedon butchered his work and Snyder just had to let him do his thing,
I know that's how films are made, but Jesus Christ, just seeing these guys.
It's the shoes. It's the shoes that do it. The fact that they're all green and then they're just wearing normal ass sneakers.
Just holding Henry Cavill's legs.
Well, the thing is about the shoes, they're already on the ground, which isn't green screen anyway. You can easily, if they are in shot, you can easily mask them out in After Effects. So
I've always meant to ask, how comfortable is that damn suit? Because that's what, because you wear.
you're
like, the
asking me
mocap
because
suit.
I wear
Yeah.
a completely different kind of suit. I wear a
Oh,
mocap
okay.
suit.
Isn't the mocap suit somewhat similar to this?
It's similar. It's a suit. That's the only similarity it has. Because this is
Fair
like
enough.
green stretchy material. The mocap suit is actually quite thick and like it's covered in sensors to allow you to capture your movement, and it also gets very hot inside it. It's also not your traditional kind of mocap suit where it's relying on the camera to capture the data. It's like the suit itself is capturing the data.
Oh wow, that thing must have been expensive.
About $2,500.
Oh
Fuck.
wow, wow, that's cheap to like compare to what we will hear with like how
Yeah,
much
compared
Pokemon's-
to the some
Not
mocap
Pokemon.
setups, which a decent one's going to cost you about 8,000.
I heard
It's
Komiko's suit was like 26,000.
yeah 26. Well, that's also a standalone suit.
Okay.
And that's all. Well, it's made for higher end indie developers slash like proper big studio stuff, whereas mine is a lot smaller. I know hers is a lot more expensive than mine.
Mm-hmm.
I started to contemplate the creative process.
What you thought I got like a 26,000 pound suit or something?
I kind of thought that was just the minimum for those kinds of just mocap suits. I was like, oh, huh. What's this like YouTuber with like
Well, it
1,000
is.
subs just with a
Yeah,
26,000?
Shreddy must have been making bank at some point.
Well,
Shiny
I
suit.
actually spent my student accommodation loan on that thing. Partly because with this whole COVID situation, I didn't have much else to spend it on.
fair enough.
How yes, movies are group efforts, but most of how a movie ends up is all down to the director of the film. But big blockbusters don't work like that. There's committees, there's so much money involved that a director cannot lose money. If there's money at stake, you have to play it safe. I thought about how if I had a dream project, and I
That's not remotely true.
Not necessarily.
Could somebody break that sentence down to me? Because that just sounded like a bunch of nonsense to
He
me.
dumped a bunch of bullshit.
He just said that directors are usually largely responsible for the result, but big blockbuster films, that's not the case because they're made by committee. When the director can't lose money, that means they have to play it safe. But even then, playing it safe doesn't even mean poorly written, and not playing it safe also doesn't mean well written.
I almost want to say like,
Well, and I would point to people like Spielberg as being an example of the opposite of what he's talking about. I mean, all of those old school film developers basically were like the studio didn't want to get involved. They didn't want to fuck it up. They just handed them money. Like, here you go, do your thing.
or
Now,
in
it
the-
might be different now, but that's how the business was built.
or in the case of Lucas, where like they were like, we're not gonna give you money, and it's just like, fine, do it myself. Well, until Star Wars became a massive hit.
Well, but if anything, you could almost point to the lack of studio involvement being what led to the prequels being kind of fucked up, because everyone was like, well, George is a visionary. He knows exactly what he's doing. And nobody was like, hey, George, are you sure? Do you think this is going to work? Do you think this is going to make sense?
You really, especially when a lot of money is involved and you're working with big franchises, you really need someone to keep the directors under control, because complete director like control has constantly fucked up over and over and over again. You only need to look as far as the prequels to realize, maybe giving someone complete 100% control isn't always the best idea. And I think Zack Snyder is definitely that kind of person. It is not a good idea to give them complete creative control. Otherwise, you get shit like, his films. If that's him at his best in with Man of Steel and Batman vs Superman and the Snyder Cut, what the fuck's his worst going to be like?
They've had this
Sucker
problem
Punch.
with artists all the way back into the fucking Renaissance. When you have a visionary, you can't let them just go off on their own and do whatever, because they can and will get lost in the sauce.
Yeah,
you need to rein them in.
a
Give
good
them some
example.
limitations.
a good example of this in like the gaming industry is John Romero with Daikatana. He spent like 7 years trying to make a game that ended up being complete dog shit because he barely spent any time ever making the game. He was having like rock star parties and Lamborghinis. Like he was just being a rock star and barely making the fucking video game.
Okay, not quite what I meant, but yeah, that works too.
Well, it's because he mainly said like it was his artistic vision. Like it's like because he was an artist. That was the excuse he was saying.
Hell, you didn't go to things like BioWare. You gave them complete creative control for 7 years. They made fuck all.
Yeah, it took EA basically like make the fucking game.
And I still don't like that Zack Snyder is still having a bit of a cry because they didn't allow him to have everything he wanted.
Yeah.
Oh,
And are we going to now have the Snyder cut, the director's edition of the director's edition?
oh my god, coming 2032, the Snyder cut.
It's just
The
raw
Uber
footage. It's just raw footage. You see the guys in the green suits holding Henry Cavill. It's like, this is fine. Fuck it. We don't even have the effects anymore. Do you even hear
at that
Zack
point,
Snyder
it's not
go
even
cut?
a movie. It's just Snyder in a fucking room talking to camera, and then Superman. He said like Krypton has its chance, right? And then Batman, he's like, "Urgh." And then Wonder Woman, she's like, "Nah, nah, 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 nah," and she's just like playing with actual action figures.
I think I'd
That's
actually
the
watch
people
that though, just to see like, well, because we'd get a glimpse
There you go.
completely into his mind.
Tism confirmed.
Yeah. Just to
I
see
don't
like
want to see
him.
into his mind. His mind just doesn't seem very organized or tidy.
This is the Tism confirmed because somebody like me could easily be like,
Oh,
no, that's
dude.
what that means. No, that's what that means. Like that's what.
Yeah, I love 300, but if you ever just want to go the fuck to sleep, turn on the director commentary, and Zach will just sit there and go, "Yeah, that's CGI. That right
Really?
there, that's not CGI.
Really? Will he?
But that part, that's CGI."
Will he really
For
just do
fucking
that?
2 hours. Yeah, that's the whole goddamn director's commentary of that movie. I shit you not. For 2 fucking hours, and I'm like, oh my god, this dude is insane. I was like, I used to have so much respect for him. I'm like, God, maybe I could learn something by watching the commentary because he seems like he's got this really great style. And I'm like, oh, he's retarded. Got it.
Meanwhile, I feel like even if I was trying to explain my movie, I wouldn't be like, that's CGI. It'd be like, so when
Oh,
we were
dude,
trying to
it was
fucking put that
painful.
together, like it was actually really hard because I
It was
almost got
really
hit
one
by
of
the
those like
spear.
no feature heroes moments because it's like, oh, I want to be like this guy and direct movies, and oh god, I don't want to be like this guy ever.
In terms of a previous point, I almost wanted to say like directing is important, but I almost want to say editing is just as important because remember, Star Wars actually was saved in the editing room.
It's like any other team project. Everything is important in its own way. But you need the checks and balances in place to keep everybody on the same page.
Exactly. Or else,
But at the end of the day, the story needs to come first. The good writing has to come first because everything else stems from that.
Idea, a film, a series I wanted to make, I didn't want to have it sullied by someone who didn't understand my vision. If I was to change my ideas, it would be on my own terms. I would ask, I would not be forced. I think making Interstellar Ranger Commence really changed.
Ironically, compare himself to fucking Snyder and how his
He's got
vision.
cool thumb, by the way. He's got toe thumbs.
He kind of does. He's got what was her name? Chick from Transformers. Apparently, she has really large thumbs.
Megan
in real life.
Fox.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I
He's got
don't
Megan
know.
Fox.
The problem being is like it depends on how you view your projects. Do you view it as like your creative baby, like your vision?
Are you asking me if he seems like the type of person who, like Zack Snyder, probably huffs his own farts? Absolutely.
Well, yeah.
Oh yeah.
I was
Him and Snyder both would see anything they're doing as their creative baby.
Meanwhile, there's somebody like probably the three of us, like we wouldn't just instantly just not care, but we probably would be like, no, at the end of the day, we probably shouldn't huff our own farts, and this is going to be released to people. So
Well, it's something you have to reality check yourself constantly, and this is something I always do. Partly because you do see. I was talking to Shadowversity in my interview, and he mentioned something is that you constantly need to do reality checks. to make sure that you're never getting too big an idea of yourself, because there are too many YouTubers which, go out there, they start off great, but then they slowly just devolve into insanity, because anything they do, people just say they're absolutely fantastic. So whenever I see, again, High Top Films had some fairly alright videos back in the day, but then he went batshit crazy. And now it's still, people still just praise him, so he's going to keep doing the exact same thing as before and never thinking about it. It's going to get progressively even more lazy.
I mean, that's why I
It's sort of
appreciate.
the curse of success, you know.
It's kind of why I appreciate these two so much, because when I get into the weeds too much, they'll just yank me back to be like, nope, you need to like re-examine what you're doing.
I constantly try and get people to check my work, but even if I can't get them to check my work, I still separate myself from my work to try and okay, I'm gonna look at this again. Have I got it right? I'll look at it afterwards. Maybe there's a few things I can change. Or I'll, whenever people compliment my work, you can see there's quite a lot of people that will talk in my Discord, or will tweet at me, or go underneath the tweet where I've done the video, or even in my comment section of my video. There's so many people saying, "That's great. This is amazing. I've never seen this kind of video before. It's so unique, and like you make some great points." I've done not like make sure that never gets to my head, because I never want to get into the same position as High Top Films, where I just go slowly even more insane as I stop checking myself, and I become get too big of an idea of myself.
Oh, it's why I've kind of made a silent promise to myself that if we ever start getting like the super positive comments, I'm just gonna ignore them and look for the ones that like really want to tear us to pieces, just so
That's something your brain will do automatically. You don't actually need to promise that.
well, I have to, at least because of the Tism, where it's just like, because then at least that not only gives us talking points, it gives us something to like make sure, like, oh, are we doing the right thing here? Like, is this right, or is this right? It's like when we got the comment of like, man, they weren't letting High Top speak. It's like, no, we were we played the whole video and we let him talk. uh
Changed the way I view things. Making something, for years now, really helps put things in perspective. I don't want my vision to be compromised, but what makes me so special? So no one's vision should be compromised. If the movie ends up shit, if the show ends up shit, then let it be shit. At least it's 100% the artist's work.
it's still shit though. It's still shit.
It doesn't.
Yeah,
Okay, so why is the grand idea that it needs to be the artist's work? Why is it the grand idea not to make good media?
Because for some
Yeah,
reason,
he's
we've
valuing one over the other.
we've basically gone into an age where it's like, where we value basically an artist's vision above pretty much anything else, when it needs to be a mix. Like, yeah, they do need to have their
shit,
vision.
but at least it's authentic.
Well, no,
shit.
I think the artist's vision is about trying to get it in the good direction of what they want to put to screen. But even then, the vision doesn't really matter without how it's. I don't think the vision matters. What matters is the end product. It doesn't matter the excuses or the problems that come up. Say for example, if they don't have the budget for the CGI, that doesn't change how bad the CGI is. If you get what I'm saying, even
Right.
though there are reasons why they had to exclude a certain character, that doesn't make sense why the certain character is not in these scenes. Even it's understandable, nothing changes the final product, and if the final product is shit, then it should always be to aim to make the best product as possible. And the creator's vision, I don't think, has very little to do with that, because the creators can have shit vision.
Right.
Yeah, and it just comes down to ideas are cheap, execution is difficult.
Right, and I was about to make the comparison to Joker. What was Todd Phillips, I believe that was the director, what was his vision for Joker? And it was to show how society had beaten a man down so far that when he snapped, and the result of that snapping. But that's probably very inaccurate, because I don't know what his vision was. Either way, he created a fantastic fucking film. Like, because it was more than just his vision. It was like Joaquin Phoenix's like pretty damn good performance. It was the soundtrack. It was all these things put together that made a really good product.
That's where the whole death of the author argument comes in, because
Yeah.
it doesn't really matter what his vision or his intention was. He just told a story. He told a story with the tools he had on hand, and what we take away from that is on us.
Exactly. That's a good point.
Uncompromising, unyielding. And so now I found myself wanting to support this man. I also started seeing Man of Steel and Batman v Superman not as comparisons to Marvel, not through the lens that I wanted to see them through, but I saw them the way...
No, hold on. Don't fucking... I don't want to compare it to Marvel, as you showed the Granny's peach tea scene from fucking BVS. It's like, yeah, you're not...
That's what you wanted. Just change the lens that you're viewing it through.
I
That
mean,
makes
How you want it and see how you feel.
so
No.
with the whole lens argument, it is like reviewing media is all about using the right criteria, and not all the same criteria applies to all media. The best example I can go is that you don't use the same criteria of why the Picasso is good than you do the Mona Lisa, because the Mona Lisa is great for completely different reasons than the Picasso.
Right.
So, and it's the same with film. So you do need to find the right criteria to judge a film, but usually, okay, we found the right criteria, but it's still shit and it doesn't meet this criteria. You don't just suddenly stop. Okay, we're going to stop judging at the same things we use Marvel's. Like, no, because it's unless you've removed, consistency, logical sense, fucking anything, everything from your criteria, it's not a good criteria to use.
Mm-hmm.
Zach wanted them to be seen. And honestly, they're not my favorite movies, but I started to enjoy them a lot more. And so, with much anticipation, I readied myself for the inevitable 4-hour journey I would put myself through.
Why does everybody act like that's such... Okay, so yes, Snyder Cut was such a fucking slug, but 4 hours of anything is not that bad. We fucking, we binge TV.
Unless it's called the Snyder Cut.
Well, yeah. I was going to say the only unfortunate part was it made 4 hours feel like 17. But, like...
Because we were watching it together and pausing along the way, we watched that 4-hour movie in the space of about 8 hours.
I was going to say 6.
Was it 6?
Yeah, it felt like 6 hours. But that's not... But if we were doing the same thing, we would... If we were, like, doing the same thing in the entire Lord of the Rings trilogy, we could probably make 12 hours feel like 3. Because it's Lord of the Rings. Like, and its pacing is pretty fucking good. Like,
Time flies when you're having fun.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And so when you feel every minute of Snyder, you're just like, when will this fucking end? But the idea is like, oh, 4 hours, like, it's so long. It's like, it's really not.
And I pressed play. I loved the Snyder Cut. It's kind of surprising to say. It wasn't the fact that I had seen someone...
It's not surprising at all! We know you liked it!
Please qualify that. Why was it surprising after everything you've just said about how you want to suck Snyder's dick?
I don't get it. I don't get it when people say, like, I like this thing. Shocking. It's the title of the video. Of course you liked it.
It changed my life. Oh, I'm shocked that I like this thing. I guess it's not supposed to be shocking for aspect of us to learn. It's more shocking in terms of, like, he did not know he was going to like it. But I really still think that this is just him trying to appeal to Snyder fans to try and abuse the fact that it is very popular right now.
Unless that was sarcasm and he just didn't put any inflection on his tone. Like, oh yeah, and I liked it. Shocking, I know, considering how much I love this guy. It's like, that would make sense, at least.
Yeah, but he didn't do that.
No, he didn't.
Someone's vision come to life, though that was really helpful. It wasn't the fact that I was in love with all of Snyder's work now or something like that, because that's not true. The movie was just good. There's a clear difference.
No, it wasn't. That's
fucking debatable, mate.
I'm gonna stop you there.
Okay, so I'm really hoping the remaining 8 minutes will be him trying to explain why
Nah, you already know it won't be.
Yeah.
Slur, are you new here?
I really don't like the YouTube SEO's voice. Like, it's really soft and it really grates on my nerves because it's almost like on the edge of crying all the time. It's trying to be really emotional, but it's emotionless at the exact same time.
The Snyder
Oh, he has
cut.
to make himself sound really vulnerable, like he's actually having an
I
emotional
really
outpouring
enjoyed
of
the Snyder
sadness.
cut, and
No.
it changed my life.
It
I'm
makes you
just constantly speaking like this all the time. Like, it's really emotional, but it's not.
Arkham
It's
Knight.
really hollow.
Oh,
Arkham
don't you
Knight
get it? It
makes
was
you
super
feel.
emotional. Lois was sad. If you didn't get it in the first scene with Lois, guess what? The second scene with Lois, Lois
sad.
is sad.
And then the third.
No, yeah, the video is like, in Arkham Knight, you feel like Batman. And it's just like, Snyder cut, it changed my life. It's like, stop it. It's it's why while we're working on a project, I've
Look
like,
at her visible confusion.
yeah,
to the
she's so
word
fucking
goop on the
confused.
street. She's like, wait, what? That's not what this is.
No, I what's funny is
And
like when
Lois
it
being sad is good.
what's funny is like
Oh,
with
she's sad? Good.
the video essayist voice shiny is when we're working on this one project, I'm gonna make sure they've that they're there when I record my voice lines, so I don't accidentally slip into the video essayist voice. Considering with the tone of my voice, it's very easy for me to actually slip into that, because like,
That's
and then
not something to be proud of.
I know it's mainly because before we were doing this, I was trying to be like that stereotypical YouTube reviewer, and then we try to. So when this happens, it's supposed to be emotional, and it's just like now that we're doing this, it's like, oh no, that voice is really
It just
fucking
makes
bad.
you sound like everyone else.
Yeah, it really does.
I think the only problem I have with my videos is that I don't know. I end up. I'm a shouty man. Kind of like
What? What does that? What does that
I
mean?
overemphasize. I don't know. It's a reference to Horrible Histories, the British program.
Oh,
I raise my voice, emphasize it too much. I don't speak normally, and it's just something I do really subconsciously, and I don't like it.
Just means you're passionate about the things you're talking about.
yeah.
See if I can. Oh no, I would. I just forgot we're streaming. But if you watch my, you can tell the in my Mandalorian armor video. No, it's the Boba Fett video. I start going up and down a little bit too much, and I'm just yelling pretty much a lot of the time. And I don't think it works. I can't be very specific. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
Just general loudness, which, that's fine. I actually like that better than the whole
Oh yeah.
soft spoken on the verge of tears bit.
And as you can see through the Snyder cut.
No, but it also doesn't help that the voice filter I use, it cuts to make it sound like I'm talking to a microphone. Like, it's really compressed. I compress the lower bands, which make my voice sound more high pitched, which also like starts to grate on my ears.
Have you ever thought about just using one of the, like, when you're editing? Have you ever thought of just running it through one of those like filter things?
Well, it's a filter.
Oh,
What do you mean filter things?
So when it comes to what we use for this podcast, I use a thing called Voice Meter Potato. I don't know if Discord is linked to it again. It normally causes problems when it's linked to it. And so I can actually like click things.
Well, my solution is just to try and get my face mocap working and then take off the helmet.
Right.
And then I don't have to use the voice filter.
Fair enough.
Difference between this film and Man of Steel and Batman v Superman, it's that our heroes were hopeful again. Superman was able to inspire. He died inspiring.
He died inspiring.
He literally died screaming and bringing the mother boxes online. That's what he
Dooming
did.
the world to an apocalypse.
Dooming the world to Darkseid.
That
So,
killed me.
that actually tracks. Superman has always been Darkseid's bitch.
That just killed.
Inspiring.
That just killed me. he died inspiring. Oh shit. Uh, oh man, it really is just that inspiring.
Not just people,
He was my hero.
but Batman. Batman had relinquished
Who
the
is
side of
not
himself.
people?
Oh, fuck off! Batman wanted to kill him!
I was waiting for it. He said, not just people. And I'm like, oh my god, he's about to name either a person or many people, isn't he?
Batman.
People, and also Batman.
The thing is,
Also,
the
if Batman's
DC
there
heroes
with-
are supposed to be inspiring. They're like quite different to Marvel heroes. Marvel heroes are not exactly paragons. They're not perfect. Whereas I wouldn't say that the DC heroes are perfect, but they're supposed to be extremely inspirational. They're highly moral people, the kind of people that you aspire to be.
A good example.
I need to rephrase that, but you get where I'm
I
going.
get what you mean, because
I-
Superman is
So like, so
presented
Superman
as the
is supposed to be
actual
this deeply
Christ.
moral person. Batman is supposed to be deeply moral, and even though their morals are tested, they're in this dark world a lot of the time. There's so much horrible stuff going on, and yet they still keep doing the right thing.
Right.
And that's not. There isn't one way to write a character, which Snyder seems to think it is. Oh, you just make Superman, but he's no longer the paragon. He's a whiny little shit, and he's responsible for so much death, and he doesn't see himself as human.
And also Jesus.
Yeah, and
So-
Jesus.
So a good.
Do you remember the
know-
part where Jesus started snapping necks?
Yes, it's my favorite part of the Bible.
Tell that to Judas's snapped neck.
So a good example of this would be like how, like, in terms of the relatability of like Marvel, Iron Man has alcoholism. Peter is constantly dealing with like money troubles. You don't get any of that in DC. Like fucking like I don't think.
Well, that's because people don't want to see Batman, not Batman, Superman having problem with money. You don't want to see Batman's problems with his company. You want to see Batman beating up criminals, stopping the Joker's plans. You want to see Superman, fighting MODOK and
Well,
what MODOK?
no,
Fuck,
MODOK?
what the fuck's that guy's name?
Brainiac.
No, not Brain. There's the. I'm not thinking of the brain person. It's got a similar name. It's like a war planet or whatever. I'll just say Brainiac because I can't remember what the guy's name is.
But it's why before while we were doing the basically the equivalent of
Mogul.
practice stream, Mogul, yes,
It's MODOK. Fuck me.
we were doing the accidental practice stream while I was trying to work out Streamlabs. We were talking about how like Marvel is all about its relatability and DC is about watching basically gods do their thing. Different phrasing than what I originally used, but a good example would be like you're not really you don't want to see like exactly that. You don't want to see the bad problems with like Bruce Wayne's company and how he's like embezzling the ever-loving hell out of it. You just want to see Superman save a cat from a tree. You want to see him just try to like be the small town guy that he is. It's just these things that just like Snyder just didn't understand when he goes like, oh no, Superman's not human, he's Kal-El from Krypton. It's like he's not, he's not like at all. It's not, and it's like the problem is like you can like not even a problem. You can do it without bringing in the adaptation argument, because as we were saying in the practice stream, basically, is that if you're raised most of your life on like a different planet and then you realize
On
like,
Earth, if you were raised your entire life on Earth and you were suddenly just discovered that you're an alien, that wouldn't change your personality or who you are. That wouldn't make you less human because you as a person are still human. That wouldn't change how you see your parents because they're the ones which, brought you up.
it's like
just this random other alien person saying that they were your parents wouldn't be your parents in your eyes because they didn't raise you.
it's a good example of like another of the situation being done well is Goku, actually. Like he's like your Kakarot from the planet Vegeta is like, no, I'm Goku. I'm from Earth. Like he doesn't like he knows he's a Saiyan now, but he's like, no, my name's Goku. I'm from Earth.
And even then, the only people he allows to call him Kakarot are other Saiyans.
Yeah.
Because he has at least that much respect for it as a point of heritage,
Mm-hmm.
but it doesn't factor into how he sees himself as a person.
Yeah, if Gohan started calling him Kakarot instead of Dad, that'd be really. He'd be like, "That's really weird, son. Don't do that."
It's
Gohan
really
doesn't
weird.
talk,
It
does he?
wouldn't break the rule technically, but it would just be a very strange interaction because,
Yeah.
I mean, Goku has his daddy issues from the get-go because, Goku died and he was
You mean
raised by an
Gohan?
alien who beat the shit out of him. Yeah.
Gohan calls his dad Mr. Piccolo.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yes, he does. Even
think-
dresses like him.
Just think, what would Dad say? Bye, son. I really need to work through these issues. Bam! Is the punch square in the face.
That operated purely on what's rational and has started operating on faith. This scene made me lose my mind.
What makes you so sure? Faith, Alfred.
The difference.
That scene made no sense.
That's not even fucking Batman anymore. Like, do you
Yeah.
remember when he uttered the line, if there's even a 1% chance?
Well,
This
it's their
guy-
Batman.
Uh,
Zack Snyder's Batman, anyway.
But
Yeah,
even
but
Zack
then
you would
Superman
think
died and he
if this
changed
was
his mind.
consistent, when Superman came back and was all evil zombie Superman, like this would have been Bruce going, oh shit, I was right the whole time. But instead he's like, no, I gotta make up for being a dick in the last movie.
That's actually two instances of people being right, even though they absolutely should not have been correct. The other one is when they're in the thing together and they're talking about the mother boxes and what they are. Flash says, "Oh, we're all thinking the same thing, right?" And it's necromancy. Why is that what they?
Yeah, we all just went like, no, that's not what we're thinking about at all, Flash.
Why
Sick
is that
fuck.
the immediate conclusion?
My first thought was not, let's bring Superman back to life. My first thought was, all right, so we're just going to smack Steppenwolf. I almost called him Steppenwolf again. Steppenwolf, we're just going to smack him with it. That's what we're going to do, right? No, we're going to use it to bring back Superman. Well, we're on two different wavelengths here.
Or you could use the mummy cubes to destroy the mummy cubes. That would
Yeah.
be my first thought.
Yeah.
Mummy boxes.
Chris.
From Justice League is night and day. The story is actually engaging. The mother boxes make total sense. And while a bit
No, they don't!
No, they don't, because he just forgets about them. Okay, what do they change about the mother boxes in this that makes them make more sense, please?
Well,
I
they
don't know
took
which
them out
is
of the
worse.
Parademons thing, remember? Because now they don't just pop up on the wall.
So hold on, they didn't make sense in the other cut, but they make sense in this cut.
Allegedly.
Okay,
Citation
so
needed.
now I'm racking my brain because
I'm
I mean they're nonsense either way. But what changed and how does it make them make sense? Is it
I'm just
because
trying to-
Darkseid left them there when he got his arse kicked? Is that what made them make sense? As to how
Weren't they
got
still
here?
left there before?
Yeah.
By Steppenwolf this time, but now Darkseid forgot where he left them.
You want to know the most hilarious
Yeah.
thing? You know what the most hilarious thing is? Like, so the Atlanteans, they bring it like in this ancient temple. Same with the Amazonians with the weird like rock door vaults. The humans, they bury it like 3 feet underground. It's like the most
Yeah, not
hilarious.
even a proper grave depth. It's literally just
Yeah.
buried in one of
Plopped
the
in.
king's back gardens.
Oh, we forgot. Cyborg said like the
Yeah,
Nazis had
the
it.
Nazis had it.
Oh yeah, that was a diversion.
They found it.
They actually made it worse.
The Nazis found it in 45. I was like, whoa, we're going
And
there
it came
already.
out of nowhere as well. He's just like, okay, I'm going to talk about the mother boxes. And we're like, okay, yeah, blah, blah, blah. Everything's been slow. It's a bit of like the Nazis. And we're like, wait, what?
We had to stop. We had to stop and laugh for a good minute because we were just
Part
like,
of that $80 million reshoot budget went to Nazis.
went to Cyborg saying Nazis. God bless America and Hollywood.
Slow at times, and while some scenes actually don't further the story, scenes do have a weight to them, and
Some scenes don't further the
What does
story.
that mean?
So you're saying that they're pointless if they don't add
they have
character
weight.
motivations, if they don't have anything to do with anything, but they have a weight to them, and that weight
They have
means
a
something.
weight, almost like they're
That
dragging
is
the
what
film
it means.
down.
Like, yeah, it's, you know what it's got the weight of? The weight of a fucking anchor.
Okay, here's what he could possibly mean is they don't actually further the story, but they add character drama or they elaborate
But
on
they
the
don't.
emotional
They
stakes.
don't, like,
Yeah,
at all.
that's the problem.
I would have been happy if they had done any of those things. That's not what they did.
Yeah, that's not what
And
they did at
mostly
all.
got a little bit of extra context around certain things, but not much.
But the context we got made things actually worse,
Yeah.
not better.
But it had weight, so it's fine.
Sure.
Like, it gave,
Movie Bob has weight, so he's good, right?
mhm.
Yeah.
And what's particularly interesting is that superheroes are out here saving people for the majority of the movie.
Fuck
You
off.
cannot show that and then not show lasering fucking people.
Yeah, saving people from who?
From
Mr.
Superman. They were saving this guy from being squashed by Superman as he blew up
Whose
that fucking
default
car.
setting is evil because he's inspired.
That's his kryptonite setting.
Maybe
Apparently,
that's why an Ocean of Skulls is a compelling argument. They're just evil by default.
he was, yeah, well, no. He was
It's the
hoping,
deep lore.
Jor-El was hoping because he was a naturally born boy child that, that he wouldn't be immediately evil by default, and it turns out he was wrong. That's why Zod was really confused. He should have been like, the Ocean of Skulls should have worked. That should have activated your evil setting.
Yeah, Zod is back in his ship. It's like, I don't get it. That's what convinced me. I don't see the problem.
Yeah, like all the people on this bridge crew were like, yeah, that works for me too.
Or he's going back. He's like, yeah, this is like Kal-El turned us down. He's not going to join our cause. And the other ones are just immediately like, well, did you not show him the Ocean of Skulls?
No,
How
I
could you
showed
say
him
no?
exactly the Ocean of Skulls. He even fell into them.
Oh
like that-
man, falling into the skulls is the best. How could he say no?
Everybody's just so cartoonishly evil. They're just like that, like the skulls. Like when they bury you, it gives a nice enough feeling. Yeah, you can't help but join.
I love it. Just love it when I just bathe in some skulls and it like hits my back in just the right spot. The teeth
Oh,
really
it's part of my
scrape
skincare
against it.
routine. You rub some ribs on your forehead to take the oil off. It's like really exfoliating.
You get the underside of somebody's cranium, just rub that against your hair, get like exfoliate the scalp.
Yeah, sinking into a sea of skulls is what they call the Krypton orgasm.
Damn.
The Krypton climax.
No, that's what they called it when the planet exploded.
Well, and then Zack Snyder had to introduce the Joker Batman reach around.
Oh,
That's
God.
canon now.
There's definitely fan art of that already.
It's been, yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Don't Google that, for the love of God. Don't do that.
Just the evil music starts playing. Wyatt, no! Just you guys are trying to keep me from the keyboard.
They save and they protect, they defend the lives around.
Ball! Shit!
Again, he's
He's
showing the
defending them.
Superman scene.
We know that the only people that really protecting is the
The army guys.
yeah.
Round table. You see this Humvee that's on fire and all shelled out? That's because Superman just eye lasered it.
What is...
These are really bad examples if you're trying to make your point.
I would make that argument more for Justice League, because remember, Superman is legit carrying a building full of people. He is saving people. The problem is that's Man of
There's
Steel
people all
Superman.
around this place, like this old city. What old city? Whatever the hell this nuclear power plant is at, somewhere in Russia.
Yeah. And like Flash and Superman, they're just saving people. It's like you could make that argument more for Justice League rather than Snyder Cut, because in Snyder Cut, Aquaman saves like a guy.
Do they
from
actually
drowning.
save anybody?
They Aquaman saved that guy from drowning. Flash saved Iris.
You know, I originally thought that
he
he was
intimidated the
like
shit out of him.
I originally thought that Aquaman was destroying that guy's ship. Like he was sinking because of Aquaman.
He was, fuck you, you shouldn't be sailing here, but I will carry you back to the thing so you can buy me a drink, I guess. Also, I have a fun piece of trivia for everybody, because I was Googling nothing in particular. That reach around line was improvised by Jared Leto.
Oh,
I'm
of
gonna
course it
punch
was,
him in the
because he's a
nose.
fucking fuckwit. He's the creepy guy that sent bags full of what was it? Was it shit? Was
Used
it I don't know.
condoms,
Used
Used
condoms. He sent used condoms to women. What the fuck?
Jared Leto's the kind of guy that if he was doing his Joker impression right next to you, you'd be like, come any closer and your nose is gonna get broken.
Come any closer, and I'm gonna get like I don't know, some kind of restriction.
Or an STD.
I'll get some court order on your ass.
It's like, and then he does this. Oh, just wait until he does the laugh. Imagine that Joker.
It's like a fucking deflating seagull.
Anytime. It's a seagull that just like it just got its own like it just got the wind knocked out of it. So it's only operating like its diaphragm.
Around them, and it makes me wonder if the darkness of Batman v Superman is meant to contrast to this film, and this was always Zack Snyder's plan.
How can
The
it
film is
contrast
still
when you're
dark. What are you on about? How does that contrast anything?
and you're
That doesn't
literally showing them
contrast shit.
protecting people from Superman? You fucking numpty.
Ton just went not the laugh, anything but the laugh.
Only the laugh.
Does anyone remember like Mark Hamill's laugh? It's so iconic.
It's the best. Like, here's the thing. It's so great that if I remember correctly, who's the one who plays Joker in the Lego version?
Gotham.
In Lego Batman, who plays Joker?
I was thinking of the guy that played thing in Gotham. Was originally it was mostly inspired by Mark Hamill's Batman. Mark Hamill's Batman. That would be different. Mark Hamill's Joker.
Yeah, Zach Galifianakis. I don't think he even bothered doing a laugh. Like, because he was able to do the creepy really well, but I don't think he did the laugh. Because
Not really.
Because Mark Hamill's was just so fucking out there. Like, it's why if you don't just do the only live action, people would normally say their favorite Joker is the Mark Hamill one, because it's just so good.
I mean, probably. We have a scene like this in Batman v Superman, but in Justice League, we have a similar sequence in a whole new light.
Your mother.
It's the morning!
Oh, get it? It's a whole new light, lit. That's how deep this fucking goes. Wow. I'm impressed, guys.
I still don't
The
get why
sun
he's not
rose.
at like Wayne Manor. Where's he in? Like Sweden or something? Like in a
He's in
holiday
like the middle
home?
of some fucking lake.
Yeah, which is apparently...
But why is he not at Wayne Manor?
Because,
Yeah.
so the dumb behind the scenes stuff was that, like, apparently the Joker killed Robin in Wayne Manor and burned it all down. Like, that's the dumb part. Like, they never explain any of this shit.
Never explain. How could you ever expect anyone to know that?
Yeah, that's why when this meta knowledge, it's like a fucking poison to, like, context. Because, like, it's not in the fucking movie.
Mother and father would be proud.
Hope so.
If only Warner Brothers had faith in Zack Snyder.
Oh, if only they had faith. If only.
I'm
No,
kidding.
I
It's
wish
not
that we
like
did
he
get the
nuked their
original Snyder cut.
franchise.
Like, I wish that they didn't like try to do the Justice League, because not because I want to see Zack Snyder's vision, just because that for fucking years they wouldn't have been like gathering around this, creating so many excuses and emotionally tying themselves to this fucking narrative. It's like, oh, you just need to have faith, and you would have had a good film.
I have almost no faith in like any filmmaker by this point. If like original George Lucas were to travel forward in time and say he's gonna make like the perfect sequel to his movies, I'd be like, I don't believe you.
He has everything planned out in his head before we get there. It's remarkable to be a part of.
And I see this scene before we make it, and he has beautiful drawings.
The Flash is one.
And he's got beautiful drawings. The story is still shit, but he's got beautiful drawings. Like, I don't
mean,
get it.
that's great, but the problem with his style of storytelling is that he's very visual. So he's more concerned with getting the shot than he is with how that shot ties in with the rest of the movie.
It's why
It's not about the writing, it's not about the context. It's like, how can I work this specific shot into the movie?
it's why I've always it's why like if the three of us, like if like the people of Europe were thrown like millions and millions of dollars, we were told to make a movie, I'd be like, all right, you two write the script, I'll work on the cinematography and all that stuff. But I'd constantly have them in the back being like, all right, so I want to try to get this shot, but would this still make sense within the story? Like, it's like I'm storyboarding and everything, because that's what it's the process. Like, I don't
Well,
wanna
there's a reason they call it storyboarding, and it's because you're supposed to have a story first.
Right, of course.
But there's a lot of times where they do it backwards. They have like these visuals that they want, and then they try to write the story to support those visuals.
Which
It's like, no.
Which only works.
I mean,
if you're
in theory, it could work.
Which only works if you're trying to like basically do like a story like Commando, which is basically an excuse for Schwarzenegger to be shirtless and firing a machine gun. Like, that's why it's got such a simple story. It's literally just the storyboard. Arnold shoots people.
Pretty much.
One of the biggest changes. The idea of his character is the same, but the execution is completely different.
No,
it's not!
It's not! It's the same! It's the exact same thing!
If anything, it's now creepier because of the hot dog scene.
Yeah, that scene was kind of nice until like he stared at the hot dog and grabbed it. We were all like, "What are you doing? What are you doing, Barry?"
Flash, no.
We're like, Zach, no.
Whatever. I love how like that's Iris. By the way, they suddenly just like retconned that the woman he was gonna fall in love with that's the person he saved. It's like, oh, dumb.
I still laugh at the scene. The stupidity. So like first, his like the force of him turning around destroys his shoes, but not the rest of his clothes. Like he can perfectly walk fine barefoot, despite the fact that apparently he's tearing up the ground. He looks like visually impressive, sure, but then it doesn't make any sense, especially when they're trying to go for the whole quotation marks realism defense of it's all realistic. But no, you don't get fucking make that argument.
Also, the implication as well is the fact that if he's moving that fast, not only would his clothes be torn off, and also if he's like
that would be a different scene if he was just buck naked after holding her. After saving her.
No, because then the hot dog. No, the hot dog would have made that even worse. That would have just been like, Then more the fact that like if his feet are creating those impact marks, that means his feet would be fucking shredded because the amount of force that's going into it. Like that's like. Say what you will about the boys, they put a lot of thought into like what the speedster can actually do
and how it works, and hell, they've got a better speed effect than the Justice League.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the whole like lightning going everywhere tism. Like,
I don't
with
like
the
it at all, especially with how they mix it in with like the slow motion flash going at super speeds. I think it looks weird.
It
Yeah,
just makes him
X-Men did it
far
better.
from noticeable.
yeah, because I know it's supposed to imply like the Speed Force, but at the same time, I'd rather I don't know. Does anyone here watch the C? Has anyone seen the CW Flash? Does it
I've
No.
still
seen
I
most
saw
of
like the
the
first couple
season.
seasons.
does it do the lightning effect when he runs around, or does it?
Yeah,
It's
to a
different.
much lesser degree.
Yeah, it's much more toned down. But I know you don't hear this very often. But, Fox's X-Men unironically did it better.
Oh yeah, that's because they didn't. All they did was the slow mo, and then also they worked with the implications of that, such as time in a bottle. All Quicksilver has to do is like while moving super fast, just poke you in the chin, and you go flying.
Yeah, but I'm just saying you don't hear that sentence very often, and
Yeah,
yet it's true.
it's the truest statement when it comes to speedsters. It's why with WandaVision we got really mad, and why we hear that statement from the writer being like, "We didn't think you guys would think that
Like,
was Evan Peters as
you
Quicksilver."
you didn't like their dick joke?
No. Just no, as a matter of fact I didn't. I thought that was
It,
Quicksilver.
it was a dick joke combined with the production team and the behind the scenes giving you a giant middle fan.
Serves
How
you
does
right
that
for
make you
giving a
feel?
shit.
Yep, that's fan shit.
That still bothers me. We didn't think you
You
guys
fucking
would
nerd.
think that that was actually Quicksilver, and it's just like you made it every like it's like what? Of course we thought it was fucking Quicksilver.
Oh, they know exactly what they did.
Yeah.
This is one of those moments when you realize how important a director is in a movie, because the Snyder Cut is really similar.
What?
What the fuck was that image from? Like, shot unrelated, I guess?
This just shows how important a director is. Well, without a director, we wouldn't have a movie. Like, because then no one was being directed. That's so weird.
To Justice League, but the execution is what makes it different. It reminds you that there is no bad story, there is only bad
Like more slow-mo.
execution. The Flash is one of the...
No, but bad execution makes a bad story. I think, does he mean like there's no
Yeah.
bad ideas, just bad execution?
Yeah,
But even then,
I
I think
think
there are
that's
some
where he was
ideas,
going.
like a lot of ideas can be well executed, even like the terrible ones. But that doesn't change that there are some ideas which are literally there's nothing you can do about it. That there's no way you can fix them.
I mean, like an idea being, let's do a movie about a tax man just doing his job, and like depending on what happens during that day, we see like what he goes through in his day-to-day struggle. Like it just depends on how that's executed in all reality. Like I probably wouldn't be like it would probably turn into some artsy fartsy look at how depressed society is. But I lost my point.
You did.
I was more just saying, like, I was trying to go for the stereotypical, like, the what most audiences would say is the, like, impossible movie. Because most people would say, like, you can't do the Taxman movie. Like, that's, like, the epitome of boring. When it's like, no, it could be done. It just
Well,
needs to be done
to keep
right.
it more topical, I would say that Watchmen was said to be unfilmable for many, many years.
Yeah,
And I hate all of what Zack Snyder has done to the DCEU, but Watchmen was fantastic.
yeah, and when fucking Alan Moore says, like, it's a betrayal of his story, I kind of don't care, considering Alan Moore's kind of lost his fucking mind.
Oh, dude, Alan Moore's fucking insane. So, yeah, I don't give a shit. Call it death of the author or whatever you want, but that product is really well done. The director's cut is fantastic. It makes an already long... Yeah, it's really good.
Doesn't Alan Moore actually think he's, like, an actual wizard?
Yes, that's how he
Yeah.
identifies.
I swear to God, somebody needs to slap him in the face. Just give him a gold, like that moment in Toy Story. Snap out of it, Buzz, and hits him.
the biggest changes. Again, it's the execution of the character because the idea of the character remains the same. In Justice League, the scene with his father purely exists as character backstory, while in Snyder's version of the film, his conversation with his father is important to his character arc, growing into a hero.
Is it
becoming
though?
the man.
Is it? It's really not. It's really not. They don't even talk about him being a hero.
Yeah.
What's weird is they talk about how he's working jobs.
Well, they talk about like how he wants to get his criminal science degree. So, and then they said like, "Why are you interested?" And it's like, "Oh, my mom was murdered, and my dad was an innocent man was put in jail because of it. I wonder why that would intrigue somebody to pursue a criminal science degree." Like,
Right.
it's trying
But
to.
he's just doing things
Yeah.
because
Yeah,
the
that's
plot
also-
needs to happen.
Exactly.
It's not like they have any sort of, communication about him needing to be a hero or him needing to step up and do something. It's like, nope. His dad is literally trying to talk him out of things.
Yeah, he's trying to say like, forget about me, man. Just move on with your fucking life.
Man his father knows he is.
Your kid was one of them, Dad.
I'm gonna pause for copyright.
It's
Oh yeah,
literally-
they fuck with time. I forgot this.
Yeah, they do
Wait,
Flashpoint.
so the mother boxes
They
come
literally do
together. They
Flashpoint.
just nuke the Earth. What was the plan there? They just nuke it, and
Well,
was
it's part of the
Steppenwolf
whole
expecting to survive
apocalypse
this?
terraforming thing.
No, but was
Yeah.
Steppenwolf seriously planning to survive? Because it just
Darkseid
nuked.
doesn't give a shit about Steppenwolf.
Yeah, but no, but Steppenwolf is doing this to go back into the employ of Darkseid. So why would he kill himself? And why would the mother boxes kill the user? Darkseid was planning to use these things. So why would Darkseid use the things which just nuke the place and kill him?
I get the impression that once the Unity has been formed, the user doesn't have to stand there. The only reason that these people are getting nuked by the box is because they're trying to disarm it.
Yeah, they were there. If Steppenwolf had gone through the boom tube.
Why are they trying to terraform the planet in the first place?
That's
To make it more like Apocalypse.
But why are they trying to make it like Apocalypse?
Because they like it.
Yeah.
That's what he does to all the planets. That's all the information we're given.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Planet
it's
Economist.
pathetic.
He
Oh,
terraformed.
this moon. Well, I'm just gonna make it like Apocalypse.
he
Why?
Yeah.
Don't know.
Yeah, the problem that he says, like, during the flashbacks, like, he terraforms planets with the mother boxes. Barely anyone survives, but those who do no longer have free will. It's really dumb. Like, the more like saying it out loud is even worse. Actually, it's like, oh my god.
They did kind of set up Flash like reversing time when he gets to a certain speed, but it's like the reason why the plan failed is because Flash got shot and he couldn't run, and he says, "Yeah, I'm gonna be there in a minute," and then he's holding his side like he can't run anymore. But then he the place gets nuked, and then he is able to run,
Well,
and
wasn't
then
it-
he
he
runs
has-
so
he
fast he
has
goes back
capacity
in
to
time. He goes so fast he goes
healing
back in
though.
time, and they succeed.
Yeah.
Was I tripping when I saw that he was using the Speed Force to make his cells grow faster?
So that's just a thing.
So that's something that gets addressed in the show as well.
Yeah, Flash can heal pretty fast because of the Speed Force. Like his.
Yeah, basically his cells move faster. So
But where is
therefore
that
he
addressed
heals
in the
faster.
film?
It's not
Well,
anywhere.
part of it, the healing isn't addressed, but his need to constantly eat, which was something that was also
Yes,
brought
but
up.
that's not the same
Yeah,
thing.
yeah, I know. That's what I was saying. It's like it's not the same thing. They were addressing one thing, but
Because
not
I
the
was
rest
just
of it.
curious, like, what? That? Wait, he just healed? Wait, what did that happen? What the fuck?
Yeah, it's one of those things of
Yep.
like I know he can do that, but the film didn't explain that.
It's like in the middle of the film, you just establish that Superman, has all these powers and abilities. Wait, what? Wait, you never set these up.
Mhm.
The hell? They
It's
didn't
like-
even
What,
set
you
these
mean like
aliens.
force healing?
Yeah, almost like force healing. It's out of the blue. Oh my god, it is just force healing.
It
Just,
is.
he has this ability that's perfect for this ability, this situation out of nowhere. But at least force healing was like set up a little bit. When they heal the snake, even though that still doesn't make any sense. It's
I don't know if that counts
nonsensical
as
setup for
She just
something
kinda
later
does
in the film. But this is just, it's convenient that Flash can just heal himself now. That we didn't see that earlier.
It just makes me so happy to think that like Ghost Yoda is hanging out, and then like, staring him down because he never told me about force healing. It's like, motherfucker.
I could have saved my
Anakin
wife.
just giving you
I
the
could have saved.
eternal death glare.
Yeah. Like Anakin's just like, I could have saved my wife. I could have saved my mom. Obi-Wan could have saved Qui-Gon. All of these things could have happened.
Anyway,
No, it's secrets
I
only
think
the
let's just
Sith
try and
knew.
finish this video. We've got 6 minutes left.
The best.
It's this triumphant moment. This character who starts off the film just awkwardly bumbling around and doing his best, tripping and shit, ends up saving literally the entire world in my opinion, one of the best sequences of any superhero movie ever made.
I hated
In
this.
my opinion.
I hated this.
Okay, so you're saying a statement. It is the best scene in any superhero movie, and then you're saying, in your opinion, well, that doesn't invalidate that you're making an objective statement, and you can't hide behind that unless you're just trying to say it's the one you enjoyed the most. Which, yeah, this is why I hate it when people just say, "In my opinion," because then they're trying to suggest that it's just how they feel. But when you're making an objective statement, you can't just score feelings. Why is it the best scene? Well, the structure of it, but it still doesn't make sense. It's like, there's so many. I was just wondering what the hell's going on this entire time.
If the thing your opinion is based on is wrong, then your opinion is wrong. Opinions can be wrong. In fact, they very often are.
No, but the way he's saying opinion, it's not. So while you can say, I think The Last Jedi is a terrible film, that is my opinion, that is my belief. But it is not a subjective belief in terms of it's not just how I feel. And
yeah, it's supported by evidence.
The way he's trying to phrase your opinion, it's just my opinion, sorry. He's trying to make it out like it's just how he feels, and you can't argue that he doesn't feel this way when he's making a statement.
Yeah, he's using it as a shield that I want to break over my fucking knee.
Made. The stakes are felt, and it's embarrassing that this was cut from Justice League.
What was that?
Joss Whedon.
Hashtag got him? I don't get that.
Wait, what? Let's try again.
The stakes are felt, and it's embarrassing.
Oh, it was a picture of some steak. Okay. I get it now. And I'm honestly the worst for it.
I really don't like the Flash outfit. It looks like shit.
Well, yeah, it's because they tried to be like, oh, it's space-age materials, like it's parts from the rockets, and it's like,
it's NASA. Like it's what NASA uses.
Yeah.
No, but even like not even talking about like the materials are part of it, but not even talking about how they try and make it make sense. It just looks really shit. Like it doesn't even make sense for his character why he has this costume. Like, why does it even look this way?
The one in the Flash TV show actually kind of looks better.
It does.
Honestly, it does, yeah. And Cyborg, the design they use for Cyborg, I hate.
Which is why
it's just so generic and awful.
In Justice League, they redesign him, and he looks more like the traditional Cyborg.
Mm-hmm.
It's like right at the very end. It's like an end scene, when Lois is talking about hope or something, or light or darkness.
Gross.
Embarrassing that this was cut from Justice League. Joss Whedon in general is embarrassing, though.
Wow.
That was Joss Whedon was it? Yeah, people really don't like Joss these days. Oh.
I mean, apparently he was kind of an asshole.
He still gave us Firefly and Serenity, so I'm still on.
Mm-hmm. I do have issues with Serenity in general, but...
Well, I know, but...
Like what?
We got something, damn it.
The main problem is it's extremely... There's too much in just a film. I know it is supposed to be just a collection of things, which were supposed to be, where the next few seasons were going to go. But the fact that they've just crammed like several seasons into a film, it it rushes so much and glosses over so much. Like they introduced this character who was supposed to be established over several seasons. As they're just there now. They already know him, and when he dies, it means nothing because we don't really know who the fuck this is. The way they just kill off what was it, Wash? I think his name is the pilot.
Wash and the preacher.
Yeah, that was pretty shit.
Well, you
what
want
else?
to know something even worse though? In the comics, they brought Wash back.
Mm,
You shut your dirty mouth.
Yeah, it's fucking
Non-canon doesn't count.
I think
Comics don't count ever. That's my hot take. Comics just need to be ignored.
Yeah, like it's a super death of the author when the creator says like, no, this is a continuation of my story. Like I almost do say like, no, it's not. Your story ended with Serenity.
I reject your reality and substitute my own.
Because it makes me think of the James Cameron thing. Remember, James Cameron practically endorses every Terminator film by this point, despite the fact that they're all shit.
Why? Because he gets a fucking check. He doesn't
Yeah.
give a shit.
So when
He just shows up to the press junket.
Yeah, so when I hear Joss Whedon go like, yeah, no, the Firefly comics, they're a continuation of my story. It's exactly what I would have wanted. I'm just like, I don't believe you. You're just saying that to say that.
As I said before, this whole video just seems like he's trying to appeal to like the Snyder fans. Like he's just trying to jump on the popularity where it's not something he actually believes. Like where he's just bashing on Joss Whedon just because it's popular to bash on him these days.
It
Is this one of your like fancy European words on the screen? What's going on here?
Borg life?
Borg life?
Yeah, no.
No.
I think
Borg
it's a
life.
reference to the Borg. I don't
No,
know
yeah,
what it's gonna be, but-
we're apparently going to be
We're going into
assimilated.
Star Trek now? Yeah. Okay.
Sweet. Wait, no, it's Picard. Ah!
Don't get me started on Picard.
Cyborg
I hate it. I hate it so much.
is easily one of, if not the standout of the film. His character is so beautiful, complex.
Oh, the
and
CGI! No! Oh.
Don't use the term
Oh.
beautiful when describing really bad.
Okay, go back. Go back. I'm sorry I talked over that.
if not
But
the
it just looks so bad.
No, you're fine. Because like Ninja said it best.
It's just
You say
shit table.
beautiful.
standout of the film. His character is so beautiful, complex, and brilliant.
How is it complex? Okay, tell us how his character is complex. Please validate this statement in your next statement.
Jockey teenager gets in a car wreck, then becomes emo powers, then becomes Heckerman complex.
And every time he started bitching about how he's a robot now, none of us could buy it. Because everything being him seems so awesome.
Yeah.
It's like you are the machine god.
Yeah,
What was that line where his dad even says you could launch like all the nukes?
with
It's a Chekhov's gun that they never use. It's an extremely specific setup that you know it's going to be a setup for something later in the film, but then never bring it up again. Because they already established that, you know, he can hack any computer, and then they further established that he can hack nukes.
Yeah.
Unless Snyder was just like, okay, guys, this is how powerful he is. We're never going to use it. But
We're never going to use this power level. He's barely going to hack anything.
This guy.
Oh, he's going to hack the mother boxes. Remember, that's why if he can hack the nukes, he can hack the alien technology.
I love what this guy put. Dude, why don't I become a super successful film critic on YouTube? All I have to do is assert it's good. No evidence necessary. You're really... That's all it takes, man. Just go like, it's good because it's good. Timing tests your timing.
Just use the "in my opinion" shield. You'll be fine.
In general, this is probably one of Snyder's best films.
He didn't.
In general, he's not even validating. Okay, how is Cyborg's character complex? Please tell me. validate what you just said, but he's not. He's just going to gloss over it completely.
This is Snyder's best film. Fuck you. I got 3 films for you that are so much better. Leaps and bounds. I would arguably say this is one of his worst.
Is this
I would probably rather watch Sucker Punch than this. That's the new hot take. Sucker Punch is better than this shit.
I actually rewatched Sucker Punch, cool stuff around it, and I don't remember it that well. Maybe I'll give it another look. Never giving the Snyder Cut another look. Fuck that.
I would definitely be willing to watch Sucker Punch, if anything, to not... Like, I don't want to pay attention to the story. I just want to watch the visuals and talk with my friends. And just be like, hey guys, that was a pretty cool shot. Like, that
at
design
least you get to look at women.
And you get to look at women. It's good because it's good.
Solely because it wants to be more human than a lot of his previous works. At least that's how
It's good because it wants to be more human. That is not an element of good writing, sir. I forgot.
I would argue none of these motherfuckers.
When I forgot on my criteria, I needed to put "be more human" on the film.
I would argue that Watchmen is insanely more human than Justice League, because the argument of Watchmen is, what if superheroes were actually fucking real? Like with people, like they had real emotions and desires, and it turns out they'd kind of be pieces of shit. The comedian fucking shot a pregnant woman in the chest.
And Dr. Manhattan let it happen.
Yeah, and when Dr. Manhattan was shocked about him, the comedian said, like, you could have turned the bullet to dust. We don't have our own version of Goodell. I want to so bad, but I don't even know what I'd call it. Fucking, like, it's the most human. Oh my god. If anything, like, I would honestly say Dr. Manhattan's story of losing his humanity is pretty human.
No, I wouldn't even point to that. If you're gonna use Watch, how about the scene where I forget his name? He's the bad guy, one of the Watchmen's villains.
Oh.
No. He's the small guy, and he shows up.
Goblin-looking guy.
Yeah, the goblin guy with the ears, and he's at the funeral, and he's crying because he's like, at the end of the day, you guys were the closest thing I had to a friend. We spent our entire lives fighting each other. Like, that's fucking sad.
Yeah.
There's more that you could talk about in that one fucking scene of that movie than the 4-hour slog of Justice League.
Yeah. It's just pretty bad. Like, when it gets that bad, you can't just help but just go, yeah, it's shit.
I saw it. We understand who these characters are by words and actions and not just expository dialogue.
And again, dude, oh my god, his visual
expository
selection.
dialogue. In fact, most of his Cyborg's character is given in expository dialogue by his father's tape.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Also, he chose the scene where they're all standing around the table thinking about, and we're all like, why is this their first thought? Why is this where we immediately went to?
Yeah.
It turns fire, or it turns smoke back into a house.
I hate that.
So naturally, necromancy is the next step that our mind goes to.
Aquaman actually said it best. Like, that's like it brought Vic back. That's because he wasn't dead. There's either dead or not dead. There's no in between.
Okay, so also it's okay. So the whole idea that they're saying it is it's like the reverse of fire. So fire turns thing into a house. This does the opposite of that. Fuck. Fire turns a house into ashes and smoke. This turns smoke and ashes into a house. And that analogy is fucking terrible for a start, but then how does that correlate to using them to terraform a world into ashes, essentially? You could do the same job with a nuke. It's literally a nuke.
Also, remember that the immediate thought after that is like, okay, it can turn ashes into a house, and then flashes are like, is everybody thinking what I'm thinking?
And then it's Superman.
Necromancy. Yeah, it's like they connected those dots over the largest gap.
What's funny is like when you think about it in terms of the ways of terraforming planets, man, if I had to choose between the world engines or the mother boxes, I think I might prefer the world engines.
Oh, the dubstep machines?
Yeah, because at least
They
like we
have some kind of explanation as to how or what they do or why you would want to use
At least
them.
they show us what they do. Okay, so they release stuff into the atmosphere. They inject something into the world's core that increases the gravity. It's a big machine. It's not just an arbitrary box that does everything. Oh, it can bring Superman back to life. It can terraform a world. It can create a boom tube, even though they don't even establish that these create boom tubes.
hold on. But can the mother box bury me in a sea of skulls? That's what I thought.
I don't think it can.
That's what
Yeah, then
I
you've lost
thought.
the argument immediately right
Yeah.
there.
If I can't be buried in my sea of skulls, then I'm out. I love the idea of like it's Zod versus Darkseid, and they're just like their methods of terraforming. And it's like trying to convince somebody. It's like if we terraform your planet this way, like everything's just gonna
But then Zod
explode.
goes, but there's no skulls.
And like the guy who's like trying to be convinced, he's just like, wait, what about skulls? Yeah, my terraforming thing, it'll like bury you in a sea of skulls. Oh, sounds cool. Oh my god.
There's this beautiful scene where at first I thought Cyborg was creepily stalking someone for some reason, until I realized that, well, he is, but he's following this family with pure intentions. A single mom who has no money and
Yes,
is all
this,
alone, and dad of
random family that he just picks out of all of the people on Earth, and he's like, yeah, this one. I'm gonna watch this one with my super technology, and then I'm going to
give her like
them
$100,000.
money.
make them guilty of tax fraud.
Yeah.
Well, is it technically tax fraud? It's more just that he dumps money in their account?
Yeah, I don't know what actual crime it is. Tax fraud is probably not the correct one, but she is definitely going to have
It's
to
still
answer
like
questions about how
stealing
that money
someone
came
else's
about.
money.
Unless,
It doesn't matter if it's like a
well,
big corporation or something. Legally, that's a no-no.
I mean, Slur said like he technically could have created more money since it was digital anyway.
Which is also illegal, and
Yeah,
she still.
yeah.
doesn't
Oh
have
my
to
god,
ask
he's
about it
caused
because-
inflation.
Yeah, like
he's caused
he's the
inflation,
real
and
criminal.
He withdrew cash. She took cash from the bank that wasn't actually hers.
yeah, and
So
he
she's
made
guilty
the
of that.
he made the ATM say like you won like a free
You won the lottery.
yeah, you won like our sweepstakes of getting
ATM.
It's
yeah.
like an ad you see on like a really dodgy page. You've won the lottery. Click here to receive your rewards.
Yeah, it's like you won the bank's like awesome sweepstakes. Here's $100,000.
Oh my god, all
she's
those
like,
Nigerian
yeah.
princes. They were just him all along. He is the Nigerian prince. Holy shit.
options, and he grants her an opportunity. It's this incredible
An opportunity? No, he just gives her money.
Yeah, the best this is going to do, it's not going to help her job status, but it might keep a roof over her head for like a few years or something. I mean, I don't know. Depends on how
if they
high her
live,
overheads are.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say if they lived in like a
how
decent
fiscally
apartment.
responsible she is.
Yeah, if like say if I was given $100,000, congratulations, I'm now just gonna stay where I am for like a decade then, because it means my apartment's paid off for like 7 years or something. Like that's just so weird. The idea is like it gives her an opportunity. What, to like fucking start a business? What the hell?
Well, if she was smart with the money, I guess she starts a business, but I don't think she, I don't know, took business in GCSE or whatever the American equivalents are.
Yeah, this is really weird.
I think it's called Burger School.
Hey, hey, I work hard for my McDonald's school.
Isn't there like an actual McDonald's university?
Yep.
Wait, what?
Yes, there is.
What?
There absolutely is.
Please explain.
Let me bring it up while
Nope, just keep going.
I can't. Yeah, I can't. It's bad.
I'm gonna
That
Google it in the background.
You know what you must do, Slayer.
nearly made me cry because it felt so human and real.
It
Well-
made you cry.
Wait,
Okay,
God.
by the way, this lady doesn't like see this guy in a hoodie, like ignoring the cyborg parts. If a guy, oh no, he's not actually there, is he? He just thinks he's there.
No, he's there. When he walks away, like 2 people acknowledge him. He's physically just standing there, just like
Oh,
watching
so
this
he
lady.
is physically there. It's not just that he's in weird vision, like he's just looking for a camera and he's transplanted.
oh my god, it's actually called the Hamburger University.
So
welcome to the greatest country in
he's
the
like-
world, allegedly.
no,
Citation
okay,
needed.
dark. It's night. You've got this ATM with a lot of money, and this guy is just staring at you from over there.
You're gonna get robbed. That's what my first thought would be. Like, oh, this guy is. I'd be holding like my pocket knife in my hand, like as I'm like, all right, this guy is gonna fucking jump me as I'm like pulling money out of the ATM.
I wouldn't just. If there was someone there staring at me, I just wouldn't take the money out of the ATM. I would get away from the ATM as fast as possible, so they couldn't try and force me to put my PIN number in or something.
Oh yeah, like there's a bunch of decisions beforehand to avoid this very creepy situation. Because here's the thing, ATM robberies are very much a thing over here in America. I don't know how much they are in like Ireland and other parts of the world, but it's like it's a pretty big deal over here. It's
Also, he's not even observing her from like an alley or something where he might be a little bit hidden. He's literally
10
right
feet away.
He's like a few meters away from her, maybe
there. With his
3 or
glowing
4.
eye and everything. He's very noticeable.
Yeah, I mean, you'd think with all the cyborg parts, he'd have like some improved vision, maybe some thermal or
You'd have a
zoom
eye.
function. He has less technology
Enhanced.
than a fucking camera phone.
Because I thought this was like him, like he's just virtually there. He's not actually physically there. But yeah, you're right. People do react to him as he walks down the street,
Yeah.
Yeah, he's physically
and he's got
there.
rain on him.
Yep.
Real. There's been times I've struggled in my life, my family has, and so seeing that was
Oh
incredible.
no,
to
there
me.
were times which you struggled in your life, which somehow makes this film good because you can relate to this element, even if it makes no
see,
fucking
he's
sense.
just saying he would be so happy if somebody gave him $1,000 that he didn't.
You know, I would be happy if someone
Yeah,
gave
so
me
would we
$100,000.
Yeah, but it
First,
doesn't.
hold
Watching
on.
it doesn't make me feel human.
Hold on. If I was
But he-
suddenly given $100,000, first off, I'd check to make sure there's no holes in my body, that I didn't just have my kidneys yanked out. But secondly, I'd be like, okay, is this money even real? Meaning in the sense like,
Is this
this-
legal?
yeah, it's like, is this legal? If it is legal,
Even if I
can-
really needed the money, I would be curious if this was legal. Like,
Well, I
I
mean-
wouldn't want to get into trouble.
I mean, to
yeah, you
go
would
into a
have
little
to
bit,
talk to the bank.
to go into a
Just
bit
be
of a
like, "Hey,
purse.
I noticed this oddity. I want to check with you to make sure that I'm not about to be a fucking criminal because I know you're not going to go to jail for it."
I
It's
mean,
like the surface level helping of the horses. It's like a kid would, oh look, he did good saving the horses. It's like, actually no, but in reality that they were just going to be recaptured. All the destruction they've caused is going to be covered by insurance. Actually, this is really childish.
Oh yeah, it's very much the
Really
Kent
surface level.
anti-capitalism thing. It's like, oh my god, there are poor people. The world is awful. Here, I put a plaster over the gaping wound. Everything's fine now.
I mean-
Bye.
But it's not even a plaster because have you just gone over it? Like it's technically illegal. Well, not technically, it is illegal.
I mean, as somebody who like had to learn the hard way because I basically got a check in the mail and I was like, oh boy, and then it turns out, yeah, it fucking bounced and put me like $1,500 into debt, and I was like, oh, okay, like so it's like it's made me very cautious about that stuff. So it's like, so the idea of like, oh yeah, $100,000 just given to me, there's no way this is actually mine. I'm just gonna let it just sit there for a bit.
You'd at least be cautious.
Yeah.
And again, like helping one family doesn't solve any issues. Said with a plaster, not only doesn't. We've talked about why the issues doesn't even fix any of her issues, but it doesn't fix society as a whole because now she's just going to go back in a house after all the money's run out. Eventually, it's only one family as well.
If it turned out that it was something different, like she was having hard times because her entire apartment complex was being bought out by a vulture company, or some convoluted thing like that, and he just makes that vulture company tank. It's like, yeah, he's pulling the strings, but he's actually addressing the root of what problem she's facing.
Yeah,
Yes,
I'd much rather have that done where he's like, oh, her
but then
apartment
you can't
buildings.
do that in as quick of a time than just giving someone money. That requires Cyborg to almost have his own film, and then introduce it as a whole arc during that, and then he starts to go off to fight whatever thing he's fighting in his own film.
Right.
In a
That's like
world
one of
where
the minor conflicts that start things off.
And that's his entire movie. It's just an hour and a half of him committing economic terrorism.
Because if he actually goes around like just giving people $100,000, that's going to be either A, a lot of stealing, or B, reckless inflation.
I don't know. Wait a minute. They're in Gotham. Why the hell wouldn't this lady just be part of the Wayne Foundation? Assuming the Wayne Foundation even exists in this universe. We don't know.
I
With
don't know.
Batfleck...
I'm not going to go to comic book things to like say, oh, why doesn't the Wayne Foundation help them? Because I don't think even in the Wayne Foundation continuities where Wayne Foundation is a thing, it doesn't help everyone. Like
Well,
it's impossible.
right. It's
Also,
just...
are they in Gotham?
yeah, he went to
I
Gotham
think they
City.
are in Gotham.
Yeah, he went to GCU. Like, Cyborg
Oh.
went to Gotham City University. Right, and of course, depending on the continuity, yeah, the Wayne Foundation can't help everyone. Because as much as we all like to believe, Batman does not have unlimited money.
I still hate the arguments of like, Batman has enough money to give every person in Gotham £1,000, and it's like, that's not going to fix anything.
So the High Top argument, because High Top actually made that argument in his Batman Begins video. We covered that. It was like, that's fucking stupid.
Like, okay, how's that going to solve crime?
Yeah.
Oh, look, okay, it pays the rent for a little while, and then it's going to run out. Oh.
I fucking... Oh my
yeah,
God.
it might make crime less intense for a couple of months because people aren't quite as desperate for that couple of months. Cool.
And then what happens to Bruce Wayne's company? And not to mention that people's net worth is not the same as the money they have, because that net worth is including things like buildings, like things they own.
Yeah, it's counting all their assets. Because if they were to liquidate all their assets, that's in total what they would get, if I remember correctly. If that's what the net means.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, their actual gross assets are usually just what money they have in the bank, which is usually still a fair bit, but it's not near the figure of their net worth.
where superheroes exist, the impossible is possible in a world.
I'm sorry, no. I'm actually gonna derail this. In the sense of Superman, the very classic Superman origin story is his dad dies of a heart attack. And it's that no matter what Clark did with all his power, he couldn't save his dad. So the whole thing of like superheroes make the impossible possible, like, no, that's not true. In the slightest.
World where superheroes exist, there's someone looking out for you. But sadly, we don't live in a world where superheroes exist. Ray Fisher was
scene doesn't work as well because of I think with the colors, the muted colors of the outfit of just having it black and gray doesn't work well with opening up the shirt like it does in the ending of the Joss.
Yeah, I actually I said this when we were watching. I was like, it's weird that he keeps the black suit. The black suit should have just been a one-time thing, and as soon as he opened his shirt, it was the classic colors.
Unless he's just permanently mourning his own death.
Which is dumb.
It's like, oh, why are you all like wearing black and dour and stuff, Superman? Oh, it's a funeral thing. I'm wearing it out of respect. I was like, oh, I'm so sorry. Who died? Me.
To go into the adaptation argument for just a split second, should the black suit have had a cape on it? Because like the black suit didn't have one. I was thinking about this as we were watching
I think
the film.
that's something which I don't really care too much about if the black suit has a cape.
Right, that's why I was like,
but
it's such a
because
minor
it's
thing.
more like down to design.
Yeah. That's why I was like, it's like the superficial adaptation argument.
I do think he would look weird without one, and that's about it.
Mm.
Well, it's because if I remember correctly, when he had the black suit, he couldn't fly for the longest time. Like he was
I mean,
back
he could
to
still wear a cape.
true.
I mean, there are no
Fired from
medieval kings that could fly, and they wore capes all the time.
Fair enough.
The Flash because he revealed this truth of how things went down during the making of Joss Whedon's Justice League. He talked about how Whedon was a total
Did you
ass.
catch that
how-
wording? His truth.
Yeah, that's
His truth is just to try as a shield. I think we went over this on Morning Nonsense.
He could have just said his account.
Yes,
You know,
that'd be
describe
more
it
accurate.
as it is if you're gonna like be weaselly with the words like that.
yeah.
Either say it's the truth or say it's his account.
Yeah.
Jeff Johns allegedly said we can't have an angry black man at the center of the movie. But Zack Snyder
Allegedly, so we don't actually know if that happened. Again, when you have drama like this, you can't just go off people's word because it just becomes he said, she said. You need to actually narrow down on the things you can confirm, and at the very least, have things which multiple people can confirm. Yes, they did say this. Yes, this did happen, and then you go forward from there. You don't just accept, oh well, he called me a bad guy, and then they called me smelly.
I love
You know what I mean?
this. I love reading out like and forcing a scene to be reshot so they could highlight the existence of Cyborg's penis. It's like
What?
Wait, what?
right here.
Highlight the existence of Cyborg's penis. What?
I don't remember that in Justice League.
Also,
I don't-
asking me to play Cyborg like Quasimodo? I mean, you did. I don't know what to tell you.
Snyder understood Cyborg. He understood Fisher's talent, and he was
What?
Snyder
Talent!
understood
In
Cyborg.
what way
He
does
understood
Snyder
that he's
understand
Quasimodo, but he
Cyborg?
does not have a penis.
Cyborg, like Cyborg in Zack Snyder's cut is like, oh, I'm a monster. I can do all these amazing things, but I'm a monster.
When are we gonna?
You
like,
can fly. What the fuck are you bitching about?
One of my favorite
Hey,
things.
his life. He was gonna die, and his father saved him, and now he has a brand new lease on life. Second chance. He's now able to fly. He can hack any kinds of shit. He's got a cool cyborg body. Also, I don't get how the fuck you'd have a penis, but anyway. And
He didn't have a lower
he's still
body.
being a little. Yeah, he didn't have his entire lower body, so never mind having a penis.
You know what this makes me think of, though, is like when people are praising a film like this, it kind of makes me think of all that stuff that Martin, where it's like, this is not cinema. Like, this bar is really fucking low. Because I keep thinking of like scenes from other much better films where acting was really done well, and they're trying to put this on that same pedestal, and I'm like, no.
It's not.
It does not deserve to be on that same level of existence.
Oh God.
He wasn't lying when he said Cyborg was the heart of the film, because he is.
He's not. The heart of the film. I don't
Wait,
even know.
is that what we were supposed to get from his character? That he was the
you're
heart
supposed
of
to
the
be
movie?
like that. Cyborg's the heart of the film. And if you were to ask me like who's the heart of the film, I'd be like nobody, because it doesn't.
The film has a heart?
Yeah,
I
'cause they
still
don't have
an
one.
okay with
absolute
Cyborg. I
stretch, I
still
would maybe
don't
say
get.
Flash.
I still don't get why they didn't just, for his face at least, use some kind of costume thing. Like just put something over his face, because the CGI looks god awful on his face.
When we saw this
just
shot,
They
like
do
a
a couple
person.
times. He has that mask that flips down. They just don't use it enough.
No. I'm talking about like so before the visual effects, add a proper thing, a proper real mask over his face, and that's going to help a lot with the compositing. And don't use CGI on the face. Sure, use CGI on the body. I'll let you get away with that. But
Practical effect on the face would have made a big
because
difference.
like the shadows and the reflections are not working, and you can visibly see. I don't know how quite to describe it, because it's just when you do a lot of visual effects, you just notice things. Something is off. It doesn't look right. And whenever I look at Cyborg's face and half of it is CGI, it looks awful.
Slur,
And it usually has some.
Would you say it falls into that whole uncanny valley thing where it's like you know
No,
what
I
you're
don't
looking
think it's
at is
uncanny
not-
valley. It's not even like close to being realistic. It's just the shadows don't even look right, because uncanny valley is things like maybe
robot
Tarkin.
girl.
Tarkin's close to the uncanny valley, or even when it comes to fuck, I'm trying to remember what that was. That Christmas film on a train, Polar Express or
Polar
something.
Express.
Polar Express, yeah.
Polar
that had some
Express, yeah, that's uncanny
especially
valley.
the
Of
kid.
like, it's trying to be realistic, but it's also not at the exact same time, and everything looks weird. That's uncanny valley. This is not uncanny valley. It's just bad.
If
So
you just look at his face in the picture on screen, you can just. It looks so fake, especially next to, the chrome chest and everything. It makes him look worse. Even the parts that aren't CGI become fake looking.
Mm-hmm. And Slur, you you had something to say about these tiny little arm things that he had.
Oh
every
yeah,
20
they look
seconds.
fucking
That
stupid.
weird third arm.
We laughed at this picture when we saw it in the trailer. Just Cyborg with the minigun on his shoulder.
Why does he just have extra arms that come off his back? They look stupid.
They were
Because
really
his
bad.
normal arms keep turning to guns.
But all he ever uses them for is pushing Superman a little bit, or holding a minigun, which is he's already got a gun on his arm anyway. What the fuck?
I was going to say, what the fuck was that minigun gonna do against Superman?
He is.
Chris and I from the beginning were like, it was Cyborg in the end that was going to be the real hero, and he represents all of their journeys in some way. What is family, and what is it to lose? What is loss, and what is our own? Like how are our
Just
own
asking these
hearts?
questions doesn't mean they're in the film.
Yeah, that's. I was trying to let him speak, but it's just like these questions, the
Also,
things he's saying
asking
was
the
stupid.
questions does not make your film deep. You actually have to explore the question.
Yeah.
Where are these
some kind of
questions
answer.
asked anywhere in the film?
They're not.
It's like saying my video is incredibly deep. It goes into ideas of morality and what it means to be human. It's like, but you don't mention that at all in your video. But that's what the question that you take away. The fuck you.
That's like saying a video on Subnautica just has depth. And just because they go down into the water, it's like, oh, you have literal depth, I guess.
No, but at
Rooted
least
in
that's
damn-
something at least literal. This is not literal. This
Yeah.
is him saying there's something in his film, and we're just looking around. It's like, no, this isn't in the film.
Also, if you were to take him at face value, he's saying the question this thing asks is like, oh, this character, he explores what it means to be human. And then you cut to the movie and he's like, I'm a monster. It's like, oh, well, I guess there's our answer. What's human? Not him. Cool.
Also,
Good work, Zach.
I'm sorry. I'm also like via Black Girl Nerds on YouTube. It's like that's a very interesting YouTube channel name.
I guess
Image.
it's a bunch of black girls who are nerds.
Yep.
Fair fucks them, I guess.
Yeah.
by loss, and then how are we able to rise again?
I wish the best for Ray Fisher, man. But yeah, Cyborg, a broken person, being able to find happiness despite being part machine.
What?
Oh, just look at it. Look at that. I mean, the body, I think you can maybe get away with because it's disconnected from the head. But the problem is, it's like I don't know. I'm trying to think of a good analogy for it, but it's just very disconnected, the head and the actual CGI itself. It's
You know what it looks like?
jarring.
It looks like the robot is wearing a human mask instead of a human wearing a robot suit.
Yeah. I honestly, so I'm trying to think what they would have used to capture this on Ray Fisher, if they would have used a mocap suit or if they just covered him in green. The problem is
They probably would have used a fractal suit, and that's the suit with all the triangles on it rather than the balls. and they
Right.
probably would have stuck shit to his face.
Mm,
I don't know. I haven't looked into the behind the scenes of the
right.
stuff, but that's just my assumption.
Yeah.
I think the most simple way to explain it to people who aren't visual effects aficionados would be like his face and the robot look like different layers when they're supposed to be one layer.
Right. They're not blended properly.
It's most.
Yeah.
I think with CGI, it almost always comes down to lighting. Lighting is often, I wouldn't say easy, but it's the easiest thing to do. And then the rest of it comes down to trying to composite this to fit with this, and the colors have to be right, the reflections have to be right, everything has to be right for it to work.
Yeah, a good example would be like Up Is Not Jump brings up a good point that Fallout 4 looks like ass, but it can be changed monumentally from Fallout 76 because of the different lighting. And it's like, oh yeah, this game doesn't look half bad. Like when it's specifically like the scenic shots. I mean, the gameplay still looks horrendous.
Understanding
Well,
you-
lighting, when you're talking about like just CGI in general, lighting is a lot more extremely important. I was talking more about things like compositing,
Right.
like CGI onto live action. Whereas if you're compositing onto live action, you're trying to copy an environment light more than that you're trying to custom light a CGI scene. It's a bit different, but I get where you're going with it.
Mm-hmm.
What I was about to say was just because we paused on his face for so long, because the robot part of his head is so extremely shiny and chrome, I'm noticing he looks a lot more like Kano than anything else.
Yeah, he does. I know all your moves, Dark Side.
he's not alone is amazing. I think the reason why the members of the Justice League are able to understand each other so well is because they're all hurt, broken people.
What?
Wait.
Superman,
Understand
hurt
each
and
other so
broken.
well?
It's got a wife, and yeah, okay. Other than that, he's a murderous psychopath. I don't think he's that broken. Wonder Woman, how is she broken? Oh, she isn't. Batman, I suppose you got a point there. Cyborg, I guess. Flash, not broken.
I mean, I think you're forgetting that Wonder Woman had a fairly decent lay 80 years ago, and she just never got over it. That's actually broken.
Well, no, she like 30 years ago, she got a reminder of that sweet lay.
Oh yeah. So yeah, 30 years ago she got a decent lay and just never got over it. I don't know how that fixes it, Wyatt.
It doesn't. I just want to point out that she raped him.
I guess that depends. Is a rapist broken? Because if a rapist is broken, then Wonder Woman is certainly broken.
I mean, compared to the living nuke that she apparently understands, I don't know, man. Also, do they understand each other? Was that ever
What?
implied even?
What, that like not Superman, that Cyborg and Diana could understand each other?
No, that the team as a whole,
Oh,
they
no.
understood each
No.
other, they were
No.
cohesive as a group of people, or
No, in fact, they barely spent really that much time as a team because they just kept doing their own things during the fight. They just happened to fight together, and that's not the same as being a team. Like, because you're technically on a team when you're playing team deathmatch, but you're not necessarily using teamwork if you're just with a bunch of strangers and you're just playing the game. But if, like, say we hopped on like Heroes the Storm, we're a team, like, when we try to communicate and we try to like use our abilities properly. That's what it means to be a team.
To work together, essentially.
Yes. Like, not just fight on the same side.
People that are still clinging to the past, people that are chasing a dream, people that aren't even happy with themselves. And together, they collectively realize something.
I'm not broken.
Oh god, that looks even worse.
Bleh! Bleh!
I'm not
people who
broken.
aren't even happy with themselves, and he shows Cyborg. Does that apply to the other ones? Wonder Woman seems pretty happy. with
Yeah,
herself.
as I said, Wonder Woman, Superman, not
Superman
broken people.
has absolutely
only-
no moral quandaries about
the
anything
only-
he's done.
The only possible broken thing about Diana is that she can't go home, and that's about it.
But she seems to be getting along fine in the normal
Yeah.
world. She has the most normal life out of all of them outside of her superhero.
Yeah, she
career.
works at a fucking museum. She cleans statues for a living. And then gets to beat up people in malls and in banks.
I mean, gets to is a weird, but I get it.
And I'm not alone.
What's weird to me is that I can tell there are flaws with this film. While
But
What's weird
okay,
is I
so
can
you
tell there are
just
flaws.
you have failed to qualify any of your statements in the video. You've said it's a good film. You said it's the most human film. You've said that Cyborg is the most complex character. You have failed to even give us one reason or example why. You've just made statements and then you're assuming they're true and moving on to the next statement. And people fucking praise this thing. Oh my god, it's an amazing video. Look at the
But he
people.
made
Okay,
his
so
point
if you,
in the title. The Snyder Cut changed my life. That's his point.
if you go to all the mentions of this video on Twitter, there are so many people. It's like, oh my god, it's such an amazing video. Hey, Brown Table, your Justice League video is amazing. I can just copy and paste it in there, so you can have a look for yourself.
Meanwhile, when I fucking called him out on his opinion of WandaVision, I got swarmed by his fucking fans, and that sent me into a spiral of alcohol that night.
This is the
I
reason.
still don't know why this changed his life in any way. He hasn't even qualified that.
Yeah. But again, as I said before, the reason why I always take the Shadiversity advice when he's a kid to go into content creation is you always need to ground yourself. You always need to criticize yourself and not let any of this get to your head. The Brown Table is probably a very good example of a person which is oh my fucking god, 8080 chat, you piece of shit. 8080 chat, this is great. Of course you'd say it's great, you piece of fucking trash. I have history of 8080 chat, so.
Well, I mean,
Shock.
AT chat practically, like when I super chatted Star Wars, so the Star Wars, it was Star Wars Explained. I super chatted their stream saying like, oh, I wonder what EFAP would think of this, and they just ignored it. They just went like, oh, that doesn't exist. Sweep it under the rug.
I still find it hilarious that we get most of our memes from Money Nonsense from AT80 chat. Like the debunking happiness was originally because we had Shadiversity on the Smudcast, and then AT80 chat said, "Well, apparently they're going to get this expert to debunk my happiness," and then that just kept going forever.
Happiness. Oh my god.
Yep.
And
because okay, so he managed to make. 8080 chat
Oh.
managed to make a video claiming why the Last Jedi fight was amazing, and all he did was count shots.
No, they covered this on EFAP too.
We covered 8080 chat way before it was cool to cover 8080 chat. EFAP, you piece. Look, the reason why EFAP covered 8080 chat is because 8080 chat confused the Smudcast with EFAP, and he thought EFAP covered them, but it wasn't EFAP, it was us. And then he corrected himself later, saying, "Oh, EFAP didn't cover me; it was Diet EFAP." And then, of course, Ecom steals that tagline. There's also pieces of shit.
No, it's funny how like there's EFAP, and then there's still the EFAP like podcasts that are trying. They're not trying to steal their thunder. It's just
we're kind of in that boat too.
Yeah,
but
you don't get to act like you're cool when you're doing the exact same thing.
Yeah, we're not acting.
We just call ourselves the retarded cousin. Like we're not,
a distant retarded cousin.
Yeah, like I mean the guy who was like
removed. Smudcast was one of the very first. Like I was never there at the beginning of it though, but it was still like very early in the EFAP days that it happened, and it just copied the aesthetic of EFAP because it was better than what Smud had before. And even then, originally it was Lit Dev and Smud, and then eventually I got into the group, and so did Southpaw and Evan, and then those two left, and then we got Voice and Glib, and then that was the core group for a while.
Originally, when it comes to Y.A.R.P, I had my two best friends growing up trying to do this with me, and then they were like getting responses out of them was like pulling teeth. So that's when Slur was supposed to be there, but scheduling Tisms ended up fucking with things. So then we brought Ninja in, and it's just like, oh, now it's just been the three of us just like fucking tearing shit up on the internet with like 5 people watching.
Shout out to you, 5 people.
Oh, is this gonna? Ton was just like, is this gonna start a podcast civil war?
Didn't that already kind of happen with
Paif?
Southpaw's whole thing?
Yeah, a bunch of people
Didn't
came out and they
someone have issue with Southpaw, so that they decided to do an EFAP or their equivalent of EFAP about him specifically?
Yeah, it was Paif.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, and Wolf showed up.
I lose
to
track of
stomp
all
the
these
fuck out of him.
all these EFAP lights.
See, at least with ours, we tried doing the whole acronym thing, and I was leaning more on the with the name like Yet Another Response podcast. I was leaning on the whole irony of like, oh, it's like there's a bunch of these fucking things, and then it was one of these guys that was just like, that just says Y.A.R.P, right? It's like, god damn it.
Yeah, it was me. I assumed from the get-go that it was like a Hot Fuzz reference and everything, and it just really works because it's just not that serious. How are you actually going to put out a tweet or something like, oh my god, I was just viciously criticized and harassed
by Y.A.R.P.
Y.A.R.P.
By Y.A.R.P.
Yeah, like,
I feel like I'd immediately just quote tweet with Michael going, Y.A.R.P.
Although, to be fair, the name EFAP originally had that exact same connotation. It's just people forgot that it was supposed to be a joke.
Yeah, it was supposed to be like every frame of pause.
It's like, oh my god, they literally call themselves EFAP. It's the worst name ever. That's supposed to be. It's a joke. I still remember back to the very early days of EFAP because I used to follow like Wolf, like way before any of this happened, and then I followed Mauler as he started his Last Jedi, Rise to Fame, and then all this kind of like Avengers, all these YouTubers starting coming together and having this collaboration. It was awesome. I still miss kind of old EFAP. I lost interest in EFAP like a few years, like maybe a few years ago now, maybe a year, maybe 2.
A few years.
You haven't been following the DC arc as of late?
I've forgotten how long ago it was, so it could be leaning on 2 years now since I last watched EFAP. I think it must have been sometime around Wolf left. I don't know when that was.
No, that's quite a while ago.
Yep. So it was around that time I just started jumping off. I wasn't really interested in it anymore. Plus, it's like a long time to watch a video. It's like I can watch a 20-minute video every now and again, but then when you start getting to like every week or so, you have to sit down watching a 4 to 5 hour live stream, sometimes 7 hours.
Oh yeah, even for me, I'll just have it on in the background when I'm playing a game or something.
Yeah, if I'm playing like like fucking Elite Dangerous or like Mech Mechanic, I'm like, oh, yeah, I'll throw EFAP on in the background.
But I've got to consider that a lot of my time I'm working. I don't really play games as much as I want to. I'm always also on stream, either on the Smudcast. Well, I used to be on the Smudcast. Don't go on there much anymore. Or Morning Nonsense. Like that's already like 2.5 hours in itself. So I suppose there are many reasons why I just don't really watch EFAP anymore. Though I think the only EFAP I've watched was the one that they did yesterday over Zack Snyder's Justice League, just because I thought, okay, well, I'm interested to hear what they're saying.
Yeah.
And that was a pretty short one, I believe.
Yeah, it was 4 hours. I got really scared. I was just like, what? 4 hours? Did the stream get taken down or something? And then I quickly look at the unlisted versions, like the 3 hour 58-second mark. They're like, all right, we will now be going and doing our own things. And it's just like, oh, it's just over. It's over. Go home.
Maybe it's just a scheduling thing because
yeah,
people had other shit to do. And take care of
which is a fair enough thing.
I think Mauler at the end did announce he's going to be doing a video on Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Yes.
Which, I mean, finally he's doing a video, but he was also going to finish.
The boys.
I think he announced the unbridled praise. Unbridled praise. Wait, was it an unbridled praise for Infinity War?
He already did that.
He did that. Oh, I must have just not watched it. I think he was going to do one for Endgame. I can't remember. I don't think he did that. He was going to finish his Game of Thrones. Never finished that. What else was he going to do that he never finished? I just have to wonder what Moller's been doing all this time that he hasn't really released a video.
So
I mean, he says he's been working on script stuff, but he's got like several different scripts that he's apparently working on, so nobody actually knows.
I guess he just jumps between them all.
I mean, we all joke about it, but sometimes we do wonder if since this is their full-time jobs, what are they doing most of the time? Which is like, I don't hold it against them. It's just more just a like, man, I couldn't, because if I was being paid to do this, I'd be doing this, like, I feel like I would be doing this like Smud Boy, or at the very least, I'd just be constantly just working on my own shit.
Though Smud Boy doesn't do it as a job, though. I think he does a job which he worked from home still, but it's still YouTube isn't his main income. He's I think he's got about 20,000, which isn't that big. I think LitDev can barely manage to support himself with his channel of 100k. He's only recently gone into full-time YouTube / comic creator.
Right.
Well, that makes the Smudcast even more impressive because I thought he just did it full time because like holy shit, like he's almost always streaming. Like every time I'm like new video from Smudcast, I'm like, damn.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what killed it for a lot of us, like constant streaming all the time, and that's why he's had to find other people like Hawk, Dollface, just was done, Mark in 3D, Zach. The core people who we used to always be doing it was like we just eventually just kind of fell out of it. I guess we didn't want to do it every day, which it was becoming very tiring, and the topics we were covering were becoming even less and less interesting.
I mean, that's why
we just hear the same arguments over
right.
and over and over again.
Yeah,
we debunked this already. Let's move on.
And one of the appeals of the Smudcast, at least for me, was that it was this close group of friends. Like we'd always hang out with each other and have this really close rapport with great interactions, which is kind of what I still love about Moaning Nonsense. That's why I'm still there. But you just don't get out of the Smudcast anymore because I don't know half these people. I don't really have that many great interactions with Yokai or Mark in 3D or I guess Zach and maybe fuck, I've already forgotten the Yorkshire guy's name now. He's gonna hate me for that.
It's fine to forget names. Slur, do you even remember my name?
Yeah, it's Bowie. It's right there in Discord.
Yeah, just immediately just fucking rip my desk in half.
Hey, you're the one who still hasn't changed it.
Well, it's because I don't want to just because I don't want to. I.
Were you about to say dox yourself?
No, I was more like I didn't want to change my overall nickname, and I don't know how to just change it for just one individual group. I don't think you can.
Anyways, as I was saying, the main problem is just that the reason why I no longer do it anymore is because it's no longer the same group it was. Like it was the main reason being there was to have fun with friends than it was just more than covering the video.
Right. It's why I've tried my best to try to keep the streams kind of not on topic, but I've tried to make sure at the very least if we're gonna do a one consistent upload, like one consistent stream, that we picked our day, which of course is Sundays now, and then we just stick to it, and we find good enough content, and then the three of us can just basically just bullshit, and hopefully with a guest. Like what we
outside of that, though, I think my favorite parts of doing this is literally when we're watching something for research or just to keep up with stuff. Because when we're just in a private call watching shit together. That's probably
Yes.
the most fun we have, just ripping the piss out of things.
I think the gaming streams were kind of fun until like a certain point. Like the Sea of Thieves was fun until like I don't.
It's gone very quiet.
I thought that was just me. I was actually checking my.
Yeah, I was like, wait, if I.
Yeah, that was what I was wondering. Is like, did our seems to be okay? Did we lose Wyatt?
We all immediately, without saying a word,
all of our.
check our Wi-Fi.
I'm checking all my stuff. What
Good
happened?
coordination, everybody.
What just?
Wyatt,
happened?
did you die?
No, I heard a disconnect sound on my
His
computer.
microphone did a thing, or his headphones just turned off again, or whatever the fuck.
No,
tech
can
issues
you guys hear me?
Possibly.
Hello?
But yeah, no, I can agree. You know, just doing the research, just hanging out, just enjoying, like what Shani was talking about, just the general like friends hanging out, and then occasionally we do it in front of a camera. You know?
As far as I'm told, the main appeal of, or at least the old appeal of
I'm
this
gonna have to leave
modcast
the
and the
call.
appeal of Morning Nonsense is.
Let me try that. Hello?
Very for people to watch. It makes it very entertaining.
So what happened?
I don't know. As I'm like trying to I heard my computer make a reset sound in the sense of like the sound that your computer makes when you unplug it, or like you unplug a USB, and then just silence, and I'm just like, what's going on? And now I'm like checking all the streams and stuff. Yeah, if people are saying F, I think the stream kind of just shat itself for a good second.
The stream probably went down because if your computer did a tism, then the stream went down.
Yeah,
we're
that's
still up, apparently.
Yeah.
Well, you know what I mean.
That was so yeah, I'm back. What was funny is like for a good second you guys were chatting and I'm like, hello, and my the green circle wasn't appearing. I was like, I'm just gonna leave the call. So what were we talking about again?
Oh yeah,
we were talking about friends.
Yeah.
So I guess we should get back to the video. We're nearly
let's
there.
finish the video. So close.
Oh, okay.
While I love the slow-mo, it can be too much at times, especially this fucking scene.
Thank
There's
you.
pacing issues.
Thank you for at least bringing up a valid.
He's brought up the pacing. He's brought up the annoying use of slow-mo.
Okay, those are
good job,
two
Round
actual
Table.
Example criticism. Why couldn't he do that for any of his praises? I wonder.
It's almost like his praises aren't built on anything concrete.
Because they're not.
You hurt his feelings.
Done.
The ending could be shortened a shit ton. Maybe the film suffers because
the ending could be shortened.
Maybe it could have less endings.
Maybe you could have less reach around.
Let's reach around.
Why did they leave that line in the movie if that was just improvised? What does that add?
No, I'm guessing Snyder just really liked it.
Just because it's improvised.
Oh yeah, Snyder is pro reach around.
Just because it's well, I mean, it's the best part.
What the fuck, Wyatt? What the fuck?
So in terms of the ending, like the weirdest part probably had to be when Bruce woke up and then we just have Martian Manhunter be like, "I am Martian Manhunter. Goodbye," and then just flies
No,
away.
it's the way he does it as well.
Yeah,
like he says, "I've been called many names, but people call me Martian Manhunter." It's like, who calls you that? No one knows you're on Earth. You're hiding.
It's the Khan thing from Into Darkness. My name is Khan. And it's just
it means nothing to anyone.
I mean, it would mean something because who hadn't heard of like Khan, Nudie, and Soon. But the problem being is that like it just feels awkward.
It's specifically for the fans, and it's very awkward in the context. I don't think they even called Jean Martian Manhunter in the animated series of Justice League.
No, they used his name.
They just called him Jean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
and
John Jones.
yeah, which is funny because it's like one of the most famous like Justice League Unlimited episodes was when everybody's trying to celebrate Christmas, and like Martian Manhunter like goes home to the with
This is going to sound really weird, but I completely missed the episode apparently because I've only just found it recently.
Oh, it's so fucking good.
It must have been like not included in whatever streaming service or whatever I was watching it on.
The funniest thing is like the Kents always wrapped his Clark's presents in lead, and he's just like, we'd always leave the presents. You mean Santa left them?
That's the exact thing I use in my video as well.
And also like he keeps trying to peek even as an adult.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Like when Jean starts like leaving his room, and then he starts going around the house looking at them all having their Christmas cheer, and then Clark's just trying to look in the present.
He's like, yeah.
God damn it, lead.
I love the fact that like Superman like being like that's just Clark showing through and through, because as Superman he could literally just be like, I'm just gonna open the present anyway. But it's like, no, his good-hearted nature be like, I'll wait.
He has the power to crush the damn thing, and he's like,
yeah,
fine. I can't get a cheeky peek.
Yeah, I he can't pull a Bender and be like, I'll use this for my super robot vision, that his eyes just go into the box. I realized, like you, I have a stake in this planet. You were in general. You're an alien, you idiot.
Because it seems like there were absolutely zero limitations, and it's always healthy to limit yourself in some capacity, and the movie in general is a complete opposite of what I enjoyed, but I enjoyed what this movie wanted to be.
This movie is opposite of everything I enjoy.
It's the opposite of what I enjoy, but... Oh my goodness, that is eyeball?
I hate it, but I love it.
That's eyeball! Fuck!
That's his eyeball!
That's his eyeball right
Holy
there.
Shit, that's his eye.
This got gory there for a second.
And this film was itself.
I always love that, just that look. I love me when I'm playing tag with somebody, the person who doesn't realize I'm like about to tag them.
You can make that into a meme.
I feel like yeah, this is a new template for somebody. I just gotta, here we go.
100% of the time. In an interview with the New York Times, Zack Snyder talked about Marvel, and he said, Marvel is doing something else. They're doing it at the highest level, this popular action comedy with heart, and they have that nailed. An effort to duplicate that is insanity, because they're so good at it. What DC had
We're not asking you to duplicate it, we're asking you to make something good.
His logic is so flawed here. Okay, they're doing that and they're really good at it. So I'm not going to take any pointers from their playbook because that would be insane. Instead,
I'm just going to do something else completely.
Yeah.
It makes...
That's a bad approach.
It's really fucking bad.
We're not asking it to be Marvel. He keeps trying to infer that we're somehow asking DC to be Marvel. We just want good, well-written media. And hey, look, there's a roadmap that's being laid out that is proven effective that you can make well-written media. Oh, but you're not making well-written... Oh, so why should I care if it's all trash?
I think if Ninja was showing me something, like something he had written, and I went like, this needs to be more like Tolkien, I feel like Ninja would be like, go fuck yourself. It's like, I'm not trying to be Tolkien.
It's really simple. Like, no one would be telling them that they need to be more like Marvel if their films were well written. We'd just be like, well, you're doing it differently, but whatever you're doing, it's working.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's not. And that's why everyone's like, maybe you should be doing this over here because this is working. See this thing over here that's giant and everybody loves it? I mean, it's not anymore. Like, it's really fucking up now, but
it's really
back
bad.
Then it was good. Yeah, but back then it was great. So maybe copy what they were doing back then a few years ago. You're clearly a few years behind them anyway. So
you know what the thing is about being behind someone is that you can see the mistakes they've made and then try and correct yourself for that as well.
Well, and that's why I think like right now is the key time for DC because Marvel is fucking up hard.
Marvel did everything it did without its heavy hitters. They didn't have the X-Men. They didn't have, Spider-Man, which again, that some of their biggest hitters, and they didn't have access to them because they'd already given the license to Sony and Fox. They didn't have the Fantastic Four. I can't think of many other people that didn't have, but they had everything working against them, and they turned Iron Man into an A-list hero from a B-list hero, and everyone loves him now, and everyone loves Marvel. But DC had all its characters. They're not. They have Green Lantern, as far as I'm aware. They have Batman. They have Superman. They have Wonder Woman. They have Martian Manhunter. They have the Flash. All the core people are there, and yet they just completely fucked it up. There's no excuse for this. It is abysmal.
Yep.
Epic level, and we were going to take them, I assume, the audience, on this amazing journey. Frankly, I was the only one saying that. Reading that reminded me of.
On a quick side note, how much of this music do you think is gonna get the stream?
It's probably
soundtrack
from
credits?
the YouTube audio library, so you'll be fine, I think.
Oh yeah, this is
most
all
of these
free
YouTube
audio
essays are like just taking stock shit from the audio library.
Yeah, this is
if
probably
you're
called,
look,
like sad piano number 103.
if you go to the live stream console in YouTube, it will warn you as it starts to pick up copyrighted stuff.
No, yeah, I pay attention to that constantly. It's just sometimes it doesn't get me a claim afterwards, even if it does give me the warning. Like Nostalgia Critics thing, I got that multiple times, and yet somehow that stream was perfectly fine. But it's like I'm worried like this music. Yeah, it probably is just generic sad piano epic music. 75.
Ultimately, even if it is, I don't think there's much thing you can really do about it.
Well, yeah, I'll dispute it. I've won most of the disputes here. The only one that's being a bitch is the Square Enix one, but that's only because Square Enix is notorious for running the fucking clock on their disputes.
Of myself just a few years ago, heck, maybe even just a year ago, how I always thought there was the one correct way of doing things, how this certain kind of film has only one way of being
No
made,
one's
and
saying
that's
there's
it.
only one correct way of doing things. We're not saying
I
you need to exactly be Marvel, you fucker.
Yeah, we're just saying that Marvel has shown you a roadmap that'll get you from point A to point B.
Use it.
And if you were getting from A to B on your own, you'd be trying to hand you a map. But you're not.
You make something from the recipe before you start changing it up just to make sure you know how to actually get the cake at the end.
Yeah, it's like don't just suddenly add like sulfuric acid to a cake. It's like you follow the recipe for a little bit, then put your own twist on it.
Yeah, I'm not going to make blueberry muffins because Marvel is making some really good blueberry muffins. For me to try and make blueberry muffins would just be insane. So instead, I put some mouse shit in some flour and threw it 90 miles an hour at your face in slow-mo for 4 hours.
And played some
I'm a
music.
genius.
Yeah, hold on. Taunt said a good point. Like Logan and Joker were nothing like Marvel movies.
Yeah, very true.
Logan,
Oh look, the Joker's fucking fantastic.
yeah, I fucking
Where's
love
Logan?
Logan. Logan's as far away from being like an MCU movie as possible. Like Logan, Wolverine gores a man in the first 5 minutes.
But the truth is, the blockbuster film has no formula. And if there is a formula, it's set in stone by audiences
dare
based
you.
on what
Oh, we're not.
How fucking dare you show Rorschach, you piece of shit.
they seem to
Such
enjoy.
a straw man.
I think if Warner Brothers would have trusted Zack Snyder more, I think audiences would have eventually come around to his way of making movies. A really important thing Zack
No.
We
They're
did
just
give him
bad
his way, though,
movies.
and
It's
he
not
saw it.
taste. He's not ahead of his time. This writing here doesn't make sense. This thing over there contradicts this. This character's motivations are completely fucked. Their actions doesn't align with what the hell they're doing. Why is Lex Luthor doing this? Why is Zod trying to terraform a more habitable planet? Why does he think this is going to be better than any other planet? Why is he being a dick to Superman when he could just ask Superman for the codex and then piss off somewhere else as far as he's aware?
Why is he burying him in skulls?
Because it's convincing. And do you notice what he did there? He started talking like it was a hypothetical. You know, if only this had happened, if only we had trusted Snyder more. It was like, are you retarded? This whole video is based on the fact that the Snyder Cut changed your life. We did trust Snyder. We said, you know what? We'll take the L. Here's $80 million. Go make your vision. Give us the Snyder Cut. And then he did, and it was shite. So what the fuck is his argument here?
He still hasn't even said how it's changed his life.
No, I'm still waiting on that.
This is the epilogue.
Wasn't that the bit about faith? Wasn't that he said something about faith and how you can't do everything the same way? That's how it changed his life, I guess.
It inspired him somehow. I don't know.
He found religion in
at
Zack
least
Snyder's ball.
just call this, I don't know, Zack's, I don't know, just call this literally anything else. Just more accurate than this Snyder Cut changed my life. I don't know, just call this...
Zack Snyder, the puff piece.
No, fucking Zack Snyder, the reach around. That's what this basically was.
Oh no.
Okay, so I have a video talking about whataboutisms. What's it called? The problem with whataboutisms. I have a video talking about the Mandalorian armor in The Mandalorian and how it makes no sense and like why it doesn't work narratively, logically, or in the continuity. Oh look, what's it called? Star Wars, The Mandalorian armor problem. I've got a video talking about Zack Snyder's Superman. What's it called? Zack Snyder's Superman isn't Superman. It's a pretty easy to come up with these titles. It's not an insane equation. It's accurate and it works.
You know, after you wrestled the Henry Cavill pictures away from that Star Wars girl.
From Anna.
Just like, I need those. She's like, no, these are mine.
Do you ever put a video essay at the end of your titles?
No.
I hear that's a thing.
Well, there's a mistake right there.
I don't know. You could... Maybe there's one of my videos which you could call a video essay. I don't know. I don't care enough to try and qualify it. I just say, I'm going to make a video talking about this topic.
I'm just going to put your Superman video, and then I'm just going to put in text saying a video essay right next to it and see if anyone falls for it.
Or Shiny's Snyder Cut a video essay. It changed my life.
Yeah, Snyder Cut changed.
Snyder's
how it did.
The Snyder Cut ruined my life.
No,
oh, no.
The Snyder Cut changed Shiny's life. Come on, play button when each works.
Said in the interview came when the interviewer asked, "When you see what Marvel is doing in its movies, do you ever think I should be doing more of that?" And Zack responded, "No."
Oh, you don't understand. He's just doing his own thing. You just don't understand his creative vision. Fuck you and your narrative flaws you keep bringing up.
So hold on.
It's all about the context. Do you think you should be doing what Marvel's doing, as in making? Yes, I do.
I love the idea of not a complex answer. Zack just goes, "No, not at all."
Nah.
And it's just like,
I love how we don't we don't even know if this interview is real. He doesn't.
Yeah, that's a fucking straw man. Citation needed, you son of a bitch.
Like, for all we know, they're saying, do you think you should be making good films like Marvel? It's like, no, I don't think I should be making good films. I think I should keep making terribly hard-written messes.
Somebody should probably take the camera away from me. I don't think I should be here at all.
What if he was that self-aware?
Cry for help.
He's that self-aware. He's like, I don't want the camera anymore. They just keep putting it.
He's like, I clearly ran out of ideas a long time ago. Just keep putting me up here, man. I don't know.
Someone asked, because of the, I think it was after the Geeks and Gamers drama, like, what would we do on Morning Nonsense if Zack Snyder did turn up? I would be constantly grilling him about Man of Steel and his choices about Superman. Like, okay, but Zod's motivations don't make any sense. Why? Okay, well, you see, he wants to bring back Krypton and bring his people back. Yeah, so why is he turning Earth into a less hospitable planet? Because it's going to be more hospitable for the people. But he can easily breathe the atmosphere fine. It gives them superpowers. Okay, why does he think this is going to be any better than the other planets that's terraformed? Why?
Have you ever watched a Superman movie? That's what he should have fucking asked.
You need to hold like a picture of Superman and Batman up next to each other and be like, Zach, I need you to tell me the differences between these two photos.
They both kill people. Wrong.
He's like, they're the same photo.
It's like, no, they're not.
Stop it, Zach.
Which one? Which one of these? They both save people and they're sad. It's like, no. One of them is sad. The other one's actually supposed to be smiling quite a lot. I think I honestly, as much as a Superman fan, as I am, if I had to like sit down with Zack Snyder, I think I would be drilling him more on the Batman thing, because his explanation as to why Batman kills is so tismy.
Oh yeah, Batman doesn't see it as him killing if he fires a rocket into a car, which happens to explode.
Well, he didn't kill them; the explosion did.
Yeah,
that seems like a really good loophole. Like, goddamn, Snyder be killing everybody.
Goddamn! If I fire a gun, I didn't kill the person; the bullet did.
Yeah,
guns don't kill people; bullets do.
And it's like how he's like, there's like a video online of Batman just killing a lot of people, and it's just like that Mr. Sunday Movies video was made as a joke.
And even then, that's a complete whataboutism. Just because he's killed in the films, like that doesn't mean it's not a problem in those films.
And again, I have no problem with Batman killing people.
It
just needs to be properly explained. Well, the idea of like a Batman that's at the end of his line and like he's finally fucking snapped.
Yeah, but that's like a what if comic, like in a hypothetical. That's close to what you do with The Dark Knight Returns. That's not what you do with your mainline continuity,
right?
Because you start off, at the beginning, you start off with a young Superman. It doesn't have to be, year one. It just has to be early in his career, especially if you're going with the whole narrative of this is an early Superman. And then you slowly build the characters over the course of the movies.
Of course.
And that's what they kept claiming they were doing. Well, at least all the Snyder fans keep saying, oh, that's what they're doing. You just didn't give them enough chance, blah, 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 blah. But that doesn't change the fact that there are so many elements which are wrong and don't make sense in Man of Steel. And like even down to Superman's parents, you can't tell me they're going to fix Jonathan Kent and his stupid way he dies and how he treats Clark and telling kids to maybe die. And you're not going to fix Clark, telling his parents that, they're not his parents, or him seeing himself more as alien rather than human. You're not going to fix those in later films.
Yeah, right.
I'm sorry, I'm ranting too much.
No, you're fine. That's why
it's in your table. He does that to you.
A guest like actually talking, like, oh, heaven forbid. Don't worry about it.
Don't be taking no pot shots.
Let's see. I feel like I actually would grill Snyder on the whole, like, why the fuck do you think Jonathan Kent wanted those kids to fucking die, actually?
He didn't say he wants them to die.
He said maybe.
Maybe let them die.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe that's what you should have done. Maybe.
But I'd look Zach dead in the eye and be like, this isn't a maybe, though. This isn't a fucking maybe, Zach. This is save a bus full of children from drowning versus
the funny part is when
the way it's presented, even though he's saying maybe, he's pretty much saying, yeah, you should let kids die.
Yeah, it's like, this is it's like do I defuse this nuclear bomb, or do I just like punch some guy in the face? It's like, well, if you disarm
what am I supposed to do? Let this nuclear bomb go off? Yeah, I guess. Maybe.
If it means you punch that guy in the face. It's like, what?
Hey, sources say time is of the essence.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God. I'd look him dead in the eye and say, like, this isn't a maybe question. This is like a bus full of kids. This isn't a fucking problem.
Did they double down on it in the next movie where he's talking about how, like, the reason behind it was because he saw all those horses drown when he was a kid? And it's like, dude, if that was the case, you'd be even more concerned about letting children drown.
Yeah, you'd be like, oh my god, drowning is horrific. I want to prevent that in any opportunity I can, and I would want my son to do the same.
Yeah.
Maybe they should drown.
Hashtag fuck them kids.
At all. I don't know how to hit a ball any different than how I hit it. A director has
What?
Wow,
Hold
that
on,
line.
hold on. Let's finish the quote.
one skill, your point of view. That's all you have. If you're trying to
What?
imitate another way of making a movie, then you're on a slippery slope.
What?
What the fuck word salad did you just vomit onto the plate? This is what we're talking about, by the way.
so
When we say
let's break this
Snyder has
down.
really fucked up social skills.
I don't know how to hit a ball any differently than how I hit it. Okay, so if you're really trying to demonstrate like a game of baseball or football is probably more accurate. British football, what you call soccer. There, even though like I guess off the bat I can try and kick a ball, and I'm gonna do whatever way I do at the time. That's probably not going to be a good goal, because you're probably going to hit it with the front of your foot rather than the side of your foot, and if you hit it with the side of your foot, it's going to be a lot easier to control. There are ways which you can try and hit the ball better. So
there are techniques.
Yeah, there are techniques you can hit the ball better, and that's not. There isn't one way to kick the ball. I get it. But
there isn't
like
one
you
way
can
to kick the
improve
ball,
how
but
you've
can
kicked
do
the
it
ball
badly.
and you've completely missed the goal. You fucked up.
Ninja, does this look like something I would say at some point? Because I literally just took the fucking quote and just drew my name as if I said it, and I'm like,
Is that what that is?
Yes, I'm not very good at like trying to draw with a mouse. So like, also my handwriting's already super sloppy.
I mean,
okay, so he's saying this his one skill. Well, for a start, a director needs multiple skills. You need to be able to direct your actors to become the characters. You need to direct the cameraman. You have to direct the costume designers. Everything. There's so many skills a director needs to have.
Yeah.
So it's not just one, and it's not just your point of view. I guess from point of view, he's trying to talk about his vision. He has a vision for a film, and if you're trying to imitate someone else's vision, you're on a slippery slope. But that has nothing to do with, hey, the way you've made your films is completely fucked. Could you maybe not do that? Oh, look, someone else has done this way better. Do you think you could maybe learn a few lessons from them?
The fact that this doesn't make sense kind of makes a lot of sense, because this explains a lot about Zack Snyder.
Yeah, it's why when you said he has no social skills, I immediately went like, do I somehow have more social skills than Zack fucking Snyder?
Oh, dude, I think you are leagues ahead of Zack. Like, he just, I don't know, he's weird. Like, I've never interacted with the man personally, but I've seen several interviews. I watched some of the Geeks and Gamers stuff where he was on their channel. He just doesn't articulate himself very well at all. And it makes you kind of wonder, like, how did you make 300? How did you make Watchmen? I'm genuinely intrigued. Like, I don't understand. Did you have help? Where did they go? Who left you alone in this parking lot?
Yeah, because like my whole thing is like with my bad social skills, I just don't know when to shut up. At least I can kind of articulate a sentence. This makes no sense. Jesus.
Also, his help when he made the movie, that would be the producers. And every time they helped him, they called that studio interference. So I don't know any help he can get at this point.
And that's true. Sometimes certain movies come out and they all feel the same. And
context citation needed, please. You can't just say these things, Brown Table.
This is so bad. Some movies just feel the same. Yeah, all these films that he's made that like to a certain point, like post like Man of Steel, like or post Watchmen have been all shit. Because I'm pretty sure he made Sucker Punch after 300, not 300.
I can't think of anything.
Everything he's. Oh, sorry, I'll let you finish.
No, go ahead.
Everything he's brought up, any excuse that he's tried to say of, oh yeah, he needs to do his own creative thing. Oh, we just don't see his vision. None of it excuses all the problems of those films. It doesn't change the fact that you're actively calling a character which isn't Superman. It shows that it doesn't get around the fact you have a a complete misunderstanding of the source material. The issue isn't that you're not doing what Marvel's doing. The issue is it's terrible. And I really sick of people trying to excuse problems in media by dismissing them rather than actually proving them false. It's like, oh, well, you know, you just didn't get the themes of The Last Jedi. What has the themes got to do with it making no sense that Luke's on this island and like why he would just try and kill his nephew? Oh, but themes, I guess. That doesn't fix the issue, but in your mind it does. I don't know why.
Well, yeah, Luke Skywalker was always a wanker.
I think yeah, I think I remember. This actually kind of brings up in terms of the adaptation argument, because from what Shiny said about like a character that isn't Superman and yet you're calling him Superman, and on Twitter there was this little like little tiny little sliver of EFAP where it was like talking about the adaptation argument, and it's like it doesn't matter no matter how much you change the character as long as it makes sense, and it's like
I disagree with EFAP on that.
Yeah,
my response. Also, I'll let you finish.
My whole thing on the adaptation argument is like there are certain leaps and bounds. Like if you're the opposite of the entire character, then like why even be that character?
Yes.
Or it's like
Mauler's reasoning was it allows them to do other things because of name recognition. It allows them money, and like, I don't think that's a good defense at all.
Yeah, and it's like I remember you liked this tweet, Shiny. It was like I agree until it ends up being the exact opposite of the character, or even the title. It'd be like if Empire was Raiders of the Lost Ark. It's well written, but it's not Star Wars. Like it's why.
So the way I'd explain it is media has a purpose, and
right.
Most media's purpose at the end of the day is to be entertainment and to entertain a certain demographic audience usually, and there are certain ways it can appeal to a demographic audience. Now adaptations are slightly different. They're different in the way that their purpose as well as entertaining is also being an adaptation of this source material. And while I agree it does not impact the writing if you have a the fact that Zack Snyder Superman is not a good Superman does not impact the writing, but you can still measure how much it's failed as an adaptation. And you do need to, if you're calling something an adaptation, you need to copy the core elements. Otherwise, what's the point in it being the adaptation? You may as well just make something new at that point. And that's an argument I would put towards things like How to Train Your Dragon. How to Train Your Dragon, I think, is a good film, but it's not a very good adaptation of the books because the book is almost something completely different. The only thing it shares is the name.
Yeah.
And now you've rolled out any kind of adaptation of the book because you now have something else called How to Train Your Dragon. Now we can't have an accurate depiction of Superman because you've created this other Superman and you've called him Superman, even though he's everything but Superman. Also to take someone else's work and then to change it into something it isn't, it's more like theft than accurately adapting something. I'm sorry, I occasionally have tisms in my voice, like I said before.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
You're fine.
The adaptation argument usually ends when you fail to adapt the things that made it worth adapting.
Like the core elements.
Yeah. Or is like if the whole reason we wanted a new version of Superman on the screen is because we all love this character, we have this deep affection for him because of these qualities he embodies, and those qualities are not in the movie, well then you've kind of wasted everybody's time.
Right.
And money.
No, I just completely disagree with Mauler's defense because there are many things which make money. There are for example, microtransactions or loot boxes. That doesn't mean that it makes a good film, or like it's something you even take into consideration when talking about writing. Like, there are dishonest practices that you don't really like that often. And I think in general, the writing is not, as I said before, with the purpose. When judging media, you definitely need to consider the purpose of the media, and is an entertainment media, not just as is a written media. Fuck, I should need to say a different word other than media. I need. Ah, God, I'm terrible off the cuff like this.
You're fine. You're fine. Ninja, were you gonna say something? I heard you unclick your mute button.
Well, I clicked my mute button because my cat is busy doing her heat whore crying.
No problem.
Yeah, it's really obnoxious. So.
All right. Yeah, I think there needs to be. I honestly do think with the adaptation argument, there needs to be a bigger discussion and not just outright dismissed. I've always kind of
I plan to make a video about it, but I just haven't. I've been so deep in my university work, I haven't been able to get around to it.
Well, I mean,
and I was actually going to make it before my Superman video, but then Lit Dev decided, hey, you should make a video about Zack Snyder's Superman, and then that's what I spent about a week doing.
Right. Schoolwork's important. Do your schoolwork.
Stay in school.
Do your homework.
As I sound like your father. Stay at school.
And before you get pressed by what Snyder
value in having a conversation about how good of an adaptation something is, I'm just happy to consider it a completely separate conversation as to how well written something is.
Right.
Or how coherent.
It's kind of also like Civil War is a good example of this, considering like what all does it share from the story it is supposedly adapting. Iron Man and Cap fight at some point. It's kind of it. The Sokovia Accords are barely even mentioned. Meanwhile, in the Superhero Registration Act was very important in the comics. Like, it's supposed to have like some sort of merit because this is the stories that they're adapting. It's unfortunate that it also leads down this massive rabbit hole.
I think the main reason why Mauler dismisses the adaptation argument is because it's came up so often in the context of him talking about Civil War, for instance, or like Marvel in general, where there are people that criticize it because they haven't exactly followed the comics. I don't think I hold it to that extent. I don't think you need to completely adapt something 100% in every minute detail. You should adapt it to the extent that, that this Superman is still Superman. He has all the core elements of his character, all the core elements of, if you're adapting a story, the same elements of the story have to be there. Kind of like how the Hush animated film is a completely horrible fuck up of like the Hush comic. Because they completely, hey, he's not the guy from the comic, he's the Riddler. It was a twist. You didn't see that coming.
Yeah, it was the Riddler who rebranded himself so that Batman wouldn't think he's so much of a C-lister.
So
it's like
stupid.
Well, don't remind me of that. I liked most of Hush until that point. Then I was just like, what?
And they try to make it more obvious, like it was his friend that I've already forgotten his name now.
Oh, that's
the guy who was originally Hush.
Thomas something. That's
the
problem is like I don't remember.
Tommy Elliott.
Yes, Thomas Elliott.
That's it. Thomas Elliott. They make it very obvious it's Thomas Elliott to then do the twist. It's like, oh no, it's the Riddler. It's like, oh, you fuck off.
Because the Joker kills Thomas, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Also, that is the most hilarious scene I've ever seen in a Batman thing. Batman's just choking the Joker, and Gordon's right behind him, pointing a gun at Batman's head, going like, "Oh, don't make me do this, Batman! So stop it! Gotham needs you!" And he's continuing to choke the Joker. He's just like, it's just like, what do you like? What, Gordon?
I don't even think that Gordon would be like because we've seen Gordon Gordon's seen this a billion times. There's not Superman. He knows that Batman's not going to kill. Like he'd probably not have this strong of a reaction to Batman choking someone.
I honestly
think it was weird, but like this happens every other day. He drops people off skyscrapers and buildings.
I always thought it's weird. It's like that Gordon, after everything the Joker's done to him and like his daughter, that he would be like, "All right, fuck it, I'm gonna just look the other way. Just fucking do it already."
Yeah. Well, is Hush after the Killing Joke?
It has to
Like,
be.
is Barbara in a wheelchair at this point?
Well, that's the thing. If it's going off sort of New 52 tisms, then Barbara's already back on her feet.
Hmm.
Because that's the thing. They made her back into Batgirl. She got spine surgery, despite
Was
the
that
fact
Gail Simone that did that? I think, as far as I've
I
heard.
I think so. Yeah. It's pretty bad. I like it's really weird, the idea of like just allowing Barbara to just be Batgirl again. Like
Yeah, it kind of removes any. One of the big oh fuck parts of the Killing Joke is, oh, this is a huge consequence. This is something she's now gonna have to
Yeah.
live with the rest of her life. And I admit, her as Oracle, I don't really care for her as Oracle. I just, oh, she's now doing what Alfred did.
Yeah.
Cool, I guess. I don't know. It's kind of redundant.
Mm-hmm.
And but at least it's still a consequence. To remove that consequence, then removes from the Killing Joke.
Right. Well, then again, the consequence of the Killing Joke was also Batman just fucking kills Joker. I know it's left ambiguous, but I think we all silently agree that Batman totally fucking killed him.
Well, considering that there are stories which consider the Killing Joke canon, like for example, the Arkham games consider the
Yeah.
Killing Joke canon, and anything which has Oracle in it is probably going to consider that canon as well.
Right.
And most of them still have Joker.
It's really weird because if you remember the final panels of the Killing Joke, like Batman puts his hands on Joker and like the laughter stops and the light starts to go. It's heavily implied that Batman just straight up choked him to death, and yet Joker is just absolutely fine in like the next comic, and it's just like, oh, okay, way to ruin the
What was the point in doing it at that point?
yeah. Because I was just like, fuck it. Like, because Ninja, you don't even consider the Joker to be that great of a villain, right? I'm trying.
Nope. Hot take, I know, but no, I'm not a big
That's
fan.
me, piece of shit. That's my response.
Witty.
I mean, I always thought what is Batman's greatest villain? I almost always want to say the League of Shadows because I think the training aspect and like how far he'll push his limits. But the problem...
Batman's worst villain is Bruce Wayne.
Oh,
deep.
Steve shit.
I swear to God, I'm like, this is a water. I'll just dump the water bottle on you. That was beyond.
It's all the Bat family drama. It's all the stuff, where he's not simply punching criminals into submission, where he's actually trying to function as a human being. Like, that's his biggest obstacle.
Yeah, because Batman's his true self. So it's like how long he keeps the facade of Bruce Wayne up is the real conflict.
Pretty much.
All right. Are we so we're approaching the 5-hour mark. Are we even going to want to tackle the other video? Or...
Oh, no. Absolutely not. We're going to have to save that for another day.
In the beginning, Senor Table is just too exhausting.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Said, I don't think he means a director can't take inspiration from other directors. I mean, you have to learn from the best, or at least the ones that inspire you, right? But ultimately, the one making the movie and making all the decisions is the director. So why be anything else other than just being unapologetically you?
Shit.
Ew.
Okay, he just gave the word salad and he did it in the video essay voice with the meaningful pause before the last word to really draw the point.
And then the music.
It's just...
Why not just be yourself? Okay, now you can see here. So
yeah.
Apparently, yeah, he's it's not a fractal suit, but it is a mocap suit, and he's got a light on his chest, a light on. Wait, is that all?
Yeah, apparently.
There's a fucking light on his face. At least that like projects the light from his eye, I guess. Does that blind him at all?
I mean,
probably,
having a light in his fucking eyeball.
You're probably wearing an eye patch on the other side.
Both sides.
I
think it's only shining it on one side, unless they were really, really incompetent and they half blinded one of their actors.
Well, I was gonna say maybe they just put an eye patch over his eye, then to put the light on, because even if he had like some sort of like partial covering, the light could probably still bleed over. so like it's
Mm.
lean on the safer side. Completely cover one of the eyes. Then watches he shakes around with no depth perception. Wait a minute. So the suit was never black. Hold on a fucking minute. That's the original suit.
Oh yeah, they did that in post, bro.
I didn't.
Yeah,
Really?
they grayscaled it.
They grayscaled it in post?
I think so.
I mean, it looks like it.
Oh, I thought that was the original. I thought the original was the fucking
Yeah, I
black
thought
suit.
I thought they made a new costume for it.
Oh no, that would be way too much effort.
Oh my fucking god!
Well, I mean, it's not real hard. They just threw some black on. Come on.
I wouldn't have even done the black suit. Fuck it. Fuck the black suit. If you're just gonna now make it a
Hey,
permanent costume.
now we know why it had a cape.
Yeah, because it wasn't even things I thought it was like they did the black suit and they were just being autism and stuff, and like Joss Whedon was like, no, fuck that shit, put him in the blue. I thought they in post made it the classic suit. No, it was the classic suit the whole time. Are you fucking kidding me?
This is why you don't read comics, kids.
Yeah, being such a comic fan can actually kind of poison adaptation stuff a lot.
Okay, so we've gone through most of the video now. I've got a question. How did this movie change his life?
That's what I was going to ask.
It just did, okay?
Dante, what are we doing here? Where are we going with this?
I'm wondering what this is.
What's this we're looking at now?
Enjoyed the video. Please check out Interstellar Ranger Commence. I've been killing myself over it, and thank you so much, Mass Mac, for the Hope Griffin fan art. It looks so friggin' incredible. I am still in awe. Thanks so much, everyone, for watching the video.
Okay, so that's his own personal project.
Yeah,
a hero thing. That's kind of a non-anime thing.
It changed his life.
Called Hope Griffin.
It changed his life.
It changed his life.
Oh my god.
Maybe his animated thing is going to be very much inspired by the Snyder Cut, and that's how it changed its life.
I'm throwing the cover back up. That was just Tism and a half there, boys. That last like fucking image like thing where he's just like, at least it's their it's their vision. Just let them be themselves.
Just don't be anybody else but you. Live your truth.
Don't let the
love. Who are you supposed to be except you?
Good. I want you to be good. Can you do that for me, Zach? Please.
You used to be good. Now you're shit. Be good again, please. All right. I think with that, we're just gonna call it there. Shiny, would you like to plug your channel?
Yes, my channel is Shiny Effects. I'm a visual effects artist, and I make animated videos in a mocap suit talking about media as a clone trooper. In my fictional CGI bar called the Trooper's Den.
I've watched a few of those. Like I watched you interview that Star Wars girl. That was pretty fun. It's very. I find your videos very interesting because other than the the interviews with somebody in a mocap suit. Like I know Code Miko didn't patent that, but I do sort of just in the very bare
I'll be very
bones
honest.
of those
I
vibes.
came up with this idea independently of Code Miko.
Right.
I was so happy and proud and excited when I ordered my mocap suit. It's like no one's done this before. I'm going to be so fucking unique and awesome. And then I just see, oh, someone's done this far better than I have. Oh, I'm incredibly
Also,
disappointed.
how long were you doing it before you learned that VTubers were a thing?
About a month.
Refreshing.
About a month. I mean,
I think it was I'd done my whataboutism video, and then I started hearing that there are people in other mocap suits doing the exact same thing I'm doing, and their mocap suits and visual the Unreal Engine setups are much more advanced than mine, because I have an extremely surface level understanding of Unreal Engine because I'm not a game designer. I'm a fucking visual effects artist.
So what you're saying is you need to be interviewed by Code Miko, and then she accidentally just one-ups you with every second of you just being on there.
I guess. I don't really
Can't
watch her
say that.
stuff. I just know she's a thing.
You're right. I know what, like, from what I've watched of her, it's basically the Eric Andre show, but with this lady that's in a mocap suit. Basically you can pay money to like mess with the model, make her head bigger. You could write stuff on her.
That's actually pretty sweet. That's a good idea.
Yeah. But yeah, go check out his channel, and we shall all see you next week. Goodbye.